Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and children of all ages. Welcome to the J&K Open 2023 presented by J&K Tourism. I'm your host, Shaurya Singh, alongside my co-host, Amit Dubey. And we're live here bringing you the final day's action. The golf has been riveting. The standard of play has been scintillating, and this golf course has been truly breathtaking. And on that note, we also have to see who's going to win this tournament. Leading the pack is Om Prakash Chauhan, 8-time winner. So he's a heavyweight in his own right. Following him, Kapil Kumar, Manav Bias, and Akshay Sharma. I, for one, do agree with you that, Amit, it's going to be Om Prakash all the way. I feel that the other three are going to follow the legend of Icarus. Maybe they're going to get too close to the sun and get burnt, but only time will tell. Over to you, Amit.
Yeah, well, it's golf is a very uncertain game, and you never know what happens. But probability is a big thing when it comes to guessing things. So we were talking about Om Prakash's ability to close out events, and the chasers don't have that experience yet. So, well, golf still has its way of showing us that nothing is predictable. But Om Prakash looks like the probable candidate for this trophy this year, and he's been very consistent this year. Also, his scoring average is below 70. So those are the things that, and if he shoots 70 today, it should be enough.
Well, if yesterday's play is anything to go by, his swing seems like it's set in a cast iron and doesn't really move one way or the other. I find it very difficult for this chasing pack to do anything. In fact, if anyone, I think Akshay Sharma is somebody that I do think can pose a threat today. And apart from that, we saw a brilliant round yesterday by Shivendra. So who knows? I mean, it's never a one-man show.
Shivendra looks like a little bit too far, as 4 shots. Om Prakash didn't drop a shot yesterday, so it looks like he's not making many mistakes, And but I'm pretty. I have a good feeling about Manav Bias though. He's been he was blemish free also yesterday, and he showed a lot of composure. So I'm feeling about Manav Bias just like I had in Coimbatore about Harshjeet Sethi.
Yeah.
We were talking about it, and we were, our fellow commentator Digvijay Singh, and we were both on the studio, and he says, I think Om Prakash. I said, Harshjeet is looking really good right now because he's got this momentum with him, and Manav will give Om Prakash, I think, a run for it.
Yeah, this year we've seen Sanit, who is, relatively speaking, a greenhorn, but still he was able to win that tournament in a convincing fashion. So I don't know, maybe the exuberance of youth is something that can help him. And somebody who did have the exuberance of youth, Dharma, now maybe in his 30s, still relatively young. Let's see how Dharma can do today.
I remember meeting Dharma as a
Really?
I remember meeting Dharma for the first time at the 1999 qualifying school. So he's been around for at least 2 decades.
I've actually played junior golf with Dharma, and my first memory of him is in KGA. He was on the 18th hole. Back in that time, we didn't have that hazard. I think we used to have a sort of a creek, and he was right in it. And I was playing behind him. He was trying to find his ball. Little did I know that he's going to emerge into such a good player, a worthy player, and also a winner on tour.
Yeah, so this is the group of M. Dharma, Badal Hussain, and Pawan Kumar. This is the 8 o'clock tea time.
Yeah, we also had an 8 o'clock tea time. And how was your drive to the studio with empty roads? Saturday mornings are a real bliss, aren't they?
I live close by. I can't complain.
Let's have a look at that sort of distinct stance that he has. A little handsy with the takeaway, but also a little seems to be sitting down. Can you give us a prognosis of what?
So again, a little above the plane, going back, and then he drops it down inside. And you know these that when you have that plane change, and it makes you very it gives there's a lot of clubhead rotation through impact, and generally your bad shot is a hook, and then you're always fighting it. So you see those players trying to fade the ball.
We have Badal Hussain from Bangladesh. He's also rather a unique swing, not the most conventional. That's another different. It seems like the body stops and then the hands.
This is the other way around. He was a bit inside, taking it back, and then he rerouted it from the top. So these are going to be fade biased players.
I've also noticed something. I don't know if I'm right or onto something that the person's built actually dictates the kind of swing, the natural path that they have. Is that something that happens? You normally see that most conventional swings seem to be bestowed upon the most athletic players.
I'm not actually. The body is more capable of doing a lot of things correctly. So it's easy for them to make keeping the club on plane throughout and getting the body to move efficiently.
Pawan there with
requires a certain amount of athletic ability. So if you're athletically bound, it's easier for you to do it. But
an early morning walk to the beach seems like they're in a holiday mood.
You know what? When you know this, when you're on the golf course, there's dew on the ground, and you walk from the grass onto the bunkers, and it messes up your shoes, and it's like the worst feeling, like that.
Yes.
Your feet, your shoes are laden with sand when you come out of it, and it's.
You want to follow in other people's footpath. You don't want to be blazing a trail early in the morning.
Cleaning shoes in the night before so that it looks good on the first tee. It's over by the after the first shot.
I think some habits die hard, as they say. Old habits die hard. I played a fun round a while back, and I did prepare so much for it. I was rather disappointed with the score. I had all preparation, everything shining, the shoes, the ball. But as soon as it's go time, it's the realization dawns upon you that this is just paraphernalia, my friend. The swing and the ball is what is imperative.
Yeah, absolutely. You're so coming back to that topic about being able to swing. It's also another thing is what in your mind is what is your working understanding of the golf swing. So if you have a working understanding which is something other than which is conventional, then you swing like that.
Also, I think as I was saying, a person's build. What I meant primarily is you see that the modern swing uses larger muscles, and to have larger muscles, you must be fit and pretty proportionate as a sportsman. So you see that if I look at the youngsters like Viraj Madappa, you look at somebody like Yuvraj Sandhu. I don't know, I'm missing quite a few names. I'm certain their swing style is quite different. If I might compare it with, let's say, a Shankar Das, a Shamim Khan, M Dharma, because I think at a certain point, it's what you're capable of doing as well.
Yeah, and if you see their physicality, and you know that they're not athletically built, so they need to generate speed from somewhere else.
I think case in point, also somebody like Brendan Todd on the US tour. I don't know if you're aware.
If you are athletically slower, you are going to use a little bit of wrist and arm speed. You still need to get the ball out there. You're not going to hit it 150 yards of the tee.
Yes.
So you need to put in which is the arms and wrists don't need athleticism. They're the fastest moving components of your body, by the way. So if you don't have the speed in your body, you will put in the speed from your arms and wrists. Otherwise, you won't hit it anywhere.
So let's see which way does Badal go. Is he going to be utilizing the longer levers? He seems to be somewhere right in between.
No, Badal is you can see he's very his upper body is going to be more dominant in his golf swing. You can see just from the physicality that he won't drive his legs so much. And as a result, he'll be upper body dominant. He's going to hit a lot of fades. Whereas the other two, their lower bodies still look stronger, as in the balance between the lower and the upper is still more.
So you can use the
closer.
drive of the legs, something reminiscent to what those pictures of Jack Nicklaus winning those many opens. You see the knees, all both of them pointing ahead. So it shows you the kind of torque they used to generate with the lower body.
Yeah, so if Jack Nicklaus's thighs at his peak measured at 28 inches, which is probably some of the youngsters' hips. Yeah.
Exactly. So it shows you that.
And people don't know this, but in the olden times, we call one wood, or the drivers used to be known as a wood. It used to be made of wood, and it used to have a plastic insert in the middle. And the plastic insert had screws to keep, because if the insert cracked, you didn't need to change the wood, you would just change the insert. So the insert had four screws generally, but Nicholas used to be sponsored by McGregor, and McGregor had to put six screws in the insert because he used to crack the insert too often.
No such problems for yours truly. I think I finally cracked a driver after 10 years. I felt very proud, I must say. That's another thing. Let's have a look at this short tracer showing you the ball flight being employed by this group. Favoring a little bit of a left to right movement, it seems.
Yeah, people generally, if the fade is something which is a little more reliable, as in controlling the spin on it. So you'll see a lot of professional golfers preferring to move it left to right. This is hole number 1, the par 5. Beautiful aerial views of Jammu Tawi golf course. You can see it's pristine and set in the hills a bit. Beautiful golf course, very demanding of the tee. It's 7,250 yards long, and it's got a really good mix between challenging short holes and demanding long holes. Beautiful weather in Jammu today. It's about 21 degrees, little or no wind. This is the group of Karan Pratap Singh, Sarthak Chibbar, and Harinder Gupta making the way to the first green. Karan, Sarthak, and Harinder all having 73s yesterday, and all three at a total of 1 over. Sarthak seems to have found his stride early in the day. Pawan, second from the fairway bunker on number 1. Looks to be happy with it. Dharma also having found the bunker. Badal from the right side. Looks to have missed it right a bit. Looking very not sure where that ball has gone. Waiting on the tee is the group of Saurav Chaudhary, Vinay Kumar Yadav, and Sachin Basoya. The first hole is a par 5, measuring at 594 yards. Saurav Chaudhary coming from Mao, the home of Mukesh Kumar and Om Prakash Chauhan. So trying to follow in their footsteps. Saurav Chaudhary.
Seems to have the club quite a fair distance away from the body. Arms totally extended. Sort of another rerouting sort of swing, went a little from the inside and
Yeah. So you can see
rerouted at the top.
that's going to be a little more fade biased.
Worked out well for him in the end.
But the good thing was, you can get away with anything with good rhythm, and there was no hurry in it. So the changeover was smooth. He got the club back the way he wanted it to.
Vinay Kumar Yadav seems a little more athletic, taller setup.
Yeah, he was pretty good as a junior. He's had a good junior career. Pretty long hitter also. See the red stake, those are all penalty areas.
Sachin Besoya, winner on tour, won at Tollygunj Golf Club, 27 years old, playing out of Delhi. Turned professional about 7 years ago, so has a fair bit of experience. Going with the driver, we're seeing that little more aggressive approach by him.
Delhi Golf Club is probably as demanding of the tee as this is. So, and I've played with.
From what I heard from these players, they're saying this golf course is not giving you an inch. It's really hardly any place to.
And he's hit it in position A1. He can easily get home from there.
Brilliant shot by him.
Yeah, it's that shows his confidence. If you're hitting your driver straight, then don't hit anything else.
Yeah, I think there are basically two type of players. One who can sort of handle this kind of a narrow shoot alleyway and still hit driver. The other kind of player, even if he knows he can hit straight, will not pull a driver out because you need that you need that wiggle room. As we look at Dirty Harry, Clint Eastwood, famous movie.
He's gone from Pink Panther to the red, white, and blue, man.
Yes, he looks a lot more conventional. I think he means business today.
That's the first screen. That was the group of Harinder Gupta, Sarthak Chibber, and Karan Pratap Singh finishing up.
You see the amount of dew that's there early in the morning. That does make a lot of difference. Makes it a little difficult to read the line as well. The ball doesn't break that much early in the morning.
Yeah, it's not gripping it, so it's not going to. The friction is going to be less. So, two things that determine the ball turning on the green is gravity and friction. Gravity from the slope and friction from the way the grass is growing. And if there's water on top, it's not going to. The friction is lost.
You remember that famous ad by Tiger Woods? He said he also had to take in the Earth's rotation.
Yeah, the Earth is rotating really slow, so don't worry about it.
Rohan here with those shoes that are reminiscent of Fred Couples back in the day.
He still uses them.
What are they called? Some sort of loafers, I feel.
Yeah, loafers, yeah. Shoes are such an important part of your equipment. Like if you're most golfers are used to a certain kind of shoe, as far as the arch goes and also the shape. And if you hit something different and you look down at your feet, when you always check your alignment, right? After you take once you're ready to hit, and it looks a little odd, and you're second guessing yourself. That's the group of Pawan Kumar, M. Dharma, and Badal Hussain. Badal seems to be in a little bit of trouble. He hoisted his second shot to the right side.
He was actually in the best position after the first shot out of this group. Seems like the other two have done pretty well from the bunker.
Yeah, both of them have found the fairway. This is Vinay Kumar. By the way, the Vinay's caddy is my caddy.
Oh,
yeah.
He has royalty on the bag then today.
No, he's a good boy. people might not know, but most of the tour caddies,
What's his good name? I've seen him a lot at Noida Golf Course. He's always there.
yeah, his name is Neeraj.
Neeraj
Yeah.
is quite a favorite with a lot of good players. I see him in a lot of tournaments. Good on him.
And a lot of Noida golf course caddies are on tour. It's surprising. I don't know what it's in the water or what is it.
You know, I think now it's also become like an epicenter of players. I myself from Gurugram, whenever I do play, I actually end up coming here all the way because a lot of professional golfers from Noida. It's been the hub of golf for quite a bit of time in NCR.
And you know, it's a golf course which is Vinay with his second shot on number 1.
I think a caddy telling him to take the safety first doesn't seem to be it. I think he can get there with an iron.
No, he's laid up. His caddy wanted him to go for it, but
It looked like a 3 or a 4 iron. The ball came out pretty low.
And this is Saurav Chaudhary from Mao.
That's a good hit off the tee.
Well, I think he used a 3-wood and Vinay used an iron off the tee. So Saurav, all set.
Electric blue golf shoes.
You can see that though it's inside and the rhythm is allowing him to make it consistent.
Yeah, he's a little opposite of what Kenny Perry used to be back
He's
in
the
the day.
opposite of Pawan.
It
Like
shows you.
Yeah, he's doing this and he's doing this, you know. So
There's more than one way to skin a cat. You were speaking previously of Jack Nicklaus. So they gave Tiger a lot of credit for being physically fit and strong. But I believe that Jack Nicklaus was just built different. He was built incredibly sturdy. And I'm not too sure if he ever did a lot of weight work like Tiger, but he's just naturally gifted. He was a gifted athlete, very strong.
yeah, you know, they play multiple sports in school in the United States, and he used to be into a lot of other things. And then it's only when he went and played a tournament on the PG, I think it was PGA Tour as an amateur, and then he realized that maybe I have a good chance here. So it's not like he was preparing for the PGA Tour like Tiger did. So that multiple sports gets you into that athletic frame, you know, like every sport is dominant on one particular aspect of, I would call, physical literacy, you know. So like basketball would encourage vertical jump, and tennis would encourage change in direction, speed.
So if you can be good at a lot of these, then you can definitely
So change in direction, speed would actually help you in getting a faster transition from backswing to downswing in golf. So it could.
That might be one of the reasons I've seen played some golf with cricketers, and they tend to hit the ball quite far.
So that's arm speed basically, because if they're a bowler, they will hit it far.
Even batsmen, if you remember, Kapil Dev back in the day was really hit it far. He was an all-rounder,
but more of a bowler. You know, he's the batsmen tend to have this very strange head position at address, like they're looking out for the ball coming, and which is not good for golf. You know, you need to get your alignments correct. So
talking about long hitting, there's an absolute monster of long hitting on the tee. Harshjeet, he can get it out there. 21 years of age. I think he can still mature a lot more physically, and he can add. You know, the frightening thing is he can actually add more distance.
Yeah, you know, I think while watching him play yesterday, he needs his clubs fitted out to him. I feel like he needs to get longer clubs.
Yes, that could actually enable him hitting the ball further. Maybe have two drivers, one for accuracy and one just to go at it.
Just I believe that the club should fit the boy should not fit the club, and because watching him, and there are other guys on the PGA Tour who are almost his length, and they don't bend over that much, you know. So I'm sure if he gets himself a nice club fitting job done, he'll swing more consistently and maybe hit it further. And you know, bad posture over a period of time leads to injury.
So I think he's using similar length like the other players, which just does not make sense. He's about towering about good.
Look at his
Almost half a
legs.
foot.
His legs are till Shivendra's chest.
Yes, and Shivendra himself is a tall lad.
Yeah.
So shows you that, yes, I think he would need to get club fitting done for sure.
And the sad part is that in India we don't have the inventory to fit out people like Harshit. It's difficult for people because the shaft is going to be.
This one seems to be tracking pretty good putt.
That was Pawan for par for birdie on number 1, having found the fairway bunker with his tee shot.
The good thing about these bunkers are they're nice, flat, and benign. Maybe some other golf course, a fairway bunker.
Actually, you can hit a wood out of them easily.
Yeah, any other course, it would have been a little difficult to advance the ball that far.
So coming back to club fitting, I coach a boy who's about 6'5" himself, and I had to send him to Dubai, and his clubs are 2.5 inches longer, but he's not that strong, so the shaft actually had to get lighter.
Okay.
And because the club was getting longer, then because it was going to be longer and it's not going to be tipped, then you need to deal after the heads also because the shaft is not getting tipped, so the ball's coming out much higher. And the clubs were de-lofted and a lower spin head was used on the iron head.
That's really complicated early in the morning.
Because fitting out somebody like Harshit Sethi is very complicated. It's like some people, you go to a shop and a certain size fits you immediately. And some people go to a shop and they need serious alteration, to get into that same apparel.
Seems like both of them were fitted from the same shop. The ball flights are identical.
Yeah. Let's see Harshit's ball flight.
It was commendable that he doesn't hold back. There's no safety here. It's go time. Let's see how he does. Really craning over you. I think you're definitely onto something, Amit.
Yeah, the only thing is, when he bends over, he gets really stable. But
Look at the length of that drive. I don't think we've seen anything in that vicinity. It has flown the
he's
bunker.
about 35, 40 yards past Sachin's drive, which we saw just now.
That's just phenomenal. That shows you raw power, not holding back.
And neither this is
The exuberance of youth.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see because Shivendra, mind you, is a long hitter as well. He's a very long hitter. Shivendra can carry the ball good 295 and get it there. So it'll be interesting. I don't think if both of them hit it well, they can't be more than 10 yards between them.
And he goes after it.
It's really interesting to watch.
Back.
Early in the morning, dew is there. These players are not holding back. Going with the driver, he might have actually hit it further than Harshjeet.
No, he got the speed slow, but he's still short of that.
Let's have a look. They'll be interesting. Let's see what the third player does here. All right, Akshay not holding back. He's staying true to his name, like the hero Akshay Kumar. He doesn't believe in holding back.
There's it's from the movie Tin Cup. Let the big dog bark.
Exactly, and the big dogs are all on the tee going with the driver. This is what we like to see. Top quality golf. Just stepping on the pedal right in the morning. He likes to favor a fade, not as long as these two, but not a slouch either. Can get it to about 290.
They all know that they need to get a move on today. Otherwise, Om Prakash is not going to come. I don't think he's going to come backwards.
Yeah, they'll have to take the trophy for him. They're not going to get anything for free. But 3 fantastic drives, I think.
All in the fairway with a driver. It's a par 5, so it gives you a birdie opportunity straight up in the morning.
And Pawan with his par opportunity here should break a little from his right to left, ever so slightly.
Yeah, good work done there. It's good to hold a 3-4 footer first up in the morning. It settles the nerves. Sachin seems to be have hit his second shot to the front of the green. He's in the group behind. Badal cleaning up on number 1. Not sure what that was for though. That's our penultimate group. Harshjeet Sethi, Shivendra Singh Sisodia, Akshay Sharma. It's leaves the stage for our final group, Manav Bias.
There you have a look at the players hitting their approach shot on the first hole. Really intricate design.
I like this the design of the golf course. It's the long holes are demanding lengthwise, and the short holes are actually, you need to. It's a strategy hole.
Yeah, it's a golf course very neat to keep your focus up the entire duration.
Saurav Chaudhary from Mao. You can from here. This view will show you how he changes it on the way down.
Can be good for the shorter clubs.
The thing is, the sequencing is now in the downswing is more upper body and then lower body because he has to reroute it, and when that means he's not going to use the ground forces so much, so he's not going to be hitting it very far.
There seems to be one ball right next to the flagstick. Definitely,
I think that's Vinay Kumar Yadav because
you can see the pitch. You can see the pitch mark right there.
Sachin Basoya is on the front edge in two.
That would have looked good in the air.
Yeah. Pawan with his tee shot on number 2, the par 3.
Anytime a par 3 is over 180 yards, it's not the easiest to make a birdie on. They would probably be going with a 6 iron.
Yeah, front right pin. Good.
Getting that bunker in play as well.
Yeah, good for someone who's moving it left to right. So I'm saying OP Chauhan is going to relish this one.
Yeah, and the first hole as well is a little bit of a fade hole. So I think it's a good start for OP overall.
I think OP will just hit his conventional hybrid of the first tee and then make it a 3-shot hole. If you're hitting a wedge, then the pin position doesn't matter that much.
Let's see Badal here.
You can see it just dropped it inside. Ball started a bit right.
Right at the flagstick. Yeah. Coming back, not bad. That gives him a very real opportunity for birdie. That's a good shot right there.
Yes, and the one before that also. That one's also pretty good. People are showing us a higher caliber of golf first up in the morning compared to yesterday.
I was about to point that out as well, that it seems that they're here playing with intent.
Yes.
Even somebody like Sachin, who finds himself at 2 under par 6 behind, I think that's what also there's a difference because he's already a winner on tour. Once you've tasted blood, you want a little more of that.
Yeah. So, finishing second is not that interesting to him right now. He just wants to make sure that he gets to a hot start and hopes Om Prakash has a bad. It's also the opposite one.
Also, it's really exhilarating to be, contending, whether you win or don't. That's why a lot of these players actually play golf. That it should mean something. Each shot should mean something. If you're playing, you're playing in the end in the boondogs and nobody's really watching you. You are making money, but eventually you do want that rush of adrenaline.
And you can see sort of using the rules of golf to his benefit, taking his preferred lie of one club, so he gets an easier putt. So there's less borrow in his putt.
Yeah, that's important. Know your rules, and the rules of golf are there to aid the players, and that's what he's been able to take.
There's a lot of gardening going on the first green.
Yeah, that's also because the change in the rules of golf have allowed the players that they don't need to think that much. Previously, you couldn't repair spike marks or inundations, but now, with the change in rule, you can just go on about and, if there's any mark that has been caused by another player's footwear or his putter or anything, you can fix that.
And you know what? I remember when I started playing golf, we were allowed metal spikes, and then it was discontinued because spike marks used to affect play. I think they should allow metal spikes again.
Let's see how that putt goes after that change in position.
It looks like a calm character. You can see that he's not. Everything, his demeanor looks like he's in control of his.
Well, it's. I mean, I'm pretty certain that you're right, but the only litmus test is when things are when you're under the gun, when there's a little bit of pressure on. That's when you can actually see how others are reacting. There's certain players. Right? One player comes to mind from our tour is Ajitesh Sandhu. You can't really tell if he's playing well or he's having a bad day. I've seen him on TV make a double or triple and just walks it off. And then there are others who are very emotive. So it's obviously different kind of players, but it must take a lot to not exhibit emotion when you want to.
Coming back to the fact that the long hitting is so important now, but from you'll see that Saurav has done pretty well for himself in this event. He's it doesn't look like he's the longest off the tee.
Yeah, so obviously this it has the complexion of the game has changed as we have a look at Sachin. Should be a straightforward putt for him. This is maybe just
on the
right
edge.
inside. Yeah, maybe right inside firm. Seems to have just hit it a little too soft.
Yeah, it was a little
tentative.
yes, but it's all okay.
Yeah, worked out well in the end, a birdie. So the game has sort of changed its complexion over the last 15 years. Long hitting has become so much more important. I think previously it was maybe an added advantage, but not something which is considered so important. But now with international exposure, world ranking points, foreigners coming here, Indians playing. I was just seeing the leaderboard on the ADT event recently concluded, peppered with Indian players. I must say that our players are as good as any now.
Yeah, it's from the domestic tour that has grown so much. It's the so in sport the pyramid, the top of the pyramid is the best player in your country, right? The bottom of the pyramid determines how high the top is.
Valid point. In that aspect, I think we have a good cache of players now.
Yeah, you have 600 entering for the qualifying school, Shaurya. So that shows that the pyramid is growing at the bottom.
Yes. I think the strategic partnership with the DP World Tour and our numero uno getting to play there, it's going to make a world of difference as we have a look at Dharma.
Yeah, it looks like that was the ball close to the
fantastic. Look at that. Starting off early, Dharma M with a birdie.
Yep.
So they're saying Manu Gandas obviously gets to play on the DP World Tour, has some good, decent starts and has made a few cuts and done well as well. So,
other than that, we have really good partners, even the PGA Tour and Rolex and Tata Steel, man. They have really, really supported golf.
Yeah, the support of the corporate houses, but I was just alluding to the thing that having that chance of playing directly on a big tour, which wasn't there 10 years ago. If you were number one, you wouldn't get into a DP World Tour, but now you can. So that's such a big, that's something so big to play for. These players just get directly onto the biggest world stage.
That's really something, But another thing I was just reading about that. Let's watch Pawan get his par attempt on number one. That's our final group. Manas Bias on the tee.
Going with the iron, you see that familiar pre-shot routine. Manav Bias playing with the big boys today.
And he comes from DLF Golf and Country Club, and it's a tight track. So not too bad, not in the fairway, but hasn't hurt himself.
That's important early in the day. If you're young and you're playing the leader group, just get off to a decent start.
I was this is a funny story. It was a Ryder Cup and
Couple now teeing it towards the right hand side of the tee tends to favor a fade with that unique golf swing of his 31 years of
unique
age.
leg action.
Yes, he seems to be doing a little bit of the jive, it seems, on the tee. There you go.
Moves like Jagger. Huh?
Yes, exactly. He's got the moves like Jagger, and he's been able to go beyond that bunker. That's a decent drive. But just gives you an idea how far Shivinder and Harshjeet have hit it. They pitched the ball good 15 yards past this point.
That bunker ends at 260. So it's about 255 to carry it. 260 to carry it.
260 to carry it. So safe to assume that
Harshjeet carried it at about 300,
300.
310. Yeah.
There you have the leader teeing off, Om Prakash Chauhan. No requirement of a driver when you can hit your rescue iron so well. So our leader is off and he's on to his journey for number 9.
Talking about the first hole tee shot is probably the most demanding of all shots if you're in a position of importance in a tournament, right? And was there was an interview with Webb Simpson, who's played the Ryder Cup for the United States, and he was playing against Justin Rose. And you know the pressure on the first year, the Ryder Cup is the most in golf. Like the whole arena is built for acceleration. And Webb Simpson takes out his 3-wood and skies it.
Yes, I remember that.
Skies it, and the camera guy had to come 75 yards forward because to cover his ball. And Justin Rose is with his 3-wood on the tee as well, and he looks at the tee shot, goes to his caddy, changes it to a driver, and hits his driver.
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
That I remember the first time I played the Indian Open as an amateur, teeing it up on the range. I went there. There's one side there was Graham McDowell. On the other side, I remember there was some other European tour player. And I was playing pretty well before that to get into that event. And I just lost my swing looking at them. I could not connect the ball after that. So that tells you the pressure. And when I went on the tee, obviously some feel it a lot more than other than they end up in the commentary booth. But so that, it's about how you handle that pressure. So now when I look at somebody who's 21 and playing the leader group, you do feel the heat. You're playing with somebody who has so many stars on his epaulette, so as to speak. He's an 8-time champion. You do feel the heat, but these guys are different.
Absolutely,
They've been coached by people like you, and you've trained them and other coaches as well.
It's really good pitching action, but that was on plane, like up and down, good lines. You see the ball didn't have much movement. It had a very neutral flight.
Yeah, that was a good shot. So I'm saying that the youngsters are taking, they're learning from mentors and coaching, and they're handling pressure a lot better. That's a difference that I see, which was not there. That previously we used to think that you need to ease into things, but that's not the thought anymore. Juniors are becoming professionals and going straight for it.
Yeah, and it's good that the game is going younger. The average age on the tour has decreased considerably. So when I was playing, I remember when we had Vijay Kumar, Ali Sheikh, Basad Ali, and the likes, and the average age must have been like 35.
Yes.
30, 35. Now it's not. Now it's more between 25 and 30.
Maybe less to be honest. And I think one thing also that can be attributed. Harshjeet seems to be here and too.
Yep.
Not certain if I've seen anybody else on the dance floor this week on the screen.
So it's the longest flag shadow ever seen. So your father's shadow is gone.
Yes, the sun is just about rising, and so is Harshjeet here in two, an easy 2-putt birdie. What a luxury that is on a 590-yard hole.
Yeah, and
early morning dew.
He did use a little bit of weight transfer. He needed to.
You just think about it. What we're talking about, a 590-yard hole, early morning dew.
Yeah,
these fairways are not rolling that much, so it just shows you that he can get there on 600 plus hole as well.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got long levers. He's athletic. Still could use some club fitting.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain that when he'll watch the rerun, that's the first thing he'll do. There we have a look at that split screen, giving you not one, but two. That's what you get when you watch the ABP network.
Yeah, on your right is par 3, hole number 2. On the left is the par 5, first hole.
And for those of you joining us, you can follow us on www.pgtofindia.com. You can also go over to social media of the ABP network, or the PGT of India, you can follow our professional golfers. Very easy. Normally their first name and then golf as a suffix. Not very imaginative, but that's how the Instagram handles are for most of our players. But you can follow them, see their routines and what they like. We have a lot of players from every state in the country. That's it's a truly representative tour. And on your left hand side,
For
Akshay.
birdie. So that takes him to 6 under, 2 shots back now.
Yeah, putting on the heat early on.
Vinay for birdie on number 2. Having birdied the first hole.
That would be quite the start. If he can make that, that's a good run, nevertheless. Shivinder for his birdie as well. So seems like a lot of birdies for these
Early
on for this group, making the most of distance.
Also, I haven't seen Shivendra hit swing for a while, but just saw him on the first hole. It's good right now.
I saw him at the gym at where I stay in Gurugram one day. He doesn't quite stay there, but I was pleasantly surprised by seeing him there. So obviously, he does visit the weight room as well. That distance doesn't come easy. Good, easy birdie for him though.
Sachin for birdie on number 2. On the right of your screen. Oh, brilliant. Really good birdie there on number 2 by Sachin. That takes him to 4 under.
Yes, so unfortunate miss. It's the shortest club in the bag, which has a mind of its own for Harshit. 2 lusty blows to get there in 590, but
By the
3
way-
putts after that. That's what golf is.
By the way, he had a bad start when
All right, so maybe
so he had got up to one of the only players to have bogeyed the first hole in the last 4 groups.
that's an ominous start for him.
Saurav for birdie on number 2. Shortest of the lot. Oh, narrowly missing on the high side. Good try. It's always good to miss on the high side. Both must have misread it a bit. Vinay cleaning up on number 2. Vinay with a par on the second hole.
So it seems like the chasing pack is not going to let go easily. Look at that. That was a real low tracer right there. A bullet of the tee. It's interesting that his chest is pointing towards the left-hand side.
That's not a bad thing though. It's
A lot of rotation though. That's
yeah. It actually it gives you more control over the club head.
so. Is that something that maybe can be emulated in parts, not
Well,
in entirety?
if there's so much of technology now in golf, and earlier we didn't know what was right and what was wrong, and there is no right and wrong either. But there's something which is in common amongst all the good players, and the study done by the Titleist Performance Institute showed that at an average, the upper body is about 55 degrees open at impact for the top players, and 50 to 55 and maybe 55 to 60 on the lower body. So you can see there's a match up there.
So rotation is the key, and seems like Shivinder has it dialed down. Let's see where that ball ends up. Really hiked that up, a nice
Had a
high
nice
shot.
flight, had a nice flight to it. Yeah. And coming back to that, if you are not rotating, the club head is rotating, open and close. You can go both ways. Akshay on number 2.
This flag should really favor him. You can see that he stands open, likes it with the
He
fade.
starts it in the center, lets it bleed back a bit.
Also seeing over the last 3 or 4 years, he's definitely added a few pounds of muscle. He's
Looks
definitely
like he's
added a lot of
starting on the
strength.
line also. Yeah, brilliant shot.
Look at that shot. He couldn't have placed it any better.
It's like it was like tailor made for him, this spin position.
Akshay back in the day used to be a little leaner, has added, been visiting the weight room, and I think that's so important now with the way the game is.
Yeah, strength is always good. It helps you accelerate more, and because the stronger you are, the faster you can decelerate, and when you can decelerate faster, you can accelerate faster.
Let's have a look here at Harshjeet with what appears to be a toothpick in his arm, in his hands, but obviously not.
It's
That's really high. It's
Yeah.
coming down from quite a height.
Maybe have some ice on it.
Might be plugged as well in these bunkers, although they're rather shallow, so the
I think
chances
he
of
hit
that.
the lip. I think he hit the lip on the side lip. It was almost working itself back onto the green. There's a lot of intent in Shivendra's walk right now. Manav on number 1. Just pulled it a bit with this approach shot. This will be maybe test his nerves a bit. This is not a fast green, but chipping on these greens, I would say it's tougher than chipping on faster greens.
Yes, especially something like this where you
It's
don't have much green and you have to still pitch it in the perfect spot. Let's see how he does.
a good technique there. You got the ball rolling. It's very important when the greens are not that fast, or slower greens. You need to get the ball rolling and not checking. OP with his birdie attempt on number 1. You can see he's a little bit like hits it off the toe of his putter.
That brisk walk by OP. So he'll not be making birdie here.
Kapil with his birdie attempt on number 1. This could bring him into a share of the lead. Harshjeet from the bunker on number 2.
That's a pretty good bunker shot by Harshjeet.
Really good technique there. Very soft hands, letting the club head do the work. Shivendra with his birdie attempt. Kapil on the left of your screen with the birdie putt on number 1. This will take him to 8 under for a share of the lead with Om Prakash Chauhan. Yeah, good. That was smooth. I think looks like he's more in control of his nerves right now. He had some iffy strokes yesterday. Felt like he was coming out of it.
It's going to be important who can actually hold his nerve.
Absolutely.
And all around him would be losing theirs. And that's what will determine the champion.
It's like that. There's a very famous poem called "If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you."
Yes, I think that's also written on quite a few famous sporting grounds as well. I believe Lords or
Wimbledon,
yes.
NDA is as well, by the way.
There you go. Oh,
So Shivendra narrowly missing his birdie on number 2. Manav cleaning up on number 1. It's a really famous poem by
Rudyard Kipling.
Rudyard Kipling, and my coach and mentor's favorite as well.
Your coach and mentor is quite the colorful character. Mr. Llewellyn.
He has more L's in his name than anybody on this planet. That's what I think.
Very difficult name to pronounce. I remember back in the day, I took quite a while to understand how
I think he has 7 L's in his name.
Yes. I believe still going strong and still coaching.
Yes, absolutely. He's back in Melbourne at Clifton Springs. No, actually, he's got his own academy now.
Well done there.
Akshay getting off to a hot start there.
Easy does it.
Birdie takes him to 7 under.
So Om Prakash Chauhan will need to get into high gear pretty soon. The pursuing pack is not going to make it easy for him.
Well, both of them look like they're full of energy today, Akshay and Shivendra. So they might just feed off each other, you know. Harshjeet cleaning up.
Good par there.
The second hole is a 197-yard par 3. Pins on the front right. Most players are going to be using their 6 iron, I guess, other than Harshjeet. Badal cleaning up on number 3. This is the group of Badal Hussain, Pawan Kumar, and M. Dharma on the third hole. Third hole is a 463-yard par 4 dogleg left. A lot of red numbers in the last 4 groups on the first 2 holes. Very benign conditions, hardly any wind.
And the
Perfect temperature.
Players are making the most of it.
Manav with his tee shot on number 2. You can see he's trying to flatten it out, coming down, so trying to get back on plane. He's on plane right now.
Yes.
You can see that his maybe just wanted to overdid with the fade a bit.
We'll have that too. We'll have to get up and down from there to make par. Let's see if he can emulate what Harshjeet was able to do.
Om Prakash Chauhan.
That's another player who would really like this pin position.
This is his green light in his eyes right now. He's licking his chops. Anything. This looks like he pulled it a bit though.
Also looked like a sizable divot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely not the cleanest contact.
Looked a bit quick there.
Yes. Not the ideal start for him, especially given where this flag is. Could the 8-time champion be having a few butterflies in his stomach? I don't think so.
Well, it's very early days right now, so he's just trying to find his rhythm, and then it all starts in the back nine, I guess. But it's tight. We have a share for the lead.
It's quite
with Kapil Kumar at 8 under. Then you have Akshay at 7, Shivendra and Manav at 5. So it's tight up there.
Unfortunate miss for Dharma there. Seems to have pulled it.
Yeah, he was out of it before he hit it. So that's just showing that wasn't sure of the line or nerves, anxiety. Anytime you're kind of anxious about something and not sure about it,
I think anytime you're inside 5 feet, that's the region that gave me a lot of difficulty. Inside 5 feet, you expect to hold it. I think expectation is the devil. You expect to hold it, and then you try to get the perfect line.
from 5 feet, if you get the line right and the speed right, and even if you don't get the stroking correct, you might still hold it. But the line and speed has to be absolutely correct.
And that's quite difficult to get because there's so many variables involved.
So if you have, sometimes you'll have really good putting weeks. You'll find out that you always hit the right speed, and some weeks you won't. It's we golfers, and not just golfers, sportsmen. They can't peak every day, every week. They only set 8, maximum 9 peak weeks a year. Others are just, other weeks are preparing for the peak week.
Peak week.
Yeah.
When you're firing on all cylinders.
Yeah. Sometimes when you might still win when you're on your when you're not on your peak, but you might be mentally completely there.
Something seems like the players who are teeing off on the back nine. There's a familiar tale of "woe is me." Seems like they're getting off to quite a painful start. We're seeing Devesh Rana with the triple there, and then you're seeing Mani Ram on hole number 12 with a triple bogey. Devesh with a double. He's seeing Manish Thakran starting off with a triple bogey on hole number 10. So I don't know what it is about the back nine, and
Really good chip there.
everybody's again over par. You're looking at Lakshay Nagar, Trishul Chanappa, Harsh Gangwar, Victor Hans, Mohammad Azhar. All of them are over par and making bogeys in the first 3 holes.
I guess a lot of things when you're on the 10th tee. You are. I know when I've been on the 10th tee, the final 2 rounds. I just felt that I was on the wrong side of the golf course.
I, for one, felt at home because I always, after making the cut, had the tee off from the 10th. So it also depends if you're used to teeing off at the front or the back. So let's see what this youngster can do now.
Strong grip. You see that he's quite, the wrist movement is less, so that means the ball is going to come out flatter.
Yeah, it did come out flatter and really hot.
And that was from the grip and the lack of wrist movement. So if you want something to come out softer, the wrist has to be soft.
Yeah, he's a little bit like Bryson DeChambeau from the bunker, where you have the lack of wrist hinge. Rely more on the bigger muscle. That's not ideal in bunker play. You need that artistic touch.
So a short bunker shot like this, if you were to draw a comparison with another sport, would be a drop shot just over the net in badminton.
All right, or maybe a bunt shot in baseball.
Or
A soft, yeah.
soft, or one of those shots in cricket where you kind of just flick it over the infield for a four.
That's how it's done.
Yeah, you see, there was much more softer with the wrist. Ball came out softer.
I know. I've always seen that not unconventional, but players with swings that are not too conventional are really good with the short game, whereas players who have really good golf swings tend to struggle a little bit around the greens. Maybe it's very difficult to be good in both the departments because you need that artistic touch. You need
it's again come back. So your technique has got less wrist in it. So then you're going to be hampered when it comes to short game. Short game doesn't need that wrist to be soft. Then vice versa, you have too wristy. Then the long game, that means you're using your hands too much. It's going to bring the club. The club is going to do too much then. The club head, and which in turn makes the ball do too much. Then comes the neutral part where you have a technique, Adam Scott. Brilliant short game also. Putting is a different game altogether, by the way. So, but you see Adam Scott, very neutral, very even Tiger. Brilliant short game. So you see that you have to get your technique needs to be in such a way that it complements everything,
Let's see what Manav can do here after that underwhelming bunker shot. Can he make amends on the putting green?
The putter can make amends to a lot of things.
Yes, absolutely. It's a get out of jail card if you can wield it properly.
Yeah, from what I've seen, his stroke looks good. So it's putting a good roll on the ball, Shaurya.
Yeah,
Though
that
he
was a
missed
good-
it, the ball wasn't jumping that much.
Yes, it was a good putt by him, but unfortunate for him that he would drop a shot.
Just it's sometimes in tournament golf is where you miss it.
Exactly.
Om Prakash's shot maybe might have looked worse off the tee.
Yes,
As a
his
quality,
contact would have been
but he
worse.
missed it at the right
Yeah.
place.
And if you look at proximity to hole, Manav's would have been a lot better.
Yeah, absolutely. If you drew a short tracer, you would say, okay, this is a much better shot. But one, you miss it at the right place, you make par. If you miss it, maybe not that great a place.
Yes,
you end up with
professional
goal. Yeah.
golf is a little bit like chess as well. You need to know where the rook, bishop, or the knight is going to go. You need to plan it accordingly.
Absolutely. So it's also another thing, people for the viewers who are playing golf, club golfers, the top players don't look at the flag as such. They make goalposts. Now the goalpost width depends on the club in your hand and how good your feel that week is. It might be narrow when you're feeling good and the club is shorter, and it'll be wider. And if the club is longer or your feel is not so good, but they'll always say, okay, this is where I want to hit it, because even if I miss it, and it will stay inside here, and I'm okay with this because I can make par.
Let's see what kind of goalpost he's made for himself there, just beyond the green.
It sort of looks like his short game would be good because just the way he swings the club. You can see that little bit of hinge. Maybe
Yeah, that's where that slow green surface comes
Yeah.
into play. Makes it very difficult.
I find that the chips from just off the green much tougher when
Touch
it's
shots, yeah.
when it's slow.
Because the problem is that you can just as easily run it by as well if you get that top spinning one. So you're always careful that you want good contact. Because you expect the green to do the rest.
Not just that, sometimes when the green is fast, you just know, okay, if I land it here, I'll finish there.
Yes.
Out here, you need to hit it,
Yes.
and it has to go till there.
And it's quite difficult because
Because all the time you're making it just land and make it
Yes.
roll up till there, So it's just the whole all the calculations change. Vinay on number 3. This is the group of Vinay Kumar Yadav, Sachin Basoya, and Saurav Chaudhary. His caddy, who's from Noida Golf Course, Neeraj, showing him the line where he wants the ball to go over. So let's see how good that was. Whether he can get it over the spot, or at least after that he has to hit the right speed also. Yeah, see that? It's always going to. So these medium length putts on slow greens you forget that you need to hit it. Okay, Saurav. He's giving himself more work than he would want.
Yes, especially after that. The chip looks fairly straightforward, but nothing in golf ever turns out to be straightforward.
The straightforward ones sometimes hurt you the most.
Let's see if this should break a little bit to his left.
Just to hit it to the hole, though.
Unfortunate.
You see how the ball is just about making it to the hole every time.
Yeah.
The ones,
Coming to a quick halt as well.
it's like there's a like a one of those air parachute braking systems on the ball. It takes off and something is pulling it back, right?
Yes, absolutely. Hope you would be hoping that everybody deploys that kind of a system while he has one of those wingsuits to run away. Talking about flying and wingsuits, only one person comes to mind: Digvijay Singh and your good friend Jyoti Randhawa. Both of them do a lot of adventure sport.
So we have the same coach, right? So I was talking to him, and he says he asked me, so what is Jyoti doing and what is Diggy doing? I said, yeah, skydiving. So he says, men their age are looking at the sky and seeing where they want to go, and they are looking down and seeing where they want to land. They're in the wrong direction.
Well, that's fantastic to be able to do that at, I mean, age is just a number for them, but they've always been thrill seeking. And I think that makes golf a lot easier. I would think that if you can do such high adrenaline, high risk activities, then playing golf would seem like nothing, like just a walk in the park. It would definitely ease the nerves. As you have,
Life is not just about profession and passion are two different things.
absolutely. That's where the slow greens come into play. That ball could have released a little more
He
for
just put too
Sandeep.
much height on it.
That was a good shot, though.
Yeah, but you got to get the ball rolling fast. Yeah? You're not thinking of, you have to change that mindset. And you'll see that members of this golf course who play will be chipping with 7 irons.
Yes, members invariably always chip with seven hands,
Yeah,
or their favorite chipping. They have that chipper. Yeah,
Bigger chipper.
my
whatever
father
it is.
used to have that when we started
And
golf.
if you give a member of the golf course that chip, he would take a 7 iron, he wouldn't think about it, he'll roll it to within 2 feet.
Yes, so maybe deliberation is the villain. Just go ahead and take the flattest club.
Yeah, it's slow, so you need to get it there.
Yes.
If it's fast, you need to stop it.
Sandeep would have that downhill putt to contend with now here at hole number 9. And for those of you who are joining us, first of all, we'd like to thank you that you're joining us early on a Saturday morning here at Jammu Tawi Golf Course. We bringing you the final day's action at J&K Open 2023, presented by J&K Tourism. This tournament boasts of a prize fund of 50 lakh, and a total of 50 players, in fact, have made the cut just on the number.
That's good for the 50 then.
Yes.
Because otherwise you can do the reserve money, which is not nice.
Yes, so the prize fund will be distributed amongst all the players who made the cut, but not proportionately. The winner does get 8 lakhs, so there's a lot to play for in terms of monetary reward. Let's see if Sandeep can make his par. Looks like he's got it.
Really good.
Oh, that's he's been fooled twice by this hole, leaving both the chip and the putt short, unfortunately. And this tournament has seen some good golf. Has been difficult in terms of scoring. So the tournament that we were talking about, this has always been a high-scoring event. Very difficult to procure low rounds here in this golf course, and our long-hitting, prodigious player is just finding out.
That's our cable, Shaurya, that he's stamping on.
Yes, please be mindful.
Yeah.
We really do enjoy talking about the game.
Yeah, just don't make sure it doesn't get entangled on these long legs of yours and rip it out.
Yeah,
you can see the amount of dew on the fairways. That means there's a big difference in playing golf on this golf course this time of the year, in the morning and the afternoon.
yes.
I would be curious to know the scoring average difference between the morning tee offs and the afternoon tee offs.
What's your take? I, for one, feel that morning tee offs on the back nine would be even more difficult. I think front nine, at least you sort of ease into it with that par 5.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no question about it. But with the dew on the surface, you can see that the golf course is going to play much longer in the morning.
Yes.
So if we did an analysis of the people playing the first 2 rounds, we had half morning, half afternoon tee offs. I would like to know the difference in the scoring between the morning tee offs and the afternoon tee offs, both days. So
Yes,
you can come to a, we'll get to know what the effect of dew is.
let's see how it affects Harshjeet here.
I like that action. He really drove himself.
Yeah, it came
into
out
that
well.
ball. Yeah. See, it had that little bit of, the moment he drove into it, it's going to roll a bit.
So I also felt that when back in my playing days that early morning conditions really favor longer hitters more. I feel because
Absolutely. And high ball flight.
high ball longer hitters and afternoon favors medium to short hitters.
Yes.
Because it becomes difficult for longer hitters to control it in the wind because they tend to miss more fairways. And for shorter hitters, they can actually utilize that condition. Baked hot conditions help medium hitters more.
And just like pin positions, some
Brilliant
pin positions,
execution by
you see how fast he got it rolling on.
Yes.
So that always is and he comes from Panchkula. I think he plays in Panchkula. Then
Yes.
yeah. So very similar putting surfaces.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's aided him here.
And OP Chauhan also from Mao. It's similar surfaces there as well. Shubhendra powering it through the break there. Surprised by the ball not turning. Harshjeet is indigenous way of lining up the ball. Two and a half footer for par on number 3. Sure, see, this is the mental side of the game. He missed a really short one on number 1, which was very similar, and yet he really took a lot of time over that one. But that will help settle his nerves though.
Yeah, you don't want to be compounding errors early in the day.
After missing a short one on number 1, he's actually hold 2 short ones after that. This is the group of Abhinav Lohan, Sanjeev Kumar from Lucknow, and Arjun Prasad.
Arjun Prasad, so very hard-working golfer. See him in Gurugram practicing in different golf courses. Very even-keeled young man. I think that's also a common trait these days amongst the younger players. They seem to be a lot more mature. Good putt.
Yeah, absolutely. They have technology has changed a lot, and you might not need your coach there in person. You can just video it, and you can practice at a place close to where you live.
Well done.
I think the most important thing as far as technique is concerned, growth is the modern day mobile phone. It is the most spectacular thing that happened as far as technical growth in golf is concerned. Your phone earlier, I remember in the mid 90s, Shaurya, I was probably one of the only people with this high speed camera. It was and it had the small digital video cassettes. In 1997, it cost me $1.5 lakh.
Just imagine.
And this phone, which has got the same features,
It was also interesting that obviously you had that kind of greenbacks. That's interesting as well to be.
no, I had a really good job with I had a really good job with ONGC, and I realized that I need something to see my golf swing. That's the first time I got coaching in my life. 10 years after I started was my first coaching assignment, and then I realized that how do I check this thing? If I can't see it, I can't tell anybody else to check it. How do I check it? I need to record it. Now, the other cameras, you couldn't see anything.
Yeah,
Everything was a blur. The swing was too fast. So this one had 1/10,000 of a second shutter speed. So you could actually see the dimple on the golf ball also. But it was either that or the basic camera. There was nothing in the middle.
Yes, I do remember what you're saying.
So now the phone is doing the same thing, and it's 1/5 the price. You can make a call with it also, and see how easy things have become.
Yes, of course. Now you see a lot of more players are technical as far as the games are concerned.
At least then they can improve their technique easily. They can look at it and they can fix it. There we could not. When you can't look at it, you don't know what to look for anyway. So you're not fixing it. Basically, it was all feel oriented. Okay, it's drawing today too much. Let me try to hit a few fades, sort it out a bit, and that's the only thing we could do. Nothing else. Oh, this is our leaderboard. You can see there's a tie for lead at 8 under with Om Prakash Chauhan and Kapil Kumar.
I did speak previously that Kapil Kumar doesn't save his best for last, but maybe this time will be a change from that trend. Hopefully, he can make it happen.
He's not going to be the bridesmaid, right?
I don't think he's been the bridesmaid either. He really does capitulate on the final day. He's been leading, but he tends to fall by the wayside. Maybe this time that scar tissue would have built up, and he would have learned his lessons from war.
I always feel like if he's come here so often, that means that he has a capability.
Is that indeed?
Form and capability are two different things. His capability is there because he's getting there. Form is something that comes undone. You might want to just introspect a bit on how he behaves differently or what he does differently when it comes to the last round, and then improve on it.
Arnav seems to be in the
sunbathing
early in the morning. Thankfully for him, these bunkers are flat and rather easy to navigate. Not any steep lips. So it's fairly benign. And that view as well is fairly benign, shows you. I would say that golf is probably the only game that you can enjoy in nature and all its luxury.
I think, like it's been said, it's a good walk gone bad, man.
Yeah, we never do enjoy tournament golf when you're looking at anything. You're just so focused.
Enjoy golf at
all. They say that once you leave golf full time, like myself, and you enjoy, you can never enjoy it because when you try to play, you're competing, and then you have expectations, and they normally are never met. Such as Manav seems to have looked a little bit too much into the nature, into the trees. I hope he's not found himself there. That seemed to have been a cold top, a chilly dip.
So again, it's because the wrist is so stiff, and he's going to produce lag coming in. At the angle of attack is going to be the arc is too wide.
This bunker shot, sorry to interject, is the most difficult, the 30-yard bunker shot. How would you say? I always used to think that maybe take a wedge and have a safety first, sort of chunk it out there, make it fall about good 15, 20, 25 feet. So you get that safety first approach. But a lot of players are adventurous and try to hit the spinning one. What's your take?
He's thin a bit, not much. But I think, you need to practice this shot more than other shots.
And he's gone off weird off to the right as well. So
there's a little bit, has a bit of cut spin on it. So it's gone to the right. But the tougher shots, you just need to practice more.
And if you remember, growing up, you never really had any place you can practice the 40-yard bunker shot because you would never get that shot. There would be no space in practice ranges to hit that 40-yard bunker shot, 50-yard bunker shot.
We're going to talk about this 40-yard bunker shot vis-a-vis one of the top players in the world right now. Kapil. With this birdie attempt on number 3. Hands a bit behind Shaurya. But not too bad for a green which is so slow, because that adds loft, that makes the ball roll
You
better.
called it? Oh, almost made it. That was a really beautiful role imparted by him.
You can see his hands were behind. He was going to add loft. He's going to, get the ball out of the depression it was sitting in, which is not visible by the eye, but it is. All the ball sits inside the grass, so you need a little bit of loft to get it out. So coming back to 40-yard bunker shots, this was a story narrated by a very famous coach, Pete Cowan, and he was also the national coach for the Irish national squad, junior squad, and he had met a 13-year-old Rory McIlroy when he went for the first time, and exuberance of youth says, "Oh, I can every shot he's hit, oh, I can hit this," and he was showing the shot, and then Pete Cowan took him to the.
This shot, we've seen quite a few players come up short. Let's see how he does from here.
He's got that stiff wrist. It's easy for him. It's got a bit. This is going to be for him.
Yeah, a lot better than the previous efforts by other players.
So Pete Cowan shows him how to do it, and he's not being able to do it, and then he goes away, and he says, the session is over, and he says, Pete Cowan comes 3 months later for the same camp, and Rory takes him to the bunker and says, so you can see that Rory took the ownership of that particular activity, and then he practiced for 3 months. And when Pete was back, he showed him the shot, and Pete was really impressed.
So how did he execute it? What is the technique? And while we talk about that execution, a very warm welcome and good morning to you all. And we're also waiting for your comments. Let us know what you think about the tournament and who's your favorite player and what would you like to hear more of?
Well, we are open to all suggestions and questions. You can ask us anything regarding this game of golf and PGTI in general, and we would love to help you with any queries.
Absolutely. And even if you are new to the game, you can share your doubts and how this game is played. And if you want to pick up the game, you can share that as well. We'll tell you a good route how you can go on about it. You can go over to our website. And the great thing about golf, Amit, is that every golf course, maybe barring one odd, allows you to go maybe pay a small sum of 200, 300 rupees, get to the range and just start hitting golf balls.
People who are not associated to golf think it's this fortress, Alcatraz. You can't get inside. It's only for members, but that's not true. Golf courses.
It is a fortress. Once you get inside, you can't get out. It's such an addictive game that
it's like that song Hotel California. You can check out anytime, but you can never leave. But for people who are not playing this game, all golf courses give you, especially in our country, give you the leverage to go pay a very nominal fees to practice. And practice is very important when you're starting off.
You don't even need to own a set of clubs. You can actually rent
a set of club, one club, two club, a whole set if you want. So it's not as difficult as you think it is.
Exactly. So I would recommend that maybe yourself, your wards, and for juniors, it's a good game to pick up. I think you learn so much about patience, honor, and obviously honesty as well. And those are qualities that are going to hold you in good stead. You don't need to be a professional. You don't need to make a life out of it. But I think as a game, it teaches you a lot.
Shaurya, people when they see golf, and it's a game of ages. You can play the golf at any age with two people of completely different calibers can play together with the handicapping system. You don't need to be Usain Bolt to play golf. You can, golf carts are available for the older people who can't walk. So a lot of things golf has which allows longevity.
There we have that famous bunkers towards the right-hand side. Reminds you a little bit of Roswell in New Mexico, the site of that famous UFO landing. Maybe this is a place that could get reputed as
there's some in
tourist attraction.
There's some in Arizona too. I saw them flying over Arizona. I saw a couple of craters from my airplane.
Did you follow that piece of news? They said they actually found a real alien in Mexico, which was actually shown to the Congress. They said this is 100 years old alien specimen. I don't know if that was serious or was it tongue in cheek.
Was it in Mexico?
It was in Mexico.
don't leave anything coming.
Talking about that, I know it's been a month now, month and a half, Chandrayaan reaching the moon, and now obviously fulfilling all its established goals, and that's quite a moment of pride for Indians, reaching not just anywhere in the world, but even the heavens. And somebody who would want to reach the heavens and immortality would be Om Prakash Chauhan, as he's made a birdie and trying to stake his claim to
Yeah,
this.
it was a good 10-footer that he hold on number 3. And this is the group of Rohan Dhole, Patel, Arjun Sharma, and Shankar Das. Arjun Sharma from just off the green. Leaving it woefully short, misjudging it.
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हो या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हो, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
Putted angle in front of you. Arjun left himself more work than he wanted. This is the 232-yard par 3 7th hole. Well, that's put a spring in his step. Beg your pardon. Rohan with his par attempt now. Trying to get a visual on what the putt is going to do. Seeing it before hitting it. And it's quite far from the ball, so very, I would say, unorthodox stance. Shankar Das, I would say he's the other side of the spectrum when it comes to a pre-shot routine. He uses his eyes, and then he's got a narrow stance and stands very close. And let's see. And same result, So many ways of skinning a cat, like my fellow colleague said. A putt brings a spring to your step like no other shot in golf, a hold putt. Arshjeet. I like the way he's always smiling. He's got a nice, easygoing personality. Light-hearted group. The penultimate group of Arshjeet Sethi, Akshay Sharma, and Shivendra Sisodia. Well, Shivendra is going, he's doing par today, still at 4 under. Sachin Basoya, Shivendra, Arshjeet Sethi, all at 4 under. We have Akshay Sharma at 7 under, Kapil Kumar at 8 under, and Om Prakash Chauhan leading at 9 under. And that's Mr. Jay Prakash from the PGTI. He's been there for ever since its inception. And OP with his OP t-shirt on today, viewers. The design on his t-shirt is actually OP, as in his name, Om Prakash. It's good to see smiles on the first tee. Did you ever smile on the first tee, Shaurya?
All depended if I did have the time. Normally, I'm always scampering on. But in all fairness, I think the smiles were there on the first tee, but eventually depended on how the round progressed. Happiness had such a direct correlation with how you're playing. It's such a weird game. When you're not playing well, the sky seemed grey, life seemed dull, things seemed meaningless. You would actually go back.
Less of a man, right?
Yeah, absolutely. When you miss the cut, people think it's easy. It's probably the worst feeling in the world. I actually hark back to my days when I was, I think probably just turned a professional from amateur, and I was like yourself. I was a good amateur. You were really good. I turned when I was India number 3, maybe in a little bit of a hurry, and I expected it to be a cakewalk. I was truly heartbroken that no, I'm not the only one. There's a lot of good players, and then you miss your first cut. Believe you me, it's a very strange feeling sitting out. You don't know what to do, and when that happens more than once,
And then your roommate has made it.
Yeah.
That's worse. Because
Yeah,
he's gonna
actually,
play
misery-
And you're sitting at home.
you know
Right.
what? I'm telling you, it's very important that misery loves company.
And then he'll tell you, let's go to the golf course. Chalo golf course chalte hain. I said, yaar.
You know, these are the interesting anecdotes that we need to tell people that, that happens a lot when your best friend is a really good golfer. And, you start out as roommates. Happened to me. I won't name the person. He was really good and he kept improving while I kept getting worse. Eventually, we weren't roommates because the person who's struggling is just thinking about getting there that, I want to make this cut and get into the top 20, top 30. And the guy who's playing well, he doesn't even know what the cut is. So he doesn't need that negative energy. He doesn't want to know where you hit a bad shot. That's a great thing. I remember Gaganjit Bhuller, we used to sit on a table, and if a golfer is saying that I hit OB on this one, he used to say, please stop or change your table. There will be no talk of bad shots here, only good shots. I only want to know where you hit a good shot. Do not, I will not entertain any negative talk here. So that's a great thing as well. Because in golf, Amit, you would know that if I tell you, and you have a round tomorrow, that hole number 10, I pulled it left to the OB, and you never even thought about it. When you stand on that tee, I know you won't be scared, but you'll think, oh, there is
Actually,
a.
I know if somebody's in a frivolous conversation, I didn't remember so much.
But if you're somebody staying with somebody and he tells you that, this hole is really troubling me.
My roommate was Digvijay Singh, and we didn't talk about golf once golf was over. We talked about everything. Our main source of entertainment was finding out where is the closest movie hall where we can go and watch a movie in the evening. That was our only thought. And where are we going to eat dinner? And which movie is playing where? And because once golf was over, we were done with it. We were not talking about it.
Yeah, obviously we are on national television. We know that both of you were thick as thieves. And I'm pretty certain that there was a little partying involved, but obviously that's for
no, not during events.
After events.
That's the misconception, because we didn't, we were not very, we were not hanging around with the other guys, because generally we found that people used to talk a lot of golf after golf, and we didn't want that conversation to happen. Because we were playing golf.
But you were the flamboyant duo, so maybe sometimes when you are in the news, when you're in the news, things just get made up about you. But both of you were very.
Those are just assumptions, because the people are maybe assuming that we are going somewhere. But we used to go to the movie. Like we did party. We did when the tournament was over. Sometimes we got there a little earlier so we could party. None of us used to drink alcohol, so it was for us just a way to entertain ourselves.
Like that entertaining part, of course, and you have to let your hair down because this is such a stressful game.
Yeah,
contrary.
I always believe you work hard the whole day. You need to reward yourself a little bit at the end of the day, because then it's worth it.
It's a lonesome game. People don't realize that it's not a team game.
Yeah,
there's nobody rooting for you. In fact, everybody's rooting against you because there are limited spots.
Except for your caddy.
Yeah, except unless he gets a better paying unless there's a better paying gig.
Caddy is always, because that tournament he's going to get paid for anyway.
Yes.
After that he can change, right?
Yes.
But your well-being, your biggest well-wisher on the golf course is your caddy.
Yeah, and the thought of disappointing a caddy looms large, because his entire household runs on you. So it's a lot of pressure.
And he's carrying that bag. It's 25 kgs for 8 kilometers.
What do you think about this putt? Which way do you think it's going to break?
It looks like left to right. So none of the putts are fast here, but faster.
But do you reckon a left to right putt on a slower green, is it more difficult or easier?
It's more difficult on a slow green and it's easier on a fast.
Because the green becomes a lot more pronounced.
You can actually hit it because the ones generally when you have a left to right putt, you kind of baby it.
Yes.
And then it misses on the low side. Out here, you can't be. You have to hit it. So
That
you're
makes
not
it
going to
difficult.
baby it.
So you'll end up missing a lot more to the left as well.
Yes, on the higher side because you kind of you have to hit it.
Yes. So let's see how this one goes. I think there's somewhere where the cack-handed grip would definitely help. There you have it.
It's an easier putt on when it's slow, the left to right downhill. Otherwise, it's the other way around.
Good putt right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So coming back, professional golf is sometimes a lonesome road. You have your own, your own trials and tribulations, and you're thinking a lot about your career and how it's going to progress because it's not just a game. Eventually, it's your life. And in a team sport, there's a lot of support staff.
Another thing, something which, in hindsight, you can always, so my coach and mentor again, yes, he had these very profound, whatever, statements or proverbs or whatever you want to call it. And he used to say, every human being who can see needs 3 more sights. And he needs, let's watch Pawan finish his putt first.
I'm pretty sure that a set of eyes should be fine for this short putt.
So you need the hindsight to know where you came from. You need the foresight to see where you want to go. And you need the insight to know how to get there.
That's deep words indeed.
Yeah, so the insight which we needed was we all had foresight. We knew where we came from. You come from a very similar background as I do. We are very comfortable with where we came from, and we know where we want to go. But generally, we didn't have the insight to know how to get there.
That's a very valid point.
So now with technology, insight is available. Shaurya.
Yes, absolutely true. That par 3 that we saw yesterday with players sort of going over the back left, this is a different direction today.
Yeah, see, and this is the 7th, 232 yards. So pins on the right, you'll see a lot of balls on the left. You can't miss it right there. It's just no space there.
And as we are talking, we've seen that Sachin Biswaya has gone on a little bit of a tear. He's 3 under par through the first 5. So he's trying to stake his claim to this trophy. He's 5 under for the tournament. Om Prakash Chauhan is at 9 under par, looking for trophy number 9. Kapil Kumar is holding strong, 8 under for the tournament.
Sarthak on number 7.
And the others are doing well. Akshay Sharma as well. So seems like all of the top 5, top 6 players have gotten off to good starts.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be very interesting. It's definitely going to come down to that back 9, and the back 9 has sting in it.
Yeah, it's probably more both. It's got length and more strategically planned holes. Well, this is the group of Harinder Gupta, Karan Pratap Singh, and Sarthak Chipper on the par 3 7th.
And seems to be a similar story like what we had yesterday.
A little better today.
No, but if you look at it, there's only 1 round under par for the players, 2 rounds, my apologies, who started on the back 9. So there's definitely something to it. This back 9 is a lot more difficult than the front 9. And whereas on the front 9, you have a handful. So I think it just proves that the back 9 is more difficult. So it's a tournament that if you play well, you get rewarded by starting off the easier 9 as well.
So I guess maybe the guys on the back, starting on the back 9, are bringing up the rear.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's also a part. So their mindset might be a little more different also. Yeah, kind of some of them must be just wanting to finish it off.
Valid point.
And it doesn't matter now because the way the money is distributed at the bottom, it's not much of a difference. At the top is heavy, right? So every position on top is got a lot of difference in the prize money. So when it comes to the bottom half, they say, okay, if it starts well, we'll go for it. If it doesn't, then we'll just ride the board and see where it goes. So you and I both have been there. We've thought the same way.
Yes,
it's like that. And very seldom do you see a really hot round coming out of people starting on the back nine, other than the first 2-3 groups.
Yes,
because they are still in the top 25 or top 30, and they feel that one good round will change everything.
Yes, that can make all the difference.
If you get off to a good start, teeing off from the back nine, then if you get off to a bad start, it's almost like, okay, let's go through the motions.
Yes, you sort of you sort of think that destiny's already been written for that week.
The formidable figure of Shamim Khan's caddy.
That was quite a turn. I thought you were going to say Shamim Khan's caddy. Formidable player and formidable man Friday.
Mm-hmm. And his wife's a politician, by the way, in Noida.
Gulu's
wife is a politician in Noida, and she stands in her voting that election when you Parishad, Gram Parishad, you get it's gas cylinder, something like that. Yeah? So it's a gas cylinder.
Fantastic. The Gulu is knows which side his bread is buttered. They have Gulu's also been on tour with Shamim for quite a while. An honest lieutenant.
And it's funny when caddies are caddying for so long, and they say, Shamim, you ask him, Shamim kaisa khela? So he says, humne. It looks like it sounds like both of them were hitting the shot together.
Yes.
Humne. I said, humne nahi, usne. So
yes, that's they become an integral part of that team. And as we have a look at that, Arjun here at hole number 8 with a putt
right in firm.
Yeah, with which that putt seems to traverse the entire length of the green. What do you give that?
100 feet.
Yeah, that's a long putt. And how do you rate that?
Playing 200.
Playing 200. And so how do you rate that putt? Maybe not too bad.
I would say I would give it minus 0.1 in strokes gained, which is just maybe a couple of feet outside being okay.
Okay.
He's about 7 feet, 6 feet would have been fine. Right?
All right. So let's say from 100 feet, you carry it to about 6 feet. So 5% is the number that we're looking at.
Yeah.
You want to be at least from the distance you start, 5% to basically gain distance. Maybe that percentage changes as the distance changes, but
the difficulty
as
of
a
the
rough
putt also is there, but at an average, this is what it works out to. If you have a very slopey putt, sometimes you can't get to a stop only next to the hole.
Yes.
But general rule. And then other than that, you also want to see how many feet of putt you've hold. What is your, like every putt you hold, it's in a tap in, it's just, if it's 2 feet, then you write 2 feet. If you can get that to go past 120, 150, you're putting well. It's not how many putts. If I miss every green and I chip it given every time, I'm gaining strokes chipping, not gaining strokes
while putting.
Yeah. And losing strokes on my approach shot, on my approach shot, because that's why it's missing the green.
Shankar Das here with that unorthodox technique.
And so everything is compared to the average on the PGA Tour. So, for example, the PGA Tour has a lot of athletically bound golfers. And so now some of our stalwarts from yesteryears will lose strokes off the tee because they're leaving themselves too far back.
Yes.
So let's go strokes gained off the tee. They will all go into minus.
Okay. So
even though they're hitting the fairway.
Yes, because they're that far behind. Yeah. And that's not the ideal place to be off the tee. Let's see if Rohan Dode Patil can gain a shot here.
If he holds this putt, he will gain 0.3 strokes.
0.3. There you have it. Exact mathematical calculations being delivered to us. Kind courtesy, Mr. Amit Dubey.
Earlier times we didn't have the know-how that I missed chip putt, right? Now there's a layer to it. Did you chip badly or you putt badly? There's another layer to it.
Yes.
And unless you uncover all the layers, you actually can't get down to what you need to work on more.
So Rohan knows
Yeah,
that he
0.3 strokes gain. I can tell you, this is. You see the spring on his step. He knows he's
Absolutely.
gained something.
yes he's saved that putt.
Gave Arjun a really good idea of the speed and the line as well.
Rohan also had a disastrous start with a 7 on the first hole and a birdie.
He's clawing himself back.
Yes,
Shaurya.
and hole number 6 he had a birdie. So I think all in all he's doing really well.
Yeah, his year has not been that great so far. So maybe this will build a little bit of momentum for the second half.
Competition's also so stiff now that if you're not on your A game, you'll see yourself soon falling by the wayside. Arjun is just a fantastic putter. He's an excellent putter and hits the driver straight. He's about 280 carry, so he's medium long. Maybe I jinxed him, but he has the two ingredients to play well.
He has not from that distance. The whole percentage on the PGA Tour would be about. This is about 8 feet, right? About 50%.
Yes. Okay.
50%. So might have lost maybe 0.2.
Okay.
Field, yeah.
But I had a good stroke on it. I think players don't feel too bad about it when they hit a good stroke.
Some things you can't control, which is how the ball is going to react when it's even. So they did a test, and the best greens on the planet, Augusta National. They took a putting robot on it from 15 feet and made it at 10 putts. Still missed 7. And the same roll, exact speed. Sure, yeah.
But what would that be attributed to?
God knows. God knows. Only God knows. But it's that means it's some things are within your
Control and
control and
some are
something are not. So sometimes people don't realize that when you're playing like approach shot. So today I hit a certain distance and you hit a certain distance, and for you, if I'm, let's say, marginally longer than you.
Let's see what Pawan can do on hole number 7. Pretty straightforward chip shot.
Yeah, again, needs to get the ball rolling faster, So coming back to this, and then maybe I have all in between clubs and you have fuller clubs. So you hit it closer than me.
So they're these small little things. Yes.
And on the next day, it could be the other way around.
Yeah, so there's small little things that can change the complexion of a round.
Yeah, and generally you also know, and I also know that when you go to the practice range, you don't generally hit
3/4 shots.
No,
you just sort of
full half. You do,
but not to that
not as
extent,
much as the full ones. So your full is more, and the full allows you to be more aggressive also.
So one question I have, because been associated so closely with the game of golf, I remember back in the day we used to beat a lot of golf balls on the range. In fact, I picked up my routine from my good friend Himmat Rai. He used to hit 500 shots, 500 chips, 500 putts. So I tried to do that. I could only get to 400 because I just couldn't keep up with the speed that he had. But are players from today's day hitting these many golf balls on the range, or it's a lot more quality as they speak, like lower ball? Because I felt that hitting balls, there's no other way to improving your swing and grooving it than beating balls on the range.
No, the thing is, they might not be hitting as many full shots, but stats have helped them.
Fantastic putt there by Dharma.
Stats have helped them practice efficiently. You go, your round is over, your tournament is over, you put your stats down. Then you see, okay, this is where I need to improve most. This is how I'm going to structure my practice for the next week. I've got my next tournament coming up. 2 days, I'm going to practice this more. Then you do that. And then you see trends, and you basically know what to practice more. What happens is, let's say I'm practicing on the range and I missed a putt on the last hole. I've holed everything before that. And I'm practicing my putting. Not necessarily
the correct thing to do, because
yeah. So, and when I go to the driving range and I hit a few balls, like 100 balls, I only remember the last 5, I think.
Yes.
Everything else is a blur after that, right? But if you have like a launch monitor with you, it's recorded every shot. And then you can see your pattern and you say, okay, this is my miss percentage. And it's always here or always there or whatever. It's short, right, left, whatever it is.
So it's all about the holistic approach and the complete picture as we look at Arjun Prasad.
This is Sanjeev Kumar from Lucknow.
Isn't that a sight for sore eyes?
Well, it's good to see. So it's good to see wildlife on the golf course. I remember there used to be a golf course in Bhatinda, and it had a nature park inside, and we could see a whole bunch.
Even the same thing in
deer,
Roorkee where I played golf.
deer, black buck, and ducks and a whole bunch of wildlife. And I think it was there was the commanding the commanding officer there was General Billamoria, and he used to love wildlife, so he said no, they all stay on the golf course.
That's a similar thing in Roorkee as well, where my dad commanded, I remember. So there was a lot of wildlife right in the golf course.
It's still there in Lucknow at that Moribag golf course. They still have it. There's still a lot of wildlife there. The downside to it is they don't know when that they don't need to walk on the green.
I don't think anybody's given them the remit yet.
They're not trained.
Yeah, in golf etiquette. So no such issue for our players though.
Except for the ones having a wild round.
Yes. You were talking about steel spikes earlier. When we were juniors, I know that some could be so destructive that maybe rough up the line for the next one while going. There was a lot of gamesmanship when we were juniors. Believe you me, nobody likes to lose more than a child.
Abhinav for his par on number 9.
That's a good one.
And the third member of this group is Arjun Prasad.
Got an interesting question for you now that we spoke about the concept of losing and winning when you're a junior. When you start out early, is it important to know that you will not always win and accept that there will be outcomes that will be not favorable to you? You'll only win a few of the times, or you want to build interest in a game early on by giving good success early on, and then, or you want to let the junior know that yes, you might not win every time, but you still have to put in your effort, or you want them to taste success because not both can't go hand in hand.
It's a very interesting question. Let's watch Arjun finish, and then
I think Nikhil's gonna come on screen, the head of media on the Professional Golf Tour of India, and over to him, and we'll join you back in a little bit.
Viewers to the Jammu Tawi golf course, the magnificent environs of the Jammu Tawi golf course, and we are here for the third edition of the J&K Open presented by J&K Tourism. And today, to tell us more about this wonderful golf course, we have with us Mr. Manav Gupta, Secretary, Jammu Tawi Golf Course. A very warm welcome, sir. I would like to ask you, tell us a little bit about the development of this course over the years and how it has progressed over the years. And today we are holding championship events over here.
First of all, I am very thankful to PGTI for coming all over to Jammu again and the state for the second year. Second year in a row, we are conducting this PGTI tournament with all the professionals playing for the last 3 days. Entire Jammu is very happy. All the golfing fraternity is very, very happy. All the golfers are very enthusiastic. They are following this tournament. Such kind of enthusiasm I was not believing कि such type of response I was not expecting basically. So to tell about this course, I just want to tell this course was designed by late Mr. Baga, and this course is has been beautifully designed. And 9 hole came into play in 2011, and entire 18 hole were inaugurated in 2015. After 2015, this course has crossed many leaps and bounds, and it has developed into a very international destination. This is the proof that PGTI is conducting this second time in a row a great tournament here. So so far as golfers are concerned, the feedback which we are getting for the last 3 days, they are rating this course as one of the toughest course of India. Course is no doubt tough and very challenging. Fairways are narrow, but this is a beautiful course covered by all the landscape is very beautiful. We are in Jammu, and all the beautiful destinations of Jammu are visible while we are standing on this course. Right from Mata Vaishno Devi to Amar Mahal to Mubarak Mandi to Har Ki Podi to Bave Wali Mata, each and every destination we can see. This is situated very well, and everybody is liking it, and the response which we are getting is tremendous.
Sir, also tell us a little bit about the challenges of playing at this course, because we've seen there are not too many low scores whenever we play over here.
That is true. The cut is the proof that this course is really tough. But the most important thing is that golfers are enjoying this course. No doubt this is tough and challenging, but but golfers are enjoying very much. So a little bit tough because of the narrow fairway, but the course is designed very beautifully, very nicely, and everybody is liking it. Everybody is enjoying. So though there are challenges, but the one thing is very good. If you start playing here, you will. It is easy to play in the other courses of the country.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing your valuable insights with us, and thank you for hosting us here once again. Well, that was Mr. Manav Gupta, Secretary, Jammu Tawi Golf Course. Stay tuned for all the action from here on the final day. It's back to you in the studio, Amit and Shaurya.
Back to the action. We had a look there. Nikhil speaking with the secretary here, Mr. Manav Gupta, and we must also share our appreciation of how well they've been able to host this tournament. The conditions. How well they've been able to get this course ready and just provide PGTI with a fantastic venue.
All golf courses that support professional golf tour in India should be applauded, because this is something which needs to which we have seen grow over the last few years and needs to keep growing, because for a sport to flourish, golf courses are very instrumental in making the game grow. It's I know it's a lot of members don't get to play, but professional golf is your torchbearer, I would say. Now that professional golfers are allowed in the Olympics, and golf is an Olympic sport and allowed in the Asian Games also. So it's just something which I feel that if all golf courses take a leaf out of Jammu Tawi golf courses book and start promoting professional golf, it will grow much faster.
Absolutely.
And professional golfers abroad, like for example, when I played on the Asian Tour, I got like an Asian Tour card. When I used to go to America, playing golf on one of the almost all the golf courses was free of cost.
Now that you say it, I've been a couple of times in Australia.
When you go and play on a golf course and they give you such hospitality, you talk good about it.
What a fantastic shot right there by Pawan. Really give it good airtime.
Yeah, it's that's the par 4 8th hole.
Just a minute. That is in fact the par 5 8th hole.
Yeah. So it looks to be his third shot. And this is Badal Hussain on the same hole.
And
chipping across the green.
Brilliant shot by Badal. While we were discussing that, there have been quite a few birdies amongst the leading trio. We have Om Prakash Chauhan, who's moved to 10 under par. Kapil Kumar also moving to 9 under par. Akshay Sharma moving to 7 under par. So very good golf all around. And Sachin Besoya remaining at 5 under par. So shows you that this tournament is not going to be a one-horse race.
Absolutely not. Kapil is a fierce competitor. I played with him a few times, and he is aggressive. He has that aggressive mindset. He might have come undone maybe from being too aggressive, but not from being timid.
That's actually, you'd rather have it like that. You'd rather live and die by the sword than just live a tame life.
Absolutely. By the way, for viewers, the number one golfer in the world loses 90% of the tournaments he plays. The number one tennis player in the world wins 90% of the tournaments he plays.
Oh yeah, because I think the unique nature, because in tennis you're actually having to only beat 6 or 7 opponents.
Yes.
So that's a brilliant putt.
Texas wedge.
He's really got the distance and the speed dialed down well. His dharma.
It's been 4 days, so Shaurya, it's almost the end. So I guess the more you play on the golf course, the more you get used to it.
So we talk about the win percentages in games where it's a knockout. Like even if in football, you think about a team winning a World Cup has to win 7 games, and not even all of them. You lose maybe a few in the group stage, and then you win 5. In professional golf, if there are 144, 150 players, you have to beat the score of each and every player. So it's a very unique game in that aspect. So it's so much more difficult to win major championships in golf because there's the elements, and then there's the entire field. It's not like a knockout where you beat one person. So, I mean, if you imagine you're playing tennis and the opponent is having a bad day, you can beat him on your C and D game, but not in golf. You always have to be on your A+ game if you're winning the big tournament. So that's a very unique thing about this game of golf. I can't think of many other sports with that sort of a facet. It's very demanding to win a professional golf tournament.
That's why there's a match play format in golf also, but very seldom played.
I used to love that format. I used to grind the opponents down.
They need to take their bed along with you.
I've called many a great player in match play. It was so much fun. But it's also a different format. You're playing the person. You don't really need to worry too much about your score. You can freewheel. It's a lot more liberating.
Well, I have bad at match play. I went into 2 All India amateur finals. I lost both finals, and I also went to the pro golf SRF match play finals also. So I'm a 3-time losing finalist.
Good putt by Pawan there on hole number 8.
I never thought of it as a match play or stroke play. I said, okay, I need to shoot this much. And if
Yeah.
I lose, doesn't matter.
I had quite a few great matches. I was able to play with the best in all India. I've Siddiqur Rahman, Mithun, Mukesh Kumar in SRF, Harmeet Kalam when he was number one. I think they used to just get scared by the speed of play, and I used to just get there. Yeah, that was a good one. We were on the golf course
Did it
for
finish the same day?
no, it didn't actually. The next calendar day evening, and it was all forlorn. Everybody was gone. We were still there.
You think the first round, the finals were taking him.
But no, he's a great player, and it was a fantastic round that we had, albeit maybe on the.
I actually beat Anirban once he came. I think he played well at Black Mountain, and I had asked Ashish Bharatram, who's the sponsor, for a sponsor spot, and as a result, I was 64 seed, right?
I must also thank Mr. Amit Luthra. He did help me with that in the same event, and I was able to produce that week. I think that was the one where I beat Harmeet. He was number one seed that time, so good back in the day.
So I had a fun. So I was practicing. The thing is that in match, in the tennis players who are playing against each other are not warming up at the same place. Golfers who are going to play each other are warming up next to each other, right? And they're talking to each other before they're going to go and play against each other. So it's funny thing. I just got a new driver in my bag. Titleist had that's my sponsor that time. I'd sent over a new driver, and it had a you must know that there's shaft called Voodoo, right?
Yes.
So I'm hitting my driver, and Anirban refers to me as Bhaiya. So he says, Bhaiya, new driver. I said, yeah, man. So he looks at the shaft. He says, so how's the voodoo magic? So I said, you'll find out today. So it was just, friendly banter. And it did work. So I did beat him.
I think Harshjeet would need a little bit of that voodoo spell right now. He seems to be stuck in a spot, and anything to extricate himself from here.
Yeah, he looks like a commando right now.
Yes. Let's see if he can snipe his way out of there.
You see how carefully he moves that loose impediment so that the ball doesn't move.
Also seems to be taking a sizable swing.
Maybe
going for some sort of
these coniferous trees are not so tall. You saw those cone shaped thing. He can take it over them. See, he's taking it over. It's easier.
Played it like a bunker shot.
I had a little bit of uphill lie from that cart path also, so it helped in getting the elevation.
Let's see where that ends up for him.
I think he's on the 8th par 5. No, that's the 7th par 3.
The 7th par 3. So he's made a little bit of a meal of this hole. Needs to make up and down for his bogey, otherwise would end up dropping 2 shots.
And he's doing okay. He's 1 under today. He's 4 under for tournament. If he just needs to hold his ground for a bit, and let's see, and let things unfold.
Yeah, I think if he drops more than a shot, then can pretty much say that his challenge would come to an end, so as to speak.
Unless halt.
Yeah, rather early halt. But you never know. Maybe the back nine bears its fangs, and
you can see, Om Prakash having a very similar day to what he had yesterday. He's bogey free for the first 6 holes, 2 birdies. 2 under, 10 under total, 1 shot ahead now.
Akshay Sharma, part of that vanguard. Akshay, Kapil, and Om Prakash really leading this procession. Let's see how he can do. He has a lot of intent in the way he plays. And I really like his body language, very positive.
It's given a good rap.
But that didn't make it as well, so.
Yep.
Need a little more afterburners.
People say, the green's so fast, the greens were so fast. That's why I didn't putt well. I think it's tougher to putt well on slow greens.
What speed are we rolling? It's almost medium, maybe not too slow this week.
It must be like 8 or 9, but comparatively, they played, they're playing on in Hyderabad, which is before this.
In fact, we'll just check up. And yeah, so approximately 9 is what they're playing at, and maybe because of the grain that becomes a little slower as well. So
yeah, I would say it's playing more like 8 right now from the looks of it. And they used to they just played Hyderabad at 11 or so. So it's an adjustment which sometimes is it's equally difficult, actually, from slow to fast and fast to slow. My coach he doesn't like any excuses. So he says, you don't need any excuse. Some things that don't work in golf, it's one of the most important thing is excuses don't work. So yeah, I said, oh, the green was really fast. He says, did you putt on the first green? I said, yes. Then you know the speed.
Valid point.
You know the speed now. It's going to be the same. So that was me shutting up then.
And there's a certain truth to that everybody is facing the similar conditions, but obviously for some it's a little more difficult. Depends on the kind of game that you have as well. You can't quite perform everywhere.
Sometimes if you start looking for excuses, it takes away the intensity that you need to execute also. So it's
Oh, unfortunate.
yeah, I think he hit it. He hit the putt where he wanted to hit it, though.
Did he lip
You can
out?
see it that he things, these are things not in your control. I think he's not it looked like he made a good stroke on it.
That's rather unfortunate for him that he would not make birdie. He was on the par 5, 8th.
No, that was the seventh hole shot. Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
par.
my
So
apologies. So he would
ending
drop
at-
a shot then.
Yeah, and then that takes him back to 6 under, 4 shots back now.
Yes, so we are having a look at that split screen
That's sort of Chaudhary.
on the right hand side with that prominent change in direction in his swing. Let's see if he's executed it well. He would have definitely wanted to hit that closer.
Yeah, that's the par 5 8th hole, and that looks to be his third shot.
We have a look at Shivinder as well.
Cleaning up on number 7. Sachin playing number 8.
Yeah, I was just thinking the members do have a brilliant, that's a decent shot by Sachin, brilliant golf course to enjoy their normal rounds. The only thing is that they must lose a lot of golf balls here.
I can imagine the amount of golf balls they're losing on this golf course. It's so penal for a miss.
Yeah, that makes it difficult to bring out a new ball every time. I'm assuming there must be a lot of those putting balls that are employed by members. Play with an old ball. When you get on the green, put a new one.
Yes, and secondly, another thing is that they have marked. I guess sometimes these golf courses, which are so penal, they just mark the roughs as penalty zone, so you don't need to go and look, and you just drop it.
Yeah. So this week, in fact, a lot of the bush and the shrubs are marked as hazards. So that makes it a lot easier for the players. So just imagine if that were not the case, then it would be
looking for the ball.
Then the scoring would be so much higher.
Finish it in 2 weeks time.
Exactly. But now you only get 3 minutes.
I feel they should do that for Delhi Golf Club too.
Yeah.
It's very similar.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
You should give the player an option that if you hit it, but I think that'll take away some of the pressure that the player feels on the tee, because right now it's like out of bounds on either side. It's a lot more scary when you're standing on a tee. When you know it's a hazard, I think that allows you to freewheel a lot.
Yeah,
If you make it a hazard, player would be taking a lot many more drivers.
Yeah, I would just take my driver and hit it if it goes inside. Otherwise, just hit my third shot.
Exactly.
It's just a bogey.
So it's still just a bogey if you hit the hazard, but right now it's not even a double bogey is confirmed because you have to tee up again.
Yes.
So that changes the entire complexion.
Absolutely.
So changes the way the tournament goes.
Vinay Kumar Yadav on number 8. He's got the whole width of the green to putt. A good part of 80 feet. Let's see how long his stroke is. You could have chipped it actually. It's such a long putt.
Yeah, coming up short.
The ball is actually airborne for some time. It was such a long, it's a long putt and it's relatively slow green. So I would have preferred chipping it.
Yeah, especially when so it's uphill as well. So
I would tell Neeraj that he's giving wrong advice.
Neeraj,
Winner not having not that bad a day. He's 1 under. He's got 2 birdies and a bogey.
yeah, he's at 2 under overall, and I think if he can get to maybe 4, that might be good enough for a top 5.
And he hasn't made many cuts this year. He's marginally missed a lot of cuts.
So this is a good event. There'll be decent prize money, and that'll help him catapult himself up on that order of merit.
My club fitter Pintu's also made the cut this week, Shaurya.
That's good. I think Pinto is having a good run. We saw him make cut at Ahmedabad, where he had that little bit of a Waterloo on the 18th. He had that
tin cup.
tin cup moment.
Yeah, and then he
So
started pulling his leg, calling him MC Hammer.
I think so. He was able to turn that around.
So that was one of the quotes that we use. I don't know if the golfers still use it. MC Hammer.
Yeah, of course they do. That's the ubiquitous quote that is used for miscut.
Yes. And sometimes you lose the MCs, just how do you go, hammer. So for the viewers who are much younger, there used to be a very famous rapper called MC Hammer.
Yes.
And since MC is also miscut.
And his famous song went something like, "You can't touch this." That was
Yes.
uh,
He married Whitney Houston, actually.
they would have produced some famous songs, I'm sure.
Anything.
And she was a great, fantastic singer herself. As we digress and get back to the golf on hole number 8, and currently seems like Om Prakash Chauhan is singing in perfect tune. He's at 10 under par, nothing MC Hammer.
Yeah, and he's birdied the tough number 3, which is the long dogleg left par 4. He's birdied 2 par 4s, and he actually didn't birdie number 1.
Yes, so he's on song, and he's able to stave off bogeys. That's very important.
I think from yesterday it's been very consistent. So,
but the good thing is Kapil is able to keep up. Akshay, unfortunately, making that bogey, dropping 4 shots behind. But given the complexion of this golf course, that's not too much on the back nine that can turn around in a couple of holes.
And he's found the green on number 7 as well. That's Vinay Kumar Yadav missing his birdie on number 8 on the left of your screen. And this is Manav on number 7 on the right of your screen, playing par 3 7th hole, measuring 232 yards, with a top right pin with trouble on the right. That's why you'll find a lot of balls being missed on the left. Sachin with his birdie putt on number 8. Narrowly missing. Manav opting to chip. Put a good roll on it, Shaurya. Pretty good effort. Probably the best we've seen from all the groups that have come as far as that particular chip is concerned.
Yeah, so we were talking about junior golfers and what sort of qualities you need to inculcate in them early on. Somebody who wants to win, I've seen, because children want to win all the time, and that might be a personal question from me as well. My boy doesn't even like losing in anything. Very difficult. Even if I try to teach him chess, he wants to win in that, and so it's even if you're playing snakes and ladders, they'll win at that. So is that a case even in sport? They want to win, or you also expose them that yes, you can lose and you need to learn how to accept
that.
Yeah.
golf will teach you that. How to be a good, the way you
Look
take,
at that putt. Look at that putt. That
the
was
way
trailing.
you take a loss is very important.
I think this man would not be looking to take a loss today. What a brilliant putt that was. That looked good the entire way.
Absolutely. Missed it on the high side, didn't leave it short.
You know, one thing I really like about OP, the way he walks with intent. He has a spring in his step.
Yeah. And see, you don't want to stamp on a fellow competitor's line ever. So that's why he went across it.
Exactly. Unless you don't want him to make
And
the
this is what this is.
unless you don't want him to make the putt.
This is what happened at the Ryder Cup. You know, Patrick Cantlay versus Rory McIlroy, and Patrick makes a 20-footer on a very similar line, on the almost the same line as Rory had his 19-footer on. And Patrick Cantlay's caddy was so excited and happy that he forgot that Rory had still to putt, and he kind of ran on Rory's line. And Joe Lakawa is 100 kgs in weight. So the green goes down, and then it takes about a minute or so to recover.
That's Bones, right?
No, Joe Lakawa. And that, so that created a little bit of a fuss during the Ryder Cup. I think it's all sorted out now.
Yeah, but I think there seem to be one-sided competitions with the home team always winning.
I feel, the Europeans were playing many more tournaments leading up to the Ryder Cup, and they were more match ready, and whereas the US was resting a lot and maybe not completely sharp, but you saw their sharpness kind of improved as the tournament proceeded. So I think they got that part of the recipe wrong. Manav with his par attempt on number 7,
opting to keep the flag inside.
He does that.
It just makes it so different because you're aligned at the flag, and then if you want to aim left edge, then your eyes are, it's sort of confused. I don't know how they handle that, because then you're looking at multiple targets.
Yeah, I like his putting stroke though. He's got a very nice technique to his putting.
Look at the break on that. That was considerable.
It didn't look like it was going to break that much, right?
Well done by him. Good putt. So you also saw that the Ryder Cup had that controversy with the cap. Cantlay did not want to wear a cap apparently, and that became a big thing.
Yeah, that's all right, because Rory didn't wear a cap for a few years himself, so it's fine. But coming back to stamping on, not purposely but unknowingly, walking on a fellow competitor's line should be avoided under all circumstances, because it affects the putt, at least for the next 1 minute, and you don't have that much time. You need to
just get on with it also.
You have a time stipulation.
Because it stomps on the grass, and then grass takes its own time to get back to where it was.
It might not break the way it's supposed to break.
Very valid point.
Yeah, so it's a technical part of it, not the psychological part. That's a different part altogether. The technical part is that the grass goes down, and when it comes up, it takes X amount of time, but you don't have that much time because you are only allowed X amount of time to hit the shot, right? So golfers need to be aware of it. Actually, on the professional tours, you don't walk on the through line either.
Yes.
Which is, in case he has a putt which might miss, and you don't walk on the other side, so because he's going to have a.
Yes, it's very important. Etiquette is such an important part of professional golf, and not
golf is a gentleman's sport, as it's been termed as, and etiquette is very important, and you need to respect 3-4 things. You need to respect the institution that you're playing for, the institution that you're playing in, fellow competitors. These things need to be inculcated in the juniors, because sometimes with the advent of social media, people think they can say and do anything they feel like, and whatever they want to say and write, they do it, and that's not the way. That is not what this game is trying to teach you.
This game is a lot about honor. It's a lot about tradition, and
integrity.
integrity.
You're playing at a golf course. You have to respect the rules and regulation of that golf course. That includes the members of that golf course. They are the
Yes.
part of it.
I think that's so important that members are the flesh and blood of this game. In fact, they're the ones who support tournaments. They're the one who make it happen, and they have to be out of action for almost a week when a professional tour comes rolling in. There are practice rounds, there's time taken. So obviously, the professionals are appreciative of that, and it's one of those games that it's almost like akin to maybe something like horse riding or polo that has rich tradition, and you must know that.
Yeah, and it's every sport, Shaurya, was local. It was started in a certain part of the world because of the facilities or the environment or whatever there was there. But now every sport is become global. But that sport was started in that place because of few things, and those are the things that are trying to be taught through that sport.
Valid point. As we have a look at Akshay, I think on hole number 8 with that long putt seems to be tracking.
He's
Tell us
probably
about
one
it.
of the few people who got, actually, Shivendra also got it past the hole, and Akshay's got
Yeah,
speed
they're
down.
putting over that sort of spine right
Yeah.
towards the center.
I think there's another one early on. The greens are really long on this golf course. The depth of the green on number 8 is 37 yards.
Yeah, so it's a long green, long.
And ninth is 41 yards long. So it's 4 clubs difference between the front pin and the back pin.
Probably for the longer hitters, maybe 2.5 clubs. With the way their differences between yardages would also increase. They're getting good distance control here on this 8th hole.
This group has got, and it's from the first hole onwards, they all 3 hold good putts on the first. No, like Harshit missed it, but Shivendran, and they've kind of been rolling the rock well today. Coming back to the difference in between a long hitter and it's got such a. If you have a long green, a long hitter has only 2.5 clubs. A medium hitter has maybe 3 to 4 clubs. But that's that shows you that if you're a medium hitter, you can actually hit the correct yardage more easily.
Yes.
Because the difference between 2 clubs is less. So not necessary that you have a disadvantage that you're hitting a longer club. It's not necessary because golf is not just hitting the ball fly. With your irons, you need to hit the correct distance for you to be closer to the hole. It's just pure mathematics. You hit it closer, you have an easier putt. You have an easier putt, you have more chances of making it. And as a result, your score gets lower.
Yes, so it allows golf is an inclusive game. It allows players with different ability to compete, and of course, there are some advantages as well. As we
There's
have
yin and yang to everything. Now you have
Absolutely.
Shivendra with his birdie attempt on number 8, the par 5.
Aman Raj, the winner from the previous week, has just made an eagle on hole number 18. He's also started off the back 9. He's from that group of players. You know that he's not just going through the motions. He's a very feisty competitor.
He's having a frustrating week.
At least has made an eagle, so that would maybe spark things for the back 9.
Yeah, I think he goes to another par 5 first hole. So, and he's a straight hitter. So he's Shivendra narrowly missing his birdie on number 8.
But as we see, we were previously speaking, there was a player who was under par on the back 9, who started on the back 9. Now it's only the one lonesome figure. Shankar Das is 1 under for that back 9. The rest of the players, all of them are par oblique over par. So showing you the back 9 is obviously where the difficulty lies. On the other hand, we've had almost 8 or 9 players under par who started on the front 9.
But they were under par before they started also.
Yes, but there's some good players on the back 9, but maybe not in the best of nick.
Yep.
Harshit cleaning up. Obviously, you can see a perceptible difference on the top 7, 8 players, that bogeys or worse are few and far in between.
Akshay cleaning up, making birdie on number 8. That takes him back to 7 under, 3 shots back now. But we have the leaders coming up to the par 5 8th now. So, and you can see that OP has found the fairway. This is Pawan on the 10th tee, starting off his back 9. 10th is a 417-yard par 4. It's a relatively straight hole. You need to hit it about 220 off the tee, and then you'll have tee left with a mid iron in. Multiple options available off the tee. There's a bunker which finishes on your left, on the left side of the fairway at 230. So once you clear that, the fairway opens up, or you can hit it, just short of it, but then the second shot becomes more challenging.
Dharma seems to be going with a 3-wood.
I'm presuming he's trying to clear that first left bunker. Dharma, Tiger Woods colors today. Let's please. People ask Tiger, you intimidate other players. And he says, no, I don't. He says, but why would he wear red and black then? Why didn't he just wear white, plain white? Because he did have that intimidating black factor on other players. It's from the clothes he wore, and he wasn't saying it, but people were feeling it.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of mind games to it, but I mean, they just used to capitulate when Tiger was in and around the lead. They just used to lose their form and not be able to play. The only person I think who ever did change that trend was Y.E. Yang, the time he catapulted that golf bag over himself, because I think he was an ex-army man also, so maybe he didn't quite.
He actually beat Tiger at the PGA Championship at Hazeltine also. This is the only major that he had won. And I remember he beating Tiger at the HSBC. The one that Jyoti was leading after 3 rounds. He had won. The Yang won it, and Tiger finished second to him. So Yang, maybe he came from a different part of the world. He didn't know who Tiger Woods was. But quite frankly, when I went to play the World Juniors, I didn't know who Tiger Woods was. People spoke about him. When I reached there, then I said, okay, let me see. So it was the first time I seen an African American play golf. It was I said, and then I saw him play, and then since in the internet was not that strong, and information was not so easily available. So I don't think the Asians had that intimidating factor on the Asians, because we didn't know anything better. So it was just we were oblivious of what was happening.
Yeah, maybe that helps. Keep your blinders on and just worry about your own golf game. Don't worry too much about what the others are doing, because you'll get mired in a lot of thoughts, and you don't want to do that.
Vijay Singh gave him a run for his money, though.
Yeah, Vijay Singh was a very feisty competitor. He actually had that run where he won, I think, 8 or 9 tournaments.
Yeah.
Have a look at this chip shot.
Brilliantly played by Vinay on number 9.
Yeah, Vijay was actually a very good ball striker himself. Probably the only thing is that he was of a later generation. If had he been at the same time, then they could have gone neck and neck for a lot longer.
Absolutely. Ernie Els, Vijay Singh. Ernie Els, I think Tiger had the measure for, but not Vijay.
Yes.
Not Vijay. And not David Duvall either.
Yeah, David Duvall was.
David Duvall had his
very short duration,
own issues, but that's different. But I don't think Duvall was that intimidated by Tiger.
Yeah, but he sort of fell by the wayside. He didn't, Tiger was able to outlast all of them. But obviously, he, a lot of it comes down to pure ability. People talk about mind games and all that, but eventually you have to get the ball in the hole. He was a much better golfer. He was a much better golfer.
If you go back and watch videos from 2000, all the recordings, his technique was far superior than the others playing that tour. Tigers.
Yes.
You can see it, the technique. You can watch any tournament from that time. You knew that his technique was far superior. And
his balance and strength. He used to hit drivers, and
not just there were strong people that time also, Shaurya, but his golf technique was far superior. something. Everybody had very, now the modern day golfers have very similar golf swings, right?
Yes.
But Tiger, so was then swinging like the modern day golfers
Golf.
swinging now.
You always find that the path breaker sort of is ahead of his time.
Yeah.
See if Sachin can hold this. Looks like it should break a little to his left.
Yeah.
I think it had both of us fooled that line.
And him also.
Unfortunate for him, missing that putt.
You can see he looked at his caddy and said, that wasn't the line.
Sachin Biswal currently at 5 under for the tournament, still pretty much in it.
Yeah, he narrowly missed his birdie on number 8 as well. So that would have taken him to 6. So you can see that he's a bit frustrated with these 2 misses.
In the Indian context, if you were to look at a path breaker, domestically, it would definitely be Mukesh Kumar. Is there any other name that comes to mind? Obviously, internationally, we've had the likes of Jyoti Jeev, Arjun, Anirban, Shubhankar, Gaganjeet Bhullar. A lot of names, but who would be the one person that actually gave them the belief? In women, Simi was fantastic to go and play the LPGA that early. So
I think the first ever winner on the PGA Tour from India was Arjun Atwal. Also, Daniel. He's Swedish, but Daniel played all his junior golf in India, and Daniel Chopra was a phenomenal ball striker. As in,
it's a really good putt.
Yep.
You can see that he was happy.
And Daniel had won before Arjun. He won the Wyndham Championship.
But I think one problem was that Daniel obviously has the Swedish nationality. It does not resonate. It does not resonate with the rest of the.
We all knew Daniel. Daniel had lost his card on the European Tour, came back to Asia to play, and he played a few tournaments on the Asian Tours. Had won in Asia, went back to qualify for the PGA Tour, and then qualified, and then was losing his card actually, Shaurya, and he had 2 or 3 events left, and I think the last event he wins the Wyndham Championship, and then he wins the very next event the next year, the Mercedes Champ, which is the Century Tournament of Champions now. So 2 back-to-back wins, and Daniel was basically you can say he's Swedish, but he played all at junior golf. Yeah.
Yes, I do understand it.
He represented India at the Asia Pacific Juniors, not Sweden.
Yeah, but eventually, so he was a path breaker of sorts playing here. But when you talk about somebody, waving the national flag, that small technicality, it means a lot for juniors to get motivated.
When Daniel, when he was playing, he was a phenomenal ball striker. We used to watch him hit the sound, and you say, okay, this is what we need to emulate. Okay.
I've heard stories about him being able to draw it back from the OB in DGC on the 8th hole and, doing all that way ahead of his time.
No, let's watch Dharma hit his second shot on number 10. Looks like he made a good swing on that. Sorry.
If you were to pick somebody apart from him, obviously you have affinity as you played
Arjun Atwal.
Arjun Atwal.
Arjun Atwal was had a beautiful golf swing, great rhythm. When on the PGA Tour, man, that was the first time an Indian ever had done it. I think it's still
not been done.
Only time. In yesteryears, before the advent of television and stuff and all this social media, there was PG Sethi. I have seen. There used to be a program on TV called Shell's One World of Golf. And they used to invite the top players from in the world to play at some exotic location golf course. Maybe it could be in Nevada or wherever it is. And I have seen him play an invitation with Jack Nicklaus and Anand Palmer. Invited PG Sethi. So he was someone who Gaurav and Gaurav Ghai and who are much our seniors, they watched him play and he said that he was phenomenal ball striker.
You want to elucidate a little bit about his record for those who are not aware? Like, what did he win?
He won the Indian Open as an amateur. He's from the Indian Army, and he's from the Cavalry Regiment, and he won the Indian Open as an amateur, and he's the only amateur to have won the Indian Open. And phenomenal ball striker. He could hit a 2-iron and those time at that time the 2-iron was a little bigger than the ball. So you to practice like Himmat's 500 used to come up short. I can so
being from the forces, he wouldn't have turned professional then.
he did. He played. That's why he won the Indian Open as an amateur. So and then he left the army.
This is steel. And this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous. Like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Small round thing. It's that new technology called BOA where you don't need shoelace and you just twist it around and it tightens it up.
Makes life a lot more easier.
Yeah, it doesn't open the
Golf shoes tend to
the shoelaces tend to
come,
open more
come undone quite often. I don't know why.
10
Maybe.
kilometers, man. 10 kilometers. You're
Yes,
walking.
and you're twisting and talking
Yeah,
while you're
yeah.
hitting the shot. So maybe that's what causes them to.
And if it gets loose and just turn around, it's so super convenient. So coming back to, I was talking to somebody. I was playing the Sri Lankan amateur, and they said this is Saurav Chaudhary on number 10.
When you're standing on the ball, it reminded me a little bit of Thoron Virachand, that right, that almost,
Fantastic golfer, though.
yeah, that right elbow bowed a little and
Same length of backswing also.
yeah.
Very similar, actually. Yes, Thawan Virachand. He's the all-time winner, winner on the Asian Tour, by the way. So
And very unassuming when you see him on the range.
So the final of the Sri Lankan amateur was between Rajkumar Pitambar, who has won the individual at the Nomura Cup, and PG Sethi, and both are roommates. So the tee-off time has come. Both haven't arrived. So the organizers go to the hotel, which is close by, in Nurelia, which is the hotel is next to the golf course. Let's watch Dharma first, and I'm going to continue the story later. Dharma for birdie on number 10, just off the green, using his putter. He's having a good putting day today.
Yeah, he's 1 under for the day and 1 under for the tournament. Unfortunately, he won't be able to add to that tally.
Yeah, that was a good putt though. He gave it, the speed was correct, maybe he misread it a bit. Yeah, it just bobbled on him a bit initially in that fringe. So Rajkumar Pitambar and Mr. Sethi, Major Sethi, I think, are in their room sleeping. So they knock on the door. He says, the tournament, he says, so Rajkumar tells Mr. PG Sethi that, listen, I don't feel like getting up. You go, I give you the match. PG Sethi tells him the same thing. He says, I also don't feel like going. You go, I give you the match. So both are saying, okay, I don't
That's
feel
a
like
very strange story.
It's a true story. And then finally they both come out of the room and they both go straight to the tee shot. Yeah. Both shoot 9 under for 36 holes. And then I think PG Sethi won on a playoff. Or I'm not sure about the result, but yes, both shot 9 under for 36 holes, no warm up, sleeping. I don't think they had breakfast either. That's talent.
That's talent.
Yeah.
But really shows you that they didn't want to turn up. I mean, I'm a little confused about what to take away from this story. Maybe it's an urban legend,
Yeah, no, might be, but this was narrated by one of the.
How stories get embellished, from the time somebody is.
I'm surprised that here we are on the driving range, warming up to the bag and putting and chipping and these two gentlemen, they're so in control,
nonchalant about
in control of the game. They just pick the clubs up and rip it down the center and make birdie.
Yeah, but I'm pretty certain there's an embellishment to that story as it gone from one generation to the next. One of those urban legends, like somebody going to
Badal cleaning up on number 10.
Somebody going for hunting, killing a small little fox, and maybe saying he caught a lion, and by the time you find that he wrestled the lion with his bare hands, and that's how the story changes. as we have a look at Harshjeet and Dharma. Very different postures indeed. Dharma craned over. Harshjeet's having to crane over because of his height.
Thing is, Harshit's putter must be as long as Dharma's 7 iron.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah. Tough picking up the ball from the hole, also, sure, yeah.
Yes, it's going to
His
be.
hamstrings are nice and loose.
I think that's how we should employ the caddy there. That yes, please you do the needful.
Hamstrings are your muscles very required to be flexible and have full length for you to touch your toe. Shivendra
They used
for
to-
par on number 9.
Was it Sam Snead that who could touch the roof with he was extremely flexible
Over his head.
over his head?
Yeah.
Phil Mickelson, there was a video recently where he did that kick over a person's head.
He must have torn his trousers though.
No, he didn't. In fact, he had those. It was a fun time that he didn't have shorts on, and he's famous for his calves now. And he said, "Activate the calves."
Shivendra number 9, filling it in.
So, ladies and gentlemen,
Shivendra's all right. He's going along steadily. 1 under today, 5 under for the tournament.
we're coming to you live from Jammu at Jammu Tawi Golf Course. This tournament is the JNK Open presented by JNK Tourism. Tournament offers a prize fund of 50 lakh. Currently leading the proceedings is the man from Mau, Om Prakash Chauhan, the only player in double digits under par, 10 under par, 2 under par for the day. Blemish free, just as he was yesterday. Trailing him is Kapil Kumar, yet to win on tour, and has its task cut out, has to beat Om Prakash Chauhan, an 8-time winner. So that's going to be quite the task that he has in front of him. Trailing them is Akshay Sharma, the man on our screens. He hails from Chandigarh. He's a winner 2 times on tour. Prodigious player, very good ball striker, and also not too bad with the putter.
I'm not sure what this putt is for though, but he's given a lot of thought.
Whatever it was for, he's made
He's
it.
made it. One less stroke on your card. There are no pictures on the scorecard, by the way. Well, that leaves the stage for our final threesome to play number 9. And then get on to the money end of things. A lot of blind tee shots on this hole. You have to have played a practice round here. You can't play this golf course without a practice round.
Or you can't just wake up and decide to shoot a 9 under par.
9 under, because by the way, in Aurelia there's some holes like this, but they played that whole golf course before. Sachin one-handing it, still finding the fairway. Akshay using the big stick, staying aggressive. Harshjeet, nice low penetrating ball flight. Shivendra remaining aggressive as well. This is the group of Saurav Chaudhary, Sachin Basoya, playing number 10. Third member of this group is Vinay Kumar Yadav. Vinay 1 under today, a total of 2 under. Sachin 2 under today, a total of 4 under. Saurav even par today at 1 under. Saurav with his birdie attempt first. good part of 35, 40 feet, bit downhill left to right. Akshay with his tee shot on number 10. Looking anxiously, seems to have missed it right a bit. Shivendra, chasing it down, finishing on his left side completely. Harshjit, the third member in this group, 6 feet 6. Harshjit setting one over today, and finds himself at 2 under for the tournament. Saurav with his lag putt on number 10. Harshjit one-handing it. Sachin getting a good read from Saurav's putt. Looks like everybody is looking at the same line. Vinay Kumar Yadav with his birdie attempt on number 10. Uphill right to left. A lot of these putts are coming up short. The players are using the putter from just off the green, and the ball seems to be coming out bouncing. So anytime the ball's bouncing, it's rolling less, and it generally tends to come up short. Sachin with his birdie attempt on number 10 now. He's got a good read from Saurav's putt. A lot of left to right borrow on this one. Just over borrowing it a bit. That's
Sachin right there, trying to fix some pitch marks right there. Now we have a look via the split screen at two groups at the same time. Seen some good scoring today from the top 10 players. Om Prakash, Kapil, and Akshay, all of them are 2 under par. Shivinder Singh Sisodia at 1 under par. And if we go down and see some of the other scores, not too many red numbers. Lower down, this part on our live feed, one should break a little from the player's left, and brilliantly done there. This is the group of Sachin Besoya, Vinay Kumar Yadav, and Saurav Chaudhary. As you were seeing some of the scores lower down, a difficult day for the players. And Lakshay Nagar currently 4 over, 10 over for the tournament. Trishul Chinnappa 2 over. So they're towards the middle of the pack. Then you have Abhinav Lohan as well as Arjun Prasad, both of them 1 under par. That's rather unfortunate, but missed right there for Vinay Kumar. My apologies for Saurav Chaudhary there. And for those of you who are just joining us, we'd like to tell you we're live at the JNK Open 2023, being presented by JNK Tourism, being played at the Jammu Tawi Golf Course. This tournament boasts of a prize fund of 50 lakh. On the left is Sachin Besoya, right? You can see Kapil Kumar. Kapil would have this, but break a little bit from his right to left. Speed should not be much of an issue because he's going downhill. He's playing hole number 9. The 9th is a par 4, a challenging one, the most difficult par 4 on this golf course, measuring in at 479 yards, and he's done well there, holding that. Om Prakash Chauhan now, with one of those multi-compound putters, holding that. I presume that should be for his par, and he should remain at 10 under par. Manav Bais 2 over par today, so not able to replicate the kind of form that he showed yesterday, but still he's got another 9 holes to go, so maybe he can turn things on the back 9. It's important because for him, he's just starting out, and this prize money would be really important in terms of deciding where he ends up on the order of merit, with some big tournaments coming up in the next season. Each position counts. You do have the co-sanctioned events with the Asian Tour, the DP World Tour, and even with the Challenge Tour, the ADT Tour, so many big tournaments, the Indian Open. So all the work that has been put in by the players for the duration of the year does come in handy if they are to get an entry into these big lucrative events. And that's what they all play for. They want to move on to bigger stages, such as Manu Gandas has been able to do, kind courtesy his numero uno position on the order of merit, and the historic tie-up between the Professional Golf Tour of India and the DP World Tour. While we have a look at Dharma M on hole number 11, maybe all of 5.5, 6 feet. Should be easy pickings for him. He's a brilliant putter. Very smooth stroke. Applies his trade at Bengaluru and plays on really quick greens there at the KGA. Brilliant putt, playing alongside Badal Hussain from Bangladesh. As far as the international players are concerned, currently we only have one who's been able to make the cut, and that is Badal Hussain, flying his country's flag high. Certain that it must give him a lot of pride to come over to India and play well and make a name for himself. This is one of the biggest domestic tours in the world, and mind you, it's an open international tour as well now, is the PGTI. It allows players from any country to come and play, and it also gives you international points, so a lot to play for.
Bangladesh has produced quite a few good players in the recent past with Sidikur. They have Zamal, who's won a few events, and it's something which we have our PGTI event in Mitola as well. So it's a very golfing. I would say we have a lot of Bangladeshis who come and really power our tour out here because they are good players.
Yes, some very good players, and that helps sort of a symbiotic relation that helps the Indian players improve. I feel that the more attendance by foreigners on our tour, it will really pick the standard of play up. The similar thing that has happened to the IPL and the Indian team. I
Yeah.
think that is something that you will see that will happen on our tour as well. As we have a look at Manav on hole number 10, I think the years to come with this sort of influx of prize money, you'll see a lot of players flock into play. That's a similar thing that happened in cricket where players are actually giving up their national contracts and coming to play in the IPL because they know it's lucrative. So at the end, it's a lot about honor, but money does matter. So you might see a lot of players coming to play in India.
Sport is entertainment now, Shaurya. It's people who want to see. It has to be exciting, and IPL is exciting, and that's
Yeah.
why it's money in it. And if people are watching it, then the people who are playing are going to get paid more.
Yes. Thankfully, people are watching it. Kind courtesy, this historic partnership between the ABP Network, Eurosport, and Professional Golf Tour of India. And on your screen on the right hand side is the current leader, the numero uno Om Prakash Chauhan, 8-time champion from Mau. This man has a spring in his step, and his swing is Swilken.
He's not hesitating. You can see there's no hesitation in his body language. His swing, there's no holding back. That shows me there's a lot of trust, and this commitment is complete.
Another thing I must point out that both Om Prakash and Kapil come from humble backgrounds, and look where they are today. They're the leaders, and they're doing so well on such a big tour. It shows you that anything is possible in golf. Is a great equalizer. It's when you support this game of golf, you're actually bringing up grassroots. If you see our tour, I would say maybe 50% of them come from humble backgrounds. Many of them have started as caddies, but look where they are now. Rashid Khan is a name that comes to mind. He's one of the emperors of Indian golf. The way he's just risen through. So it's
earlier that whole dialogue about being a rich man's sport. If you go and scroll down the PGTI player list, you won't find any extremely rich people there. They'll be all very middle class, maybe middle to lower class economically. I'm talking about. I think golfers are a class apart by anyway.
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
You get what you know.
There's nobody can say.
Yeah,
It's all on you.
and nobody can stop you.
Yeah,
if
nobody
you're
can
good.
stop you. Nobody can stay
You eat what you kill.
Absolutely. And that's the beauty of this game. I just feel like once you have if you're performing well, sky's the limit.
And many of them have been able to grab onto those opportunities. And I must also mention there are many foundations which are doing good work in promoting juniors and children. There are many good coaches. There are people like you who've been associated with the game of golf at a high level, and then now giving back to the game, working with juniors. That's so important. And the work that golf foundations and all these other ones do, it's really helpful towards these kind of players. Many have come from that factory, and now we're seeing even down south many more academies coming up in Kolkata. So all the professional golfers, the ones who retired, who are working with the game, big shout out to all of you. That
I think, and the government has a big role in it because junior sport now, promotion of junior sport is a CSR activity. So, every company has a CSR which it has to do. And since promotion of junior sport is a CSR, now the companies and industries and multinationals are able to support junior golf more. Not just golf, sport in general. So that is one thing which has really changed. This has been a very recent development as far as CSR policy is.
If you look over the last 8-9 years, sports, there have been a proliferation of all sport. You see our medal tally at this, Asian Games. You look at the Olympics. We are always improving now. You see our players. In all major sports, they are dominating. They are competing. They're improving.
We finished in the top 5 in the 4x400 meter relay at the World Championship. We qualified for the World Championship in the 4x100. Sorry, it was 4x100 relay.
So you can well imagine how far we come. Athletics.
We beat some powerhouses. We didn't come. We finished 5th. There were 8 teams, 8 relay teams. So India was not known for this. And then you have Neeraj Chopra, who's won the World Championship now at javelin, and he's won the Asian Games, and
it shows you that it is possible with the correct support.
And something else I saw, we beat Pakistan at squash.
Yes. Jahangir Khan,
Sher Khan, Jahangir Khan, they were like legends of squash, and India was not, and we actually beat Pakistan at squash.
So it's great strides that we make in sport, but these are sustainable only with everybody's support. I must say, it takes a village, as they say, and it's we're thankful that this kind of change is happening. It's very good, keeps the youth positively engaged as well. I think sport is so important in the development of the youth, which is the engine of any country.
The biggest competitor to sport as far as social well-being is concerned is the flat screen. This is the biggest rival to sport. If you are playing sport, you're not in front of the screen. If you're not playing sport,
we would recommend right now that you please be in front of your screens and play your sport later.
I'm talking about social media. I'm talking about video games.
I'm speaking in jest. We would want our people to
absolutely.
Please be glued to your screens all the time
and send us.
But yes, you're right that you more outdoors as opposed to previous generations. We were spending times outdoors. Now these things, they have come in between, so there is a choice that if you're playing video games, you can't be outside. There has to be a balance.
So sort of
that looks like Dharma on the right hand and Saurav on the left.
Yes.
So you pick your poison.
That's OP on your right.
Similarly dressed as
absolutely, but just the more pink in his red.
That's a brilliant shot. He's definitely.
I think he's
baying for blood. Brilliant shot.
It's really yielding its results. Sachin on number 11. Eleven is a 382-yard par 4. Vinay Kumar Yadav with his birdie attempt on number 11, missing on the lower side. Vinay just coming off a bogey on number 10, that's taking him back to even par for today. 1 under for the tournament. 1 under, currently in a tie for 8th position. Sachin finding the middle of the hole there. That should take him to 5 under, a tie for 4th position with Shivendra. Vinay Kumar Yadav cleaning up on number 11. Seems to have lost his cool a bit. Om Prakash, after that brilliant approach to number 10. Well, there's still just one shot between Kapil and Om Prakash. He's not like he's running away with it. He's been rock steady though, but he's not. Kapil has hung on. Both are 2 under for today. Both tenacious characters, Om Prakash and Kapil. Kapil with a slightly longer birdie putt on number 10. Then Om. Reading it from all sides, you know. This whole procedure of reading the line is very good for the visualizing the putt also. So it helps you make the putt before you make it. You've seen a lot of putts come up short from here. Let's see if Kapil's got the speed right. Give it a lot of thought. And the speed right, just misread it a bit. Turned more than he thought it would. It keeps him at 9 under. Manav with his birdie attempt now. 3 good approach shots in here by our leader group. Good putting technique, Manav bias. Let's see if we can read this one correctly. Oh, just running out of steam, as a result turning more. Om Prakash Chauhan with his birdie attempt now. This will put a little more daylight between him and Kapil. His routine always remains the same. Same right hand. And finding the bottom of the hole again, taking him to 11 under, 2 shots ahead of Kapil now. On the right of the screen, Akshay making a birdie on number 11. So Akshay goes to 8 under now. Shivendra with his birdie attempt on number 11. Uphill, right to left. Let's see if he can follow suit. Oh, just hitting it through the break there. A little too much steam. Harshjeet, 2 footer for par. Cleaning up. Shivendra taking his time. A little bit of gardening, making sure the surface is smooth. Don't want it bobbing up and down on putt of this length. Just lost our streaming for a bit there. So the leaders finding their way to number 11, which is 382-yard par 4. Om Prakash Chauhan moving up to it. This hasn't been updated yet, but he has made birdie on number 10, which has taken him to 11 under, 2 shots ahead of Kapil Kumar. Akshay at 7, Sachin at 5, Shivendra at 5. And as you can see, it's been a high scoring week. Just about 10 people under par. This is the Jammu Tawi golf course is 7,251 yards long, and it's a demanding golf course off the tee. There's a lot of penalties on both sides on most of the holes. This is the rest of the calendar for the year for the PGTI. From here, the players make their way to Panchkula for the Haryana Open, and then followed by the Chief Milkha Singh Invitational in Chandigarh. Then it's a long trek across the country to Digboy for the IOC Masters Golf 2023. From where they come back to the nation's capital, Delhi, and for the couple-day Grand Thornton Invitation at the beautiful DLF Golf and Country Club, followed by the SSB Invitational in Kolkata. Then it's a trek back to Jaipur for the Jaipur Open, followed by the Tata Steel Tour Championship, which is got a enhanced prize money of 3 crore, which is also just for the top 60. So this is the last event. It's a no cut event. Only the top 60 and invites get to play it, which is going to be held at Jamshedpur. That will be then followed by the PGTI qualifying school, which has got 2 stages to it. It has a pre-qualifying and then the main qualifying. This year it has over 600 entries. That is the Tata Steel PGTI rankings so far. Om Prakash Chauhan, who is leading our tournament here as well, has a sizable lead over Aman Raj on the prize money. In third place is Karan Pratap Singh, followed by Sachin and Jamal. Jamal is not playing this week. Gaurav had an indifferent outing here, having missed the cut. Akshay Sharma is going to enhance his position after this week because Sanit is not playing, and Akshay is well within the top 5 here. He's actually in second position right now at 8 under.
Yes, could climb up maybe all the way up till 7th, mathematically speaking. Maybe even 6th if he indeed wins the tournament. I think second place position would be 4 lakh and then some, or maybe closer to 5 lakh. The winner gets about
It's 11%.
But 550 or something.
550. He sticks, get to 7th.
But he'd be looking to win this tournament. But it's not going to be easy. Om Prakash Chauhan looks like an insurmountable object in front of him at this point in time. He's playing like a man possessed. He's reeling off birdies after birdies and not a single bogey. Knock on wood. So that the commentator doesn't curse him.
I don't think he will be either.
He's not interested in dropping shots, only interested in making birdies, which is really good.
On our screen is Kapil playing number 11.
The 11th hole is a par for 405 yards. It's a fairly short hole.
Very straight, relatively straight, I would say.
Sizable divot.
Just one bunker on this hole, which is a greenside bunker shot. It runs. It looks like one of the, I would say, easier holes on this track. Relatively.
Yeah, but I think the difficulty is if you miss the fairway, this green seems to be a little perched up and that bunker. And it's rather narrow as well. So stopping the ball on the correct.
The bunker is right in the middle of the green. It's not on the side.
So stopping the ball on the correct surface.
I wonder how the members play this hole. They must be treading that bunker.
You know how members are.
They like to roll it up, so it's right in the middle. Must be getting a lot of traffic.
Absolutely.
OP with his brisk walk on the right of your screen. Sanjeev Kumar from Lucknow finishing up.
We did bring to you the scores of the leaders. Akshay, Om Prakash both at 3 under par. Akshay at 8 and Om Prakash at 11 under for the tournament. Kapil Kumar also joining that trio at 8 under par total. And as you go lower down, we see that Lohan and Prasad are playing really well, 2 under for the day. Scoring all around has still been difficult today. As we look at Manav Bias on hole number 11, coming from the left-hand side, will be difficult for this ball to stop, but hasn't he done ever so well? That is exemplary control by him, being able to pitch it towards the front center of the green and release it towards the flag. That's brilliant control by this young man. So shows you that he has the iron striking game well under wraps. And as you look at the scores, we see that Shamim Khan is the one who started from the back nine. He's 1 under par. He's the sole figure, I think, now, or there was Shankar Das who was 1 under, but now
I think it was C. Arul.
There's somebody on the back nine who started.
But he just bogeyed the first hole, so it's dropped back to even par. Yeah.
So nobody from the back nine who's under par. So shows you that it's not easy pickings by any measure. And even towards the top half, there may be only about 10 players overall under par. And the
Did Shamim start on the back nine today?
Shamim Khan?
No, he started on the front nine. Yeah, so because that's coupled with his bunker shot on number 11.
Fairly straightforward, not a very difficult bunker shot.
It's like to be a longish bunker shot. Oh.
There's the ball. So
Tough
this,
to hit it in the
yes, it's right at the back.
Yeah.
So what would you prescribe? I personally like to hit the chunk and run from this kind of distance. So that takes the safety aspect first. You ensure that you're not. This makes this shot really difficult, right?
Uphill also.
Yeah. So it's a very difficult shot overall. There's no magic to it. You just have to execute it. You give yourself a shot. I think that's good enough.
You know,
Yeah. So
so that's like 3 there.
yes.
So might be the commentator discusses might come in being a game with us saying he hasn't made a bogey.
Yeah, that normally happens, but I think it's been quite a while. It's been 28 holes, 27 holes bogey free, and maybe if you. No, he did make a double bogey on the last hole of the second round. Apart from that, it's been a pretty clean week. Just 3 bogeys and a double thus far, so it's been very good in order to avoid disaster.
That's pretty neat on golf course this challenge.
Shows you that his ball striking is absolutely on top, and there are some friendly visitors as well.
They have no idea what's going on.
Absolutely. Let's see if OP can continue that streak. It's going to be a difficult putt.
Yeah. You see the tip of the
He left it short as well.
It's not too bad, and then it's quite deep.
Rohan with what appears to be on hole number 15. Second. Yeah, I think that's the 15th hole that we've seen on our right hand side.
With his par attempt coming up on number 11.
I think this could really change the complexion of things if he were to make his putt now.
Absolutely. It's very good he holds it. For sure. No, but you know, home is from scratch is also going to drop a shot here.
Yeah, so maybe,
His day 2 shots is so gettable.
reduce the margin.
He knows how important this is.
But thankfully for the players,
Everything is important at this point, by the way.
thankfully for the players, the weather is not oppressive, so they can just sort of focus on their game. We have a look at Shankar Das.
Couple going at it at the same time.
Putting in unison. Both of them. Shankar is looking good all the way. Just about. Let's see if Kapil can do one better. A little more deliberate this time is Kapil.
Yeah, he kind of pulls his putter back towards him, then he replaces it, and this is his last look.
That looks good. That looks good. That's right in the jaws. Rather unfortunate there for him.
Yeah. Front door drunk and then slept outside.
Absolutely. And that's how it should be. Inebriation must be penalized. So there he is. And we have a look at Rohan after that bunker shot.
Yeah, it was 15.
It was hole number 15. Long putt for his par.
Over today. Just coming up a bit short. Not sure getting his marker back into place. And I always found his big casino chips very disturbing as markers. As in, anytime.
Unless you won, then
No,
it
if
reminds.
it's a small coin, you actually don't want him to move it at all because you're going to use it as an aid for your life. But this one, you have to tell the person to move it. Akshay for his par on number 15.
Oh, that's rather unfortunate for Akshay right there.
But see, he was not very sure about the line. Again, Prasad having a brilliant good day today. He's 4 under today and it's 1 under for the tournament now.
They're having a field day.
It's lunchtime, Shaurya. They're not concerned. Only thing interesting right now are insects.
That's why they have the head down, as you said, in the wild. They're looking down. Look at that.
Nobody pictures.
That's some good camera work if I've ever seen any.
You know, this shine of the sun. I remember I was playing, I think it was the Emirates Amateur in Dubai at the Majlis course at the Emirates. And it had just been made. I'm talking about 95, 96. And so the caddy told me when you're hitting this third shot over the water, don't look at the water. And because we were playing in the evening, I said, "Don't look at the water. What does it mean?" And it was a practice round. And, I looked at the water. And the moment I looked at the water, it was like mercury. It is the angle of the sun is such that it shines and it hits you in the eye and you go blind for a few seconds. You can't see anything.
It's quite the story.
Unreal. Like,
I thought you were going to come up with
No,
something
I
more
had to-
interesting.
I
I thought it was crocodiles probably
I had to
jumping
back
up.
out of the shot. I couldn't see the ball. I was blinded by that reflection.
Yes, that's where that's a good golf course for match play. Huh? Make your opponent look into it and then call the referee for slow play. That was,
Especially if you're watching with the opponent.
would be quite the one. Did you ever play any of those golf courses in South Africa where there's a lot of wildlife, tigers, lions roaming around? That's a brilliant part. You've seen those videos where
There's been a while. There's been a time. For the last 2 decades.
not anymore, unfortunately. That's rather unfortunate, but all good things come to an end. Hopefully, he can make another comeback. 18th hole. Look.
Interesting pin, huh? The tree is guarding the pin today.
Yes, it's favors the fade player a lot more today.
Shamim with his caddy Kullu. Amrit has his. Needs to get a tighter belt. His t-shirt keeps coming out. Misreading it a bit. Shamim. This looks like it's
Amrit.
Yeah, that was Amrit Lal. Looks like it's number 17 from the looks of it.
We're on the spot. Can't make too many mistakes either. So let's just wait and watch. That's what I do. Play it safe, but playing safe is never good enough if you have to win a tournament. Om Prakash will tell you that you have to go for the kill. But unfortunately, sometimes when you go for the kill, it can come back and haunt you.
He's dropped shots in couples.
Yes, so he doesn't like making bogeys. He's made a double bogey. He made a double bogey at the end of the second round, and he's made another here. But he's been bogey free technically since the first round.
Yes.
So he's at 9 under par, one shot ahead of Akshay Sharma, and he's invariably got Kapil Kumar in the tournament as well. Sachin Besoya,
Everybody's
Shivendra.
Everybody's in now.
Yeah, now lurking behind
Because
They
like
know.
sometimes when the wheel comes off, it keeps coming off.
Yes, absolutely.
Sometimes.
Let's see if he still stays on track. But they're like sharks. I'll tell you, the chasing golfers. They can smell blood in the water, and they're
Good
in for the kill.
putt by Shami.
There's going to be a spring in the step of all these other golfers who are at 5 under. Maybe somebody at 3 under also thinks, Harshit, that maybe I just overpower this golf course, drive a couple
I
of
would
par
always,
fours.
you know, the conditions being so. Wondering why Shamim wasn't playing better.
Yes, from what I heard, I did happen to speak to his caddy. He said last time I met him that putting has been an issue for him because obviously he's not playing where he used to. So owing to that, putting was a skill that he's really good at.
He's not getting to practice that much.
He's not getting to practice where he used to. So the problem is that he's having to play golf in other golf courses where the greens are slow. So he's really lost out on that Midas touch that he has around the green. So hopefully he can
That's
find a
unfortunate.
place that the greens are fast.
That's unfortunate, though. But he is actually a really good putter.
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
So, just as you're talking about people coming from humble backgrounds, their stories, there is struggle involved. It's not so easy. It's not all roses and sunshine. There's a lot of financial burden to actually play this game, even on a regular basis as a professional. So unless you have a benefactor, a company or sponsor. So I really do implore that for corporates and even governments or local governments looking at this, even as individual players, they can get associated because it's a symbiotic relationship. A player goes place to place and he does help your brand and you helping him along his journey
Absolutely.
as well.
I think Om Prakash comes from Mao. The golf course in Mao had actually banned him for some time. He was practicing in the fields. Now he's back to playing on the golf course, but you can see the grit.
Yes,
You can see the grit.
yes.
You can see how much he wants it. Akshay on the other side, same humble background. Kapil, Sachin, Shivendra. Shivendra wanted to join the Air Force. Is now a professional.
He's flying high.
He's flying higher in a different
He's
way. Yes.
currently like a MiG 27, but he needs to get into the Raphael mode.
Boy.
Yeah, he needs to get just those 4 shots on to put on these afterburners
Yeah.
and get after it.
So you see the top 5 on our leaderboard today. Very humble background.
This just shows you actually you made a brilliant observation. Look at that. This is what inclusion looks like. Om Prakash from Mao, Akshay Chandigarh, Kapil Delhi, Sachin Delhi, Shivender Gurugram. It's dominated by people from different parts of the country and humble backgrounds, and they're fantastic ambassadors for the game of golf. What more do you want? This is what dreams are made of. You work hard, and sky's the limit. You win, you become number 1, you go play DP World Tour. So if you have what it takes and you want to play a sport, I really recommend that you look at golf as somewhere that you can fulfill your dreams if you really have what it takes. Nothing can stop you apart from yourself. And there you have it, Om Prakash Chauhan, 9 under par.
I just feel that when you come from a more humble background, you feel the drive is a little more intense, I would say, though, because you feel like this is your salvage. It's the way you're going to reach where you wanted to reach in life, and there's no option basically. There's one way. This is the way, and when you know that this is the only way, this is your back's against the wall, then you're going to come out fighting, and that's the advantage of. I remember a very famous interview by Ben Hogan, and he came from a very humble background himself. And Akshay has just made birdie on 12,
And hence the smile.
and has moved to 9 under and is in the tie for the lead.
Fantastic.
So Ben Hogan said, I always feel bad for the rich people. They don't know what a tough day is. I had a tough day every day of my life, and I know how to handle tough days, and I have enjoyed handling it. So the environment has breeds toughness, and it's at the end when you come to a tournament and closing out, it's a test of that character. Your toughness does have a big role to play on the result.
Yes, and I think that's where they say the extremes can still make work at their dreams. It's in the middle. If you're having to balance things out, it becomes difficult. But nothing that is great in life comes easy. Nobody's gonna give you anything on a platter. You have to risk it. If you have a plan B, they say you already lost. But unless you have a plan B, then you can be lost in the wilderness in life later. So there are no straight answers. But you must know, if you have what it takes. A person deep inside every golf player, every sportsman knows if he has what it takes to win. It doesn't matter if you don't win, but you must know that you have the ability.
Well, the middle comes coming to the middle. The middle is probably where a lot of good golfers come from.
Also, where a lot of dreams go to die.
Yeah,
that's
the middle is us.
Exactly.
Also, where your Jordan Spieths and your Tiger Woods come from.
Yes,
that's the middle. But the middle has its own advantage. The middle has advantage of discipline.
Yes,
it has advantage of integrity and all those characters which are important in sport. The bottom has the advantage of having their back against the wall, and there's only one way forward.
Yeah, it's either you're
top also
you're up, either you're up or you're out.
The top, if they keep their heads about them, have an advantage too of resources.
Absolutely.
So there's an advantage everywhere. It depends on how you use it.
Exactly, you're right. It's how you look at life, because every situation is going to be unique for each player. But I feel that maturity is something that is common across the board. You must know what you have going for you. You must know how to tackle this game. You can't be blindsided by things, especially if you want to be a good professional golfer and play for your life. You must really be well prepared. And
you must know,
unless you can sleep and shoot 9 under par when others are trying to wake you up, don't try that.
Like we said, hindsight, foresight, insight, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So the insight needs to be there, and the foresight needs to be clear. When the more clear your vision is, the more you actually things open up for you. And there's another part of it's from our I don't know if you've read of Chanakya Niti. It's a very famous book of sayings. And Chanakya had a very famous saying. He says, if you don't do the thing at the right time, time will not allow you to do it.
Yes.
Okay. So there's a time and there's a time where you have it going for you, and if that time you don't do it, then time will not allow you to do it later on.
Very deep. Let's see if this is the correct time for Harinder Gupta on hole number 15. Harinder Gupta currently sitting in at level par. Let's see if we can get into those red numbers.
It always looks so good on the scorecard.
Yes, absolutely.
Especially on the big leaderboards on the golf course, and everybody's just looking for the red numbers.
Yes, those are old leaderboards where the numbers would change.
Yeah. So on the old leaderboard, the level par was in black, the over par was in blue, and the under par was in red.
The screen is rather uniquely designed. Team. Seems to be Karan Pratap Singh.
Yeah, the bunkers seem to be really far from the putting surface for some reason.
I think the reason might be the one that you pointed out yesterday, so as to diminish the chance of sand landing up on the putting surface, and seems that he's diminished his chance of the ball landing up on the putting green either. So they both missed the green.
Yeah, it's a very Well designed hole. This 15th hole. You have a bunker which is at 250 from the tee, which you need to decide whether you want to hit past it or short of it, and I guess alongside it also.
Yes.
This fairway-
Anywhere but in it.
Yeah, this fairway seems to be a little wider than the others. Green lies diagonally across from left moving up to the right.
It's going to be telling what Om Prakash does on hole number 12 and 13 to see how he's able to bounce back from that.
12 is a par 5, so it's good that it's a par 5.
Yes. It'll allow him to sort of unleash some of that frustration by hitting a driver.
I think he just caught a bit of a flyer on number 11, went over the back. Then I guess he missed that small.
Yes.
But so it's not like he's really.
But that's golf, it can just get away from
Just
you
a
in the
little
blink
bit
of an
here and
eye.
there.
And those soft double bogeys, they hurt a lot more because you know that you've lost your focus somewhere.
The good part is that you haven't actually hit the shot that bad. It's just a little bit here, a little bit there, and it caused so going over the back, maybe a flyer, not off track.
Yes.
That's the flyer. Then short. As a result, you've short-sighted yourself. So you play safe, hit it on the green, hit the first part, then miss the other
Yeah, it's,
small one. So it's not that he's done something drastically wrong.
Yeah, it's one of those soft drop shots.
Now, Manav seems to be his chipping. No, this is Karan Pratap Singh. Sorry.
Very good execution. You see that
Yeah, like
after the second bounce, it released so well.
Yeah.
Yes. He has a very good chipping action. It comes out really nicely.
On the fringe and around the green, you don't need so much of a time. You want to hit it almost like behave like a putt. Sometime. My coach used to tell me that if the ball is dancing on the green with spin, it's not going to. It's
Kind of
only-
rhymes as well.
Yeah, putts and chips. Only chips and bunker shots that go in are the ones which are rolling.
So that's another thing to be mindful of. Don't
So the
employ.
spin looks
Long part here.
give it a nice wrap. Still come up short of it. Sarthak.
Sarthak Chibber.
This is a group of Sarthak Chibber, Karan Pratap Singh, and Harinder Kaur. Sarthak going well today. He's 1 under today, even par for the tournament. And they're coming up short as well. Another 1 under as well. Abhinav Lohan has got a good round going. He's blemish free today, 3 under, and even par for the tournament. Sarthak for his par. Good cleanup there. Remains at 1 under for today and par for the tournament. A tie for 11th position. So Om Prakash coming back with the birdie
That's what I was
on
talking
number
about.
12.
The
It's
metal.
taken him back to 10 under, one shot ahead again.
It's he's showing his metal. That's what champions are made of. Was able to bounce back from that. That's a litmus test.
Mm-hmm. No, it was a par 5 also, so which is.
But still, I mean, you still have to be in your element. Not that a par five will just.
I don't think he hit any drastically bad shot on the double bogey. It was just a little bit.
You know, that can work both ways. That you think that you lost your focus and dropped 2 shots instead of 1, but he's so good that he bounced back.
I would be wide or something, and I've got a few tight holes coming up. If I've hit a wide off the tee, I would be thinking about it. But if I've hit generally okay, I know, okay, one of those holes, it's okay. It'll all even out. That's what, it won't worry you.
It won't worry you
on-
if
on a
you're
golf course
striking.
on a golf course like this, where the tee to green is.
Yes, I agree.
It's a challenge.
But it would still irk you that you lost your focus a little bit. Yeah.
Things, but not worrying. If let's say on the other side, if you hit it like way right or way left, and then
And then you're second guessing yourself. Yeah.
stick, and then I've got another 7 holes to go, and I hope I don't repeat that miscue.
13th is a short par 3, 150 yards.
Yeah, it's very
Very interesting hole. You see it.
almost like a dog leg.
Yeah, it's to be aggressive, you have to get close to the hole.
Sachin with his chip.
Came out pretty well.
Yeah, good, nice, firm.
Nicely
Hit
done
on
there
it.
by him.
Golf is such a mental game. We saw Vinay getting upset on number 10, hitting his ball with his putter. Then he's just gone bogey after that. So it's 3 bogeys. Your emotions need to be kept in check in this game, because they are your biggest weapon and your biggest enemy also.
Yes. It's a nice layout and design of this hole. You see how that bush sort of comes into play. Those trees on the right hand side overhanging. I would have maybe liked the flag pin position to be further to the right to make it even more interesting. Front right, I think that will be the stuff of what nightmares are made of.
That's the sadistic part of every human being. And we were talking about earlier. We had this discussion which we didn't go through with it about should you win early, should you lose early, what should you do? This for a human being, we all grew up at different rates. So we have some early bloomers who become big early in life, and some kids who grow a little slower. I feel that the more you challenge somebody, the more they push themselves and the better they get. So if you have somebody who's an early bloomer, I would actually let the kid play with kids his size older than him or her, and vice versa. For somebody who's a late bloomer, who's shorter than he or she should be at that age, growth wise, I would not let them play tournaments with the yardage too long.
Okay.
Because psychologically, I want to challenge that person who thinks he's cat's whiskers.
Okay.
And I don't want this one to take a beating that they
Get disheartened.
Yes, and it's that balance of things that make for. Yeah, he's just
Made a real hash of it.
I think he just lost his footing on the top of his backswing and didn't make good contact at all.
Is that Shivendra?
No, that's Pawan Kumar.
Oh, yes. They both have those leaves on.
Yeah. Vinay leaning up. Oh, see, this is another one of those, angry misses. You could see that he just wants to get out of the golf course right now.
Yes.
And that's been since his missed putt on number 10. He hit the ball with his putter, then you could see the frustration and anger on his face, and he's taking it to the next hole. You need to not take any of this stuff to the next tee box. That's what will help you perform better. So this anger, frustration, all these negatives which all human beings have, they need to be curbed in this game. It's all, you are definitely going to have it, but you need to keep a tab on it.
One of the ways is to look at the drone video. This has something majestic about it, calming, meditative. Just look at it and relax.
Yes, beautiful view of the golf course. I'm really impressed by the golf course. The layout is fantastic. The conditions are great and challenging. Tawi Golf Course. This is the third edition of the J&K Open presented by J&K Tourism. The first edition was played in Srinagar. The last two editions, this one and the one before, is being played here at the Jammu Tawi Golf Course in Jammu. That's Dharma on number 15. Finding the putting surface. Very still day. Great conditions to score. And Om Prakash Chauhan is leading the pack at 10 under. In close pursuit is Akshay Sharma at 9 under, followed by Kapil Kumar at 7, then Sachin and Shivendra at 5. Harshjeet and Manav at 4. One under is placed at 8th position all the way to the 11th place. High scoring week, tough, really tough, challenging track. Any mistake is a bogey or double bogey here. Pawan, after hitting, losing his footing in the bunker, not making good contact with the ball, is left with 50-60 yards to get up and down for his par on 15. Trying to see where he's going to get a lie which allow him to hit the flight he wants to hit. This particular length of shot is, though it's short, it's something where you need to decide the trajectory before you hit it, because until you don't control the trajectory, you won't control the distance you get on it and the release on the green subsequently. You can see his two-plane swing. Hits it up above the plane, then drops it in. Got a little scoopy on it. Come up short. Badal, chip in.
Badal,
Right.
I'm assuming Badal would be here in 2.
Yeah.
Unless he's suddenly pulled a Dr. Jekyll and Hyde and driven that ball 400
Got the
yards.
cart path would rather
Yes.
be more.
There was that one drive, I don't know who hit the longest, where it hit the cart path, went to the hazard, and there was like a 480-yard drive.
I
PGA
did got twice in my playing professional golf. One was an advantage and one was a disadvantage. I remember it was an IDC. I was playing with Sujan Singh and I came on the 10th tee, on the first tee, and the wind was off the left and I was driving the ball really well. And I used to prefer a fade with my driver, so I aimed it on the left side of the fairway, just pulled it a tad. The wind did not bring it back. The wind was left to right, and it was going straight, touch and go with the rough on the left, and it lands on the cart path. And guess what? It goes on the green on number 1 in ITC. And the second time I had the cart path, I was playing in Clearwater Bay in Hong Kong. It was a Star Alliance Open, and the cart was on the left of the fairway, and I pulled it a bit, and it hits the cart path and stays on the cart path, comes 150 yards back to me on a 360-yard hole that I had 210 yards left. and I was on the bubble that time, and I had to make it like I had to, and it was straight uphill. And this cart path was like, this hole was like a 30-degree gradient, so it came back a long way.
So sometimes you win, sometimes you lose.
Yeah, it's, everything evens out if you look at it in over a period of time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Om Prakash Chauhan has made par on hole number 13, and so has Akshay Sharma. And for those of you joining us right now, we'd like to welcome you to the J&K Open 2023 presented by J&K Tourism, being played at the Jammu Tawi Golf Course at Jammu. This tournament offers a prize fund of 50 lakh. On your screens is Pawan Kumar, who's struggling on this hole. Let's see if those struggles come to an end. It's a decent putt. He would drop a shot here on this hole. Leading a tournament is Om Prakash Chauhan from Mao. Trailing him by a solitary shot is Akshay Sharma from Chandigarh. Kapil Kumar from Delhi, a further shot adrift. And then you have two players tied at 5 under. Sachin Besoya, Shivinder Singh Sisodia. Long hitting Harshjeet Singh Sethi at 4 under par, tied with the youngster Manav Bais at 4 under par. Behind them, in a tie for 8th, we have a quartet of players: Arjun, Harinder, Dharma, and Saurabh, all at 1 under par. And I'm your host, Shaurya Singh, joined alongside my co host, Amit Dubey. And we look forward to hearing more from you on social media, and do follow us on by reaching our website www.pgtofindia.com. You can get a lot of information there on the schedule of events, prize fund, your favorite players, where all we go, and even tips and tricks.
Dharma for his birdie on number 15. Oh, that was such a good putt. Circled the hole, did everything but fall in. Must have looked really good to him. Badal for his par on number 15. Badal having an indifferent day today. He's 4 over today, and 4. The tournament. Missing out again. One of those days that nothing is going for you. Started with a double, and then everything went south.
Shows you a different view, a lot of wildlife. And this seems to be the 15th that we're looking at on our left-hand side. Am I right?
Yeah.
Really nice. This is a wonderful golf course to be playing.
Yeah, and it's next to the river, so water is never going to be a issue. It's got a lot of water bodies in it also.
Yes. It reminds you a little bit of
Panchkula.
yes, a lot. If you see that similar river on the side, a similar kind of grass as well, similar layout, similar bunkers.
The 3-4 days of Q&A, man.
Fruitnik Electro Plus. Rehydrate. Feel alive.
काम घर में कर रहे हों या बाहर, या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हों, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे, तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
Fruitnik Electro Plus. Rehydrate.
Of a finger, it can all come crashing down. And it's thoughts go out to all of those who were affected by those floods and the people who did pay the ultimate price. We do hope that they recover, and obviously the appropriate governments to take care of those people, and nature take care of us And likewise.
It's a mutual thing. You need to take care of nature as well.
Somebody who won't have any of those thoughts in is
Sachin.
Sachin with that brilliant shot.
Yeah, good execution. For fairway to be a good fairway bunker player, you need to have a really stable base. You need to have your stability has to be really good. So it's actually a good place to work on. If you want to work on your stability, just go to a bunker and hit a few long fairway shots from there, and it'll make you feel stable. And it's from the legend Sevi Ballesteros used to do that on the beach and he was a really good long iron player. Saurav and Sachin. Playing number 15.
I think so. Your thoughts about this tournament are coming true. Om Prakash does have a commanding lead. Now, 2 shots, it's grown to with Akshay dropping a shot. Akshay does have 4 holes to go. As long as it's a couple of shots and they're playing the 18th, it can still be decided. I think more than 2 shots, then it's.
Yeah, and I just feel that this is a golf course where you have to have small misses, and you will miss. Golf is a game of misses and how well you score with them. But it is a small miss golf course, and Om Prakash is missing small, and as a result, he's not. I'm not sure about what he did on the 18th hole on the second day, but that was a soft double bogey. I would
Yes.
say. Nothing. It's
Nothing out of the ordinary. That's
yeah. It could be like it could happen to anybody. Let's say, for example, you hit a tee shot and you second one you just hit it and the wind comes up and you find the front bunker and
Yeah, it's
below
not fair.
behold it gets plugged in it. It's not because you hit a bad shot. It's just
it's
the wind
sometimes
came-
the
and then you
elements.
hit it about 20 feet. And it's a bogey. It's a soft double. There's nothing you could do about it.
Yes.
So it was he hit a flyer. It actually went over. He covered the flag on that. And then because he had short-sighted himself, he played safe, which is what
Which
he
is the
should
correct
do.
thing, yeah.
But then he didn't miss a small putt, So these greens the small putts on these greens are actually quite challenging. So
Let's see this one. We'll have quite a break from the players left to right.
he should just miss Vinay's marker, which you can see on the screen, the coin, just to the right. If he just misses it on the right, he'll find the hole.
Let's see if he's able to do that.
He's gone.
Line seems fine. Maybe just a little under red over there, missing it on the lower side.
That would have been a better line. He actually almost
Yes.
and that's after he told him to move it. That's sorry. Normally you want the marker move so that you don't hit it. There. I'm not sure, if this is a good thing or bad thing, but you can actually keep tapping on your line all the way to the hole, and it'll become an indentation, and you can actually it'll make the ball go in. So I'm not sure if it's a good thing or bad thing, but
it's the rule. It's the rule. You can, as long as there is something which is out of the ordinary, you're allowed to tap it down. So the specifics, I think any damage which has been done by any other player, I think that's you can't change the natural contours, but if there has been something caused by a spike mark or anybody's putter.
For example, if I keep tapping it down all the way to the hole, for example, with my putter, and it's a certain width, so go all the way to the hole, and now I kind of say, okay, I generally have the line. It's almost like it will take X amount of time for it to recover from the stem, from the putting it down. So
Yeah, but very rare that
debatable thing,
very rare that that would be done by anyone knowingly. knowing that people do understand the rules. But yes, you are allowed to press down on
Quite frankly,
indentations.
if there's an indentation, 2 taps, it's down, man. You don't need to do it 5 times.
Over sometimes it just depends the kind of indentation there is. Pitch marks do require a lot of work, so we'll always give the benefit of the doubt to the player. As we have a look at our multi-screen view.
When a birdie attempt on number 15, Sarthak with his tee shot on number 17. Yes, missing it on the low side.
A Jim Furyk-esque swing.
You saw that he actually is working on flattening it out in the backswing because he rehearsed something and did something else.
Something else. That's a good shot, though.
So his feel is that he knows that he needs to fix this a bit. Quite firm. It's still got about 2.5 feet left on his. See, he's just hit it too hard again.
Yeah, these short putts, as you said previously, they can cause a little bit of an issue.
He hit his first putt too hard, then he hit his second putt too hard. Both too hard. I think it's just sometimes you're trying to force the issue because you so want to play well, and maybe you come in your own way, as they say.
Yeah, in golf you can't quite force the issue. You have to sort of let it flow.
You need to give it your best and let things unfold by themselves.
It's a rather unique game. You can't force the issue. In most of the other games, like if you think about just cricket, a batter can get aggressive and hit the ball. A bowler, he can give it his
You're
all.
reacting to somebody else, right? Here you're not reacting to anybody.
It's got elements of everything. You have to hit the ball far.
The ball's not moving either. It's not running away.
Very risky in that stroke.
Yeah. A few things you shouldn't be doing in putting, but sometimes 2 wrongs make a right.
Absolutely. And somebody who does not want to commit any more wrongs is Om Prakash Chauhan.
I don't think he'll have any more blemishes coming in. I think he was sometimes the law of probability says that there's been quite a few holes.
Yes. And that does tend to happen. Otherwise, it will be easy for players to go bogey free the entire duration.
Yeah.
You will, the elements will get to you, even if you don't.
What happens if you stand on the railway track for too long? It runs over you.
Exactly.
If you make so many pars in a row, now
it's like a casino. If you're on a.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects 2 parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Harshjeet seems to have come out of that a little bit, looking right.
Yeah, maybe he just started a bit right of where he wanted to.
Yeah, not too bad, but not that great either. He was the closest there. He would have wanted to hit that a little closer.
So the average distance that you should the PGA Tour hits it from the pin is 10% of your yardage in feet.
Right. So if you talk about 100 yards, so 10 feet is what you're saying that to get to?
Yeah, that's what you should aim to, achieve. It could be, sometimes you have hanging lies and from the rough, then it doesn't hold good.
Not quite sure where Badal has
Badal's
gone.
right next to the hole.
Is that his ball?
Well, he's the only one who's.
We are at hole number 16. The 16th is a par 4 at 440 yards.
So Om Prakash, not sure he's made on number 13. He's
Om Prakash has made a
40
par on
no,
13.
on 14. He's finished 14. We can see him. We just saw him on the
It will be updated.
15th tee.
Yes, will be updated soon enough, and we'll know what he has made on our screens currently. Green seems to have some sort of abrasions towards the back edge, or is that sand, or is green? Seems like the
I think that's where the water drains off. So when the water drains off, it erodes. You can see the green is sloping away at the end. So that's why the you have that eroded area.
I think green technology has really upgraded over the years. You do see that when they are building greens, there's a lot of drainages under the surface. Also, sprinkler systems under. Do we have those at golf courses now, or
I think most golf courses have it now. The older ones maybe not, but now most
under
ones-
there is sprinklers underneath the greens,
no
The
they
drainage-
pop up. The drainage is underneath the greens.
and the sprinklers are just towards the edge.
Yeah, and basically the sprinklers are 180 sprinklers, so they only spray forward.
That's a very difficult shot. It is a bunker shot, but coming out
I would clip it. I would chip it.
yeah, not the easiest shot to chip either.
Such a long green. I just put it back in my stance and just sit down on it and let it release.
I think that's what he is intending to do as well.
like that. Yeah, but he's duffed it a bit.
That's a brilliant shot. Not too bad from there. I think another thing is that when a bunker is absolutely flat, somehow it makes the bunker shot more difficult.
Yeah, because you don't need to visually hit it high, and you just practice high ones.
Exactly. So if you have a same shot without the lip, I think it makes it more difficult.
And most members actually would putt it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're really good at that.
I guess that's why a lot of golf courses which have a very high membership in it, they have very, now they have the lip of the bunker, the sand going all the way to the top.
Almost like a
Members
ramp.
play a putter, it speeds up play. So, otherwise bunker shot can...
Yeah, they never get out of them.
It's
very difficult.
Every member's Waterloo. They don't like bunkers.
Yes.
You see that Akshay's hit it by a fair bit. Like we had just spoken of this putt is particularly faster than others. Badal with his birdie attempt on number 16, coming up short. Shivendra's had a little bit of a roller coaster last 3 holes. He's gone bogey, birdie, bogey. This is for birdie on number 15. Also hitting it a fair bit far past the hole. So this green seems to be a little faster than usual from the left playing out to the right. Akshay's got a tester left for par. Harshjeet with his birdie putt. This one is actually quite slow compared to the other 2 putts. See how much slower this is compared to the other 2 putts.
Both of the players missing their respective putts. Players who have finished their rounds, the best round thus far seems to be belonging to Abhinav Lohan, who has shot a 3 under par and has been able to move himself up to 11th position. Arjun Prasad with a 1 under par. So good round by him as well. Further down, we have Ranjit Singh, the veteran from Chandigarh, also shooting a 1 under par today. Very good ball striker is Ranjit. And from all the people out on the golf course, the lowest round is 3 under. So it's not been a day for birdies and eagles. It's been a day of a wearing down grind. Right? It's been a day that pars are at a premium.
Everybody's always said that Ranjit is such a good ball striker, and maybe he's so good and he uses it on the green also because he's always struggled with his putting, you know.
Yeah, he's always struggled.
Yeah.
I experimented a lot with different putters.
Yeah, he's grips, putters, length of putter.
We just have now Nikhil on screen.
A very warm welcome from the Jammu Tawi Golf Course. We are in the final round of the J&K Open 2023 presented by J&K Tourism. It's going to be a nail-biting affair, so do stay tuned till the end. Before that, we have a plaque presentation ceremony, and I would request Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi, CEO PGTI, to kindly present a plaque as a token of appreciation of PGTI to Dr. Syed Abid Rashid Shah, Secretary Tourism J&K, for J&K Tourism's support to the event. We would now like to get a word from Dr. Syed Abid Rashid Shah. Sir, J&K Tourism supporting this event for the third year in succession. Tell us about the fact that tourism and golf coming together here at this event.
Thank you for having me. You're aware that Jammu and Kashmir, we call it the crown of incredible India. And we have a plethora of tourism products in Jammu and Kashmir, and golf is one of them. One of the most beautiful products in Jammu and Kashmir tourism is golf tourism. We are in the Tawi golf course, which is one of the most beautiful golf courses in the country. We have a total of almost 6 golf courses in Jammu and Kashmir, some of the most beautiful in the country. And so therefore promoting golf in Jammu and Kashmir is one of the core focus areas of J&K government and the tourism department. We are very happy to collaborate with the PGTI, in which 126 professional golf players from within and outside of the country participated over the last 4 days. This was a great opportunity for us to showcase the rich cultural diversity and the beauty and magnificence of Jammu and Kashmir, as you see, which is clearly evident and known to the whole world. I also take this opportunity to invite all the professional golfers, avid golfers, amateur golfers, anybody with any interest in golf. J&K Tourism will go out of the way to make sure that your experience in playing golf in Jammu and in Kashmir is world-class, global, and something that you will remember by for the rest of your life in terms of the beauty and magnificence that Jammu and Kashmir offers, along with the world-class golf courses. We have some of the most beautiful, like I said, golf courses. This being one of them, the Tawi golf course, is remarkable in terms of its beauty. It's a very challenging golf course, nevertheless extremely beautiful. And in the times to come, I am very confident that golf is only going to be taken up by a lot more people, and we are going to see J&K as one of the core focus points of golf in our country.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for all your support and encouragement. We are here because of J&K Tourism support. We are looking forward to a fantastic finale to this event. So do stay tuned for the end of round 4. It's back to you in the studio, Amit and Shaurya.
There you had Dr. Syed Shah, the Secretary of J&K Tourism, speaking with Mr. Uttam Singh Mundi, the CEO of Professional Golf Tour of India, and Nikhil Kalan there, the media head. Definitely a word of thanks to J&K Tourism, what they've been able to achieve in stitching together this tournament. Their support would definitely
the golf course.
Yeah, the support would go a long way in also encouraging the golfers from this state and promoting golf in this region as well as professional golf. So a word of thanks, and I think the players are really enjoying the conditions, and none more so than the man on our screens.
Yeah. His stride is something which is telling us a lot about his intent.
Great thing is that his stride is always the same. Even when he's not playing well, he's always brisk. He has intent.
Yes.
He's someone, he plays with intent. He wants to get something done. And I think that's a big difference. And it's also visible on the greens.
In Sanskrit, there's something known as mudra. That means your gestures. Your gesture tells what you're thinking, and it works the other way around. If your gesture is a certain way, you start thinking in that way. It is a two-way this thing. So from his body language, you can see how his mind is working. He's always productive. He's always thinking of doing something. Or anyways,
To be honest, I've really liked the way he carries himself and his game, and I feel he's one of those golfers who can have a long, very good career, primarily because of the way that his swing stays in the groove, and when he gets on a tear, he doesn't get into his own way. He's one of those momentum players,
Yeah.
and even if he's not playing bad, he's quick and he's very he's very self assured. And the way he putts from around 6 feet, he might not make all the putts, but you see, there is intent of holding the putt. Same thing with Rashid Khan. Inside 6 feet, they're aggressive. They putt with intent, as opposed to other players who are tentative.
I can see the same walk in Ashok.
Yes.
He had a very similar walk, and he used to, carry himself very well on the golf course. He might still be doing that. I haven't seen him for a while. And also, another one person who comes to my mind was Jyoti. Always,
Yes.
very, his head was up,
Yes, he was definitely the lion.
shoulders
Yes.
back, and you could see that he was in control of himself.
I think that's
Yeah.
really important.
Yeah.
You don't need to. Some other players get really down on themselves, and the body language
Yeah.
gives way, and the next thing you lose your posture, and that results in bad ball
Yeah, of
striking.
course. It's a mental game. You need to be mentally balanced. You need to, you can see him that his body is telling you that at least he's in control of himself. He's not outside himself.
Yes.
Yeah.
And here on hole number 15, Kapil has his work cut out. So
This is important because this is to stay in touch.
this is to remain in Om Prakash Chauhan's rear view mirror. Otherwise, objects that appear may actually be further than they are.
Yeah.
So that's what.
That's a really good song from Meatloaf, by the way.
Well, you definitely are a connoisseur of good music.
It was his Grammy-winning album, Bad or
I don't quite recollect. I think this is from we're talking about a band from the time of the 80s or Meatloaf.
maybe early 90s.
Early 90s. I did hear the group, but I don't think I ever came around to Meatloaf. I'm pretty certain that I'll do my research today. Let's see if Kapil Kumar can take a bite out of this loaf and make a par.
Well, we've seen a lot of putts come up short and missing on the lower side, which is the right side, due to lack of pace. So he has to keep the pace up on this putt.
It's very difficult putt, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
Into the grain,
into the
up,
grain, left to right.
very low probability of this falling in the hole.
Yeah. So, but when you win a tournament, you do things which are low probability. So,
Oh, there you go. Fantastic putt. Right, the last breath, it fell in the hole.
So they say, okay, this is the percentage of putts hole from this length. I say that means only that many percent of people are making it from that length, right?
Yes.
Yeah. But if you want to be
One
in
of
that
those,
others, then you need to be in that other percentage.
That was a good one. So
Yes.
Kapil is showing intent as well.
It was a challenging one, and this I can tell you has got Om Prakash thinking.
Yeah, given him a little bit of food for
Yeah,
thought.
he
There you
thought-
have, as they say, there's the slow player's best friend is right there. Chari. But he's
In the
been a
shadows.
fantastic ambassador on the tour, and even for the other tours that he referees on. He's really a fair,
who
even key person.
his brother is?
No,
Krishna Machari Shrikant.
real brother.
Yes. Real brother.
I think he's a really modest man as well. If he's never told us that Mr. Chari's brother is actually
Krishna Machari is Chari's brother.
fantastic. What a great sporting lineage.
So you saw that just lacked a bit of speed as far as the line is concerned for OP there. It tailed off at the end. Seen a lot of putts. A couple is probably the first one we saw made from that direction.
Especially putting into the green, you've not
Yes.
seen many putts because it's very difficult. The ball doesn't hold its line if you
It's
strike it to
bouncing
firm.
because the rain is kind of making it bounce. Well, 16. on the right of your screen. Manav narrowly missing out. Finishing up there, you can see from his gesture that he pushed the first putt that he missed from the right. Winds picked up a bit, Shaurya. You can see the leaves moving a little more briskly on top.
Yeah, the golfing gods are not gonna make it too easy for OP. He'd have to earn it on the last 3 holes, and wind would play a factor. The 17th is not the easiest of holes either.
It was a strange thing, but every time we played a tournament, a PGTI tournament at Noida Golf Course, it used to be windy, and it's not a windy golf course normally, but somehow when the PGTI came to Noida Golf Course, it got finished.
Do you remember the times? I think this would be prior to the start of PGTI, when Ashok Kumar used to win tournaments on the final day at Noida. He used to shoot 9 under. I remember that happened twice. Back-to-back tournaments on the final day, he would shoot a 9 under par. That's how good he was. I mean,
I was leading one of those. I remember, and he played with me, and
that would be what year are we talking about?
I'm talking about 2002 or 3. I can't remember which one it was.
Oh, good. Yeah. He was just devastating at that point in time.
Yeah, he and remember it was the season ender, and they had boosted up the prize money a lot that year because they had to make up a deficit. And he showed me what ball striking is.
9 under par. I remember.
And surprisingly, the first 2 rounds I played with him. Then the third round, since I was leading after 2 rounds, third round I played with someone else, and the fourth round I played with him again. And this funny thing happened. I was on the 9th hole, was our last hole. We started on the second round from the 10th. And I just got a driver for myself, and I had this really long one on number 9 in Noida Golf. You remember that bunker that comes 40, 50 yards short of the green on the right? Yes. I was inside that bunker.
That's a stupendous drive.
Yeah, and I was like 80, 90 yards by him. And he's looking at my driver, and I said, I was using it yesterday too. It's not just the drive. I timed. Sometimes some weeks.
Sometimes you just
timing is
impeccable.
On, I almost used to hit the green side bunker that week on number 12 also.
Oh.
So it was one of those weeks, and then later on I think because I hit a wide on one of the holes, and then I kind of got really conscious of what I was doing, and then once you get conscious, then you start spinning slower. That you need to put the ball in place, especially in a tournament. So it was the difference was almost the other way around at the last round of the tournament. So it's such a mental game. I was trying to tell you that. When you're on, you're not looking anywhere. You just and when you're off, you're looking everywhere.
Did you notice this as well? That I noticed that once you turn professional from amateur, you actually lose distance. Amateur, you tend to hit the ball much longer because you're freewheeling. When you turn professional, score becomes a lot more important. Sometimes because when you're playing amateur golf, score, you will get the score.
No, actually, I tell you when I know that I'm hitting it straight, I don't hold back. I give it everything. I used to, sorry. But if I'm not hitting the ball, I'm hitting.
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
So there you have it. To drop, then definitely put it down on the Excel back. But if it's not your day, then just take your medicine. Try to keep the ball in play. And talking about keeping your head. 16. 18th obviously is a hole where maybe even an eagle is possible.
I don't think he's coming back.
Yeah.
We need to get him.
Yeah, I don't see him dropping a shot.
Yeah, Akshay and Kapil need to make something happen. Home is not going to come back to them.
2 birdies in 3 holes. But, I mean, maybe
The 17 green is 27 yards long. It's playing 20 yards shorter today than yesterday.
okay. So let's see how he does. But the chasing pack will not give up hope that easily. 18th is
We hope not to.
yeah.
It's always exciting to have an exciting finish. Sort of on hole number 17 on the right of the screen.
Harshjeet there.
Sort of Chaudhary from Mao. 3 over today, 2 under for the tournament. Harshjeet giving it a mighty wrap, making it to the hole.
That's a good putt there by Harshjeet.
And getting that was burglary. It was a really good putt. Look at him smiling. I love this guy smiling. He's always smiling, by the way.
Yeah, why won't he? Golf is an easy game, a walk in the park for this man. But no, all things considered, he's a fine young man, a good ambassador of the game. The putter seems to be that it's a long putter. I think that
Yes. I wonder what his shoe size is. They look like big shoes.
something similar to one of those NBA players. I feel where this,
The biggest pair of shoes I've ever seen is Amit Luthra's shoes. So he asked me to get a pair for him from America once when I was there, and it was really big. 15.
oh,
15 was his size. Is his size still?
an avid golfer still takes the time out to play golf, even though he has a busy schedule.
He's a hustler. He's a hustler.
Great amateur, never turned professional though.
Yeah, at one time he had a +5 handicap at Delhi Golf Club. This is Akshay for birdie on number 16.
That's
For
quite a handicap
those
to have.
who don't know what +5 means, that means his average score is 5 under.
That's
And
really
he
something.
won, and that's the year he won the Singapore Amateur. He beat Dino Kwek, and really good amateur.
Very active still, plays a lot of corporate golf.
Yeah, he's probably in every corporate event. It's incomplete without Amit Luthra.
Shivender.
He's the celebrity corporate golfer.
There was miffed by something, not quite sure what it was. He
He just bounced right in the middle of its roll a bit and just threw it offline a bit.
I don't know, he's gesticulating to his caddy and looking behind as if maybe he read the ball long or something disturbed him. Not quite sure.
Yeah, he's had a little bit of a roller coaster, bogeys and birdies and bogeys and birdies. Still even par today though.
As long as you pepper around with enough birdies, it's fine. You can drop a few shots here and there. I think it's so important to make birdies. Because a birdie actually gives you a spring in your step. You feel good every time you make a
I
birdie.
think another thing to make birdies is this birdieable holes. You need to, and if you're putting well, and if you will get the chances then, because every golf course has birdie holes.
Yes.
They have tough holes too. Akshay cleaning up on number 16 for his par.
So Akshay would make way for the leader group to come through now.
Badal.
Seems to be hole number 18.
Yes.
Has hit to the left, it seems. Yeah, that's fine.
He's laying it up though.
That had quite a bit of movement on it for a layup. Seemed like a strong draw.
Harshjeet, you can see just bobbled a bit. Looks like it's going to go in. Yeah,
that was Heartbreak Hotel right there.
Like, look at his expression. It's telling you how he felt about it.
Yeah, it's very emotive. We saw that yesterday as well.
Must have looked good too. Shivendra, you put a good stroke on it. Don't worry about it. Saurav on number 17, the par 3, just left of the green. Such a not very happy.
Yeah.
It's
Definitely not leaving a lot to the imagination. Had an interesting round last year. Manav Jaini and Sachin Besoya and myself and Dipankar Kaushal at Noida Golf Course.
more that's would favor you too, but because did you guys beat them?
No, we lost thanks to kind courtesy myself. I had a howler, but it was a lot of fun playing with these guys. Jenny is still very. In fact, Manav Jenny shot 5 under that day.
Really?
Yes, and you know his distance. I think he's lost a little more, but his accuracy was like he laid up on hole number 8 and on 8, and he birdied from 100 yards. So his game inside 100 yards is still really strong.
Yeah, he's always been like that. I just thought he was a little Delhi golf course makes me a little bit like that. I guess playing on Delhi golf course trying to play.
That's what I do. You know, that's what I think. Like players at Delhi golf course lose a little bit of distance because they prioritize accuracy.
Yes.
Because they play every day, and you know you want to be in play. So I'm not sure if it's a good idea to just play at one golf course. You really need to broaden your horizon.
Yeah, absolutely. It's also your adaptability also increases. Yeah,
Yes,
you
it's
adapt to different conditions.
that's what they say. Like about American golfers, they're not great travelers when they go overseas because American golf courses are expansive, wide, massive, just bomb and gouge. But you go to different places, it's a lot intricate.
Vinay Kumar can break his putter right now. He's so frustrated with his putting. We've seen him miss a whole bunch of small putts today.
Is that Dharma on our screens? And oh, that's a
yes.
good shot right there.
Must have skirted with the tree. Tree is in play today on the right.
It's a brilliant pin placement, especially given the fact that it's the final day. So anybody trying to make eagle would have to take that tree on, or hit a nice left-right fade.
Famous open.
Definitely.
Badal playing out to the center. Number 18.
So how long are you driving it now, Amit? What kind of distance are you carrying? What is the speed? That's a lot. That's really high, given the fact that you've not been playing competitive golf for almost 15 years.
Yeah, but I'm on the driving most of the time. And earlier, I used to teach kids, small kids, and they're all grown up now, so they don't need that much of hand holding. And they're still my students, but I get more time to practice because they don't do it.
But how have been and previously, let's say if we go 5 years behind, what was your swing speed at that time?
Probably slower than it is today. I've been working a lot on myself, on my fitness. As a result, I think I'm being able to do more with my body. Saurabh for his par on number 17.
A par is a good score on this hole.
Yeah, he's had a good outing this week. He's 3 over today and 2 over for the tournament, which is.
Seeing that track on 18, everybody likes to favor a left to right shot of the tee. Not really seen many draws, to be honest. And that's probably the first one.
Yeah, that's Dharma looping it. I like that tight draws. They always look good.
Somebody that comes to mind is Zach Johnson. Very tight draw. Abhinav Lohan as well. I think they have the same coach.
You might not know this, but when we were a junior, Vivek Bhandari used to be a star.
Yes.
Yeah, he went on a golf scholarship to USC, and he won at that time PGAI as an amateur. He used to hit the tightest draws I've ever seen.
Then he switched over to a fade when he turned professional. Then
no, he still do it, but then I think he got his golf swing got looser as he grew older. But as an amateur, I remember as a junior, he won a pro tournament in Army Golf Course. Everybody was hitting a driver in 3-wood. He used to hit a driver in 5-iron on the same hole. Vivek Bhandari.
Yes, he won that. He won that. that red Honda. I remember
correct.
that. Yes,
That,
yeah.
I'm talking about 2-3 years prior to that.
Okay.
That was when he turned pro. And the first pro tournament that he played was in Jalandhar. I remember he and Jyoti went into a playoff. But that Honda car, Army golf course, yes. And but I'm talking about like 3-4 years prior
to that, yeah.
And the stall of Indian golf that time, and he, as an amateur, it was a convincing victory. It was not just one shot. So I remember him having that tight, like on a string.
Let's see if Pawan can have a tight putt.
Some faded like the left right putts actually. We like to see everything move right. The third member of this group, M. Dharma, relatively short birdie putt coming up. Dharma is 1 under today and 1 under for the tournament. In a tie for 8th. So it's got a little bit of catch attached to it. This is to go into a tie for 5th position. Kapil with his birdie attempt on number 16, narrowly missing on the right of the screen. OP with his birdie attempt on number 16. Narrowly missing also. Dharma with his birdie putt on number 18. Right to left uphill. Burning the edge. Mana with the park putt on number 16. That was a good stroke. That keeps him at a total of 3 under. Pawan with his park putt on number 18. Cleaning up. Badal for his par on number 18. Dharma, after narrowly missing his birdie.
We're getting towards the business end of things. We're getting towards the business end of things here at the J&K Open 2023, presented by J&K Tourism, being played at the Jammu Tawi Golf Course here at Jammu. This tournament features a prize fund of 50 lakh, and currently the front runner is Om Prakash Chauhan, having completed 15 holes with a two-shot lead over second placed Akshay and Kapil, who are at 8 under par. Harshjeet Singh Sethi is in fourth position at 4 under par. The event has seen high scoring overall. There have been difficult conditions, tested the players on all facets of their golf game, and currently somebody who's been able to answer the golf course. It's going to be interesting, and we request you to stay glued to your seats and follow us, whether you're watching this on TV, your mobile, or your laptop. On your live feed 1, you can see hole number 18, and live feed 2, you can see the par 3 17th. The leader group has now moved to the 17th hole. In view is Om Prakash Chauhan. It'll be interesting to see how he executes this shot. Not his ideal shape. The flag is to the front left. Maybe he'll fade it from the flag towards the center of the green.
Finishes on the center of the green in two part. Take a 3, walk to the 18th.
That's a really good shot by him. 15
Perfect.
feet right.
Yeah, like this is probably as close as he would want to keep it.
And that's playing to about 207, 8 yards, and the ball came to a dead stop. Shows you the purity of the strike. Now we have the youngster, Manav Bess.
Everybody bogeyed number 16 in his final group. And Manav is still is in 7th position. A couple of good holes. Really helping his.
He'd want to get those world ranking points. But overall, I think he's held his own today. The fact that he is playing in the leader group, he's done decently well. This is a difficult track, and he's 3 over today, which is not bad. I mean, it's not what he would have liked, but I think this golf course plays at least 2.5, if not more, 3 shots more difficult than any other on tour.
Absolutely. And the average score today would be around 3 over, I would say.
If not more.
We'll just take out the really high scores and just keep to the medium scores. So I think like 3 over.
Yes, so then average. The median would probably be maybe 3. Yeah, you're right. 3 is the average score by the professionals. So it shows you that it's... And normally you find the average score on a final day is even par, because you get a lot of under par rounds. So it's definitely playing 3 shots more difficult per round than the average course on tour.
Look at the only other golf course we had scores this like this was not a golf course. I remember Gaurav Pratap winning at 8. I think the playoff was at 8 under or something like that.
And the first time Gaurav Pratap won 12 years ago, he won at 3 under, I remember. So that golf course. But we have had Honey shoot 20 under there, and in excruciating conditions.
And Vivek Bhandari shoot 22 under or something like that.
Okay, I didn't quite know that.
So that's a golf course where if you get your putts going in, they go in from.
But normally it's a golf course that is a high scoring affair. If you see the tournaments go at like single digit under par.
Yes.
Only a few where somebody is really on top of his game, runs away, and it's not easy to shoot 20 under par on a golf course like Noida.
So the one time that Vivek shot that score, Mukesh was right there.
I think Mukesh has been right there for the last 500 years. I think he's been there all throughout.
He pushed Vivek to his limit.
The players walking down hole number 18.
With something we never saw earlier was trolleys on tour, which has changed.
I think it's a more humane approach by the professional. Carrying is hard enough as it is, and the trolley makes it really easy compared to carrying it.
I don't know if it was a rule that trolleys were not allowed or we didn't take it.
I think caddies never quite because the carry light is anyways not too heavy, so they never really uh, found the requirement for it. But it's a good point you raise. I think trolleys.
I think they weren't allowed, or I can't remember.
I don't think so. I don't quite remember any caddy employing a trolley though. So
Anyways, the trolleys now are so good.
yes,
You might want to have one actually.
yes, those ones with 3, 4, 5 wheels, they're quite easy to use. In the pandemic, many had employed those.
Yeah. Sort of on the last.
Taking a lofted approach, it seems. Yeah.
Yeah, it is very comfortable hitting these high, soft chips from
Yeah.
around the green.
And
for me, it's-
executes them decently well. So I guess whatever works for you.
Cuts, at some level, if you are really accurate with your landing spot, it takes away a lot of,
The line
doubt,
and
the doubt on
yeah.
how the ball, whether how hard I need to hit it, because it's slow and it's uphill and it's into the grain. So there's a lot of, you're thinking you have to hit it and to hit it.
But you have to have really good execution
Yeah.
in order to pitch it at the spot that you're
Yes,
looking at.
yes. That's Vinay on live feed 1 playing number 18, and Om Prakash on your right on live feed 2 playing 17, and that's a birdie putt for Om Prakash. That'll give him some breathing space.
Yeah, absolutely. Then he can just waltz down
Yeah.
18 and enjoy the walk.
So I think Vinay's had enough of his putter and
What's-
is using his wedge to putt now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's had enough of his putter. He missed too many putts. He missed it with his wedge also.
I have a feeling he's going to hold this one. What do you feel? Oh, there you have it. That was the tiger moment.
No, he came to his front door drunk and then fell.
Yeah, that's absolutely how you fall into the front door if you had one too many. But that's what a fantastic part. And we call that. He has that ability to bounce back. He's made of really stern stuff. I mean,
he knows that he can do this.
It takes a deep belief
Yeah.
to be that relaxed. That's why he's been able to bounce back from that double with a birdie. He made a bogey, then he makes a birdie. It's not that easy to do it on a golf course like Jammu Tawi. It's a very difficult,
I think he's
challenging golf course.
just
Yes.
that part.
We have Kapil. He's putting for birdie, if I'm not wrong.
Not sure what that. See where his tee shot ended up. We
Sim-
saw that Manav hit it right a bit on the right side of the green.
It's imperative that he hold it. He's 2 shots behind. At least he'll have a shot if he's even maybe make an eagle and try to force the issue.
If it's for birdie, then it's clutch he makes. And he saw it
Bobbled up a lot. Yes, it's not a birdie. It's at best a par.
Yeah. It looks like it was a birdie putt though, because there's a different look on
Yes,
the,
yeah.
when he holds the bird, misses a birdie, or when he misses a par.
Misses a par.
Par miss has far deeper impact.
Yeah. It cuts sharply.
Yes, it hurt. The birdie miss, okay, I can
Also
let go.
depends a lot on the kind of ball striker that you are. If you know you're going to get a lot of opportunities, if you hit more than 12 greens every time, you're confident. You don't worry too much about missed birdies because you know that the par fives you'll probably hit 2 of them on, and you'll make a few birdies on the short hole. So a lot depends on that.
Yeah. Sachin for his birdie on the last is worth a lot of cash.
Yes, Sachin currently at 3 under. This would move him in with a tie at 4th. No,
Oh,
not to
this
be.
man narrowly missing on the left. Started off with a bang today though. Birdie, par, birdie, and just lost his way a bit in the middle. And he just had a really not the end he wanted. He's gone bogey, Pa, bogey, bogey, pa. That's looks like the aerial view of number 18.
Yes, cutting a solitary figure. Who is that?
Black and white. See, let's take a guess. Karan. It's live feed, so it has to be Harjeet City.
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
Harjeet City. My best guess.
Well, it gives you a good view of how to play the hole.
Yes, it's really and very nicely placed trees. It just gives you that little bit of a funnel effect. You know, it's wider around the green than it is approaching the green.
Favors a higher ball flight.
It reminds me a little bit like the tee shot of number 7 in Chandigarh. When you got to thread the needle. Remember,
A very intimidating tee shot.
Yes.
What club would you normally use there?
I would hit my driver with a low tee, really low tee.
With a low tee.
Really low
Normally
tee.
players prefer a driver. Like I also prefer high tee. Hit a fade over the left
I
trees.
used to just punch it and it used to fade.
Okay.
And then I used to hit it right in put it right in the center of the gap. It was widest at the bottom. And I would just swing it and it would cut and sometimes more or less, but I would actually hit the fairway more often than not there.
With a big fade. He tends to, I think he favors his one-handed shot. Even yesterday he had a rather unconventional finish on this one.
He's the Matsuyama of Indian golf, man. Matsuyama takes his club off, hand off the club every day.
I think he does that when he hits a good shot.
Yes. And then it's the commentator, oh, I wonder where that's going. And it's so sorry, that solitary walk was Shubhendra Sisoli.
Yeah, it's Shivendra
He's more
Sisoli.
black than Harjeet is. Harjeet's in the green in 2, I think.
Yeah, he's wearing dark trousers, is Shivendra, and they're both wearing a white t-shirt. So yeah.
The third member in this group is Akshay Sharma.
Yeah, cleaning up with a wedge.
He's had a bad day with his putter, so he's given it a break.
There you see, happy to make that putt. Sort of.
Nice loud prints on t-shirts these days, right?
Yeah, reminds you a little bit of John Daly and how he dresses up. Although that's a little too outlandish,
No,
but
I think the first person I saw with prints was a guy called Duffy Waldorf.
yeah, Duffy Waldorf on the US tour.
He used to wear these batik prints, splash. But it's okay. He's going for it. He knows that he needs to make at least 4.
Yeah, at least 4.
Do you think that tree is in his backswing?
I don't think so. That
Is he behind it or
he's behind it. It seems he's
that
about
means towards the tee box.
towards
right?
the tee box. It seems like he's about got 2 or 3 hours. Maybe he does have a backswing. In the follow through, maybe that, but he's still going with a rescue or a 3-wood. It seems. Good to see him going for it though. He's showing that he.
In the right direction also. Tapering to the right a bit.
This is what you call brilliance, Amit. This is courage under fire. That's a difficult shot, and he took it on. And I don't think anybody in the world could have executed it better. He's got a lot of bravado. This man, I'll give you that much. Didn't hold,
Now
threw caution to the wind and went for it.
Now we don't know.
Safe to assume that would have been a second because it was a fair distance behind.
Harjeet hit from behind him a second shot. He's not out driving Harjeet Sethi.
Yeah, no, but that's a fair distance behind, and I already said such things about that shot, so I'd not want to be wrong about it now. We'll assume that was a second till we are proven wrong.
Shivendra on number 7, on number 18 from the right green side bunker. Currently at 3 under, tied for 5th. Really good bunker shot there.
Good control on that.
Yeah, good technique. I'm impressed by the, it's been a while since I saw him play on TV. His technique looks much more sound now than it was earlier. Harshjeet, that what looks to be like an eagle putt. From the left of the green, he's got a lot of real estate to cover though. You can see he's about 35 feet away from an eagle on number 18, the par 5.
Harshjeet currently sitting in at 4 under par. Won't be winning this tournament, but definitely a solid top 5 finish for him.
Yeah, he would want to putt this hole because if he doesn't make birdie and Shivendra makes birdie, it takes him into a tie, right?
Yes, he'll lose a considerable number of points there. How important do you think this work out? If these players plan to play on another foreign tour, this will allow them to get into the final stage, qualifying basis the world ranking points. Apart from that, there are not many benefits unless they're really playing well to qualify for some of the bigger events like maybe Asian Games, which is concluded, or you're talking about the World Cup or the Olympics. But apart from that, it just gets you into the final stages.
I think anytime it's something which you look at it over a long period of time. So it's let's say if you just look at how many under you played for the whole season, okay, and you say, okay, last year I played like 150 under par, and this year if you just set your goal and say, okay, I'm going to break 150, and then each of these putts count, and that drops your scoring average, and that gets you every stroke at the end will be equal to X amount of a monetary benefit, which is we are playing for money. Whoever says I'm not playing for money is probably not being completely honest.
I agree. Let's see what Aksh can do here. We're still to get confirmation whether that was second or third, but we'll assume that was his second.
Yeah. Just missing on the lower side, just ran out of steam a bit. You know how much you could see the intensity he had. He knew that he had to hold that.
But we'll soon find out how the other players, if they congratulate him, good birdie, console him. You'll find out a little bit if he did indeed make birdie or par. Body language is a telling tale. It tells you a lot.
I'm impressed by Shivendra. Last time I saw him, his technique wasn't as solid as it is today. Just we saw him picking at that ball.
Yeah, we've seen on the lower side as well.
Yeah, you could see him just peek a bit. I think anxiety. He did not hold very many putts today, and just just wanting to see one go in finally.
Yeah, but no such satisfaction. We have to wait the next week. But overall, a decent week by Shivendra. Good player, finishing the week at 3 under par, and that would be good enough for a tie as we speak for 5th.
Yeah, this is Keith's birdie attempt on number 18 after hitting the green in 2.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah, solid week. 2 under today, total of 5 under.
You see, he's what is his height? He's really towering. No, I'm pretty sure that he's taller than that because Shivendra is more than 6 feet, and he's
no. Shivendra is not more than 6 feet.
I think he's 6 feet tall.
No. Jyoti is 6 feet tall. Shivendra is not as tall as Jyoti.
I think Shivendra is quite a tall lad. I think Harshjeet might be 6'8" or something in
the
the Yao Ming territory.
He's 6'8". The thing is, Digvijay. He's
Yes.
just short of 6 feet.
Okay, he looks rather tall.
Yeah, he looks tall because he's lanky. He's lanky. That's why he's looking taller than he might be, because just the proportions. But Diggy is just short of 6 feet. I know that for a fact because we kept arguing on this. And if he and Shivendra is not taller than Diggy.
Interesting, but either ways, he is indeed quite the specimen. Is Harjeet a ball striking machine who can propel that drive up to 350 yards? As we have a look at Manav here.
In Commodore, he hit 400 a couple of times.
Yeah, exactly. Manav Bes, he's about 25 yards behind that tree. Seems to be laying up.
Yeah. Manav is at
Not the best of layups.
Yeah, and just getting a few congratulation handshakes, OP on the right side of the fairway. That means I think that was the third shot of Akshay.
Yeah, but
You can see everybody congratulating OP, and he's walking with some players on the right.
I think he's executed a good second shot, so maybe that might be the reason. Otherwise, you see players tend to remain focused till the job is done, or you're sure that you have a lot of wiggle room.
Yeah, he's just that looks like his ball in the center of the fairway.
Yes, it's laid up. Yeah,
It's like in golf, there's an old saying, if you got 5, use them.
exactly.
Yeah.
Couple out of view, pretty certain would just be laying up.
It's just, I think, a little bit too far to threaten B.
I think the prudent thing would be for him to solidify his position.
Well, both their balls next to each other. Om Prakash using his hybrid of the tee, taking no chances, knowing that 5 would be good enough.
That was a straight shot, not much movement in it either way. Very difficult to call.
Mm-hmm.
So good.
If you know you can't reach this hole in 2, then that would be the best thing to do. Just sit it
Now
down.
let's see what he does here. At the least, he has a 2-shot lead. We'll soon get an update regarding what Akshay was able to do on hole number 18.
Prakash, like to be wedge in his hand, not more than 100 yards. I look this anyway. Short of the hole, 10 feet would be good enough. And if it hit 5 feet, maybe less than that also.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to step off the gas, take his foot off. He's going to put the pedal to the metal so as to speak. He's at 10 under, wants to finish the week in style at 11 under par. So I think there's little mystery now. He's definitely going to win this tournament. And interestingly, with that, he's going to open an absolute chasm, so as to speak, between the first and second. He's going to be at 80 lakh. So Aman Raj would find himself a good 25 lakh behind him.
That's a lot. And OP is not going to take his pedal off the metal, right?
This year can be a record. I mean, he's
played 12. He has had 7 top 10s. He's had 1 win.
And he's missed a few cuts as well. So he missed 4 cuts. So it means that he's been tempestuous. He's not been that consistent.
I guess one of the cuts he missed was that joint sanction event with the Challenge Tour. from what I remember. And one,
He won
he won one, then he missed the cut on the next one.
Golf is a funny game, isn't it?
Yeah.
Same golf course. It's a strange game. Sometimes you just can't explain it.
I can't remember the next cut he missed. I can't. So 4 cuts missed, and it's every time he makes a cut, he ends up in the top 10.
He's very good. Kapil. It's a previous record. I'm not too sure what is the previous earning record, but she's I think 90 or 80 lakh or something. The last year, crore wasn't breached. Fantastic shot, but this year,
I think he's going to get there.
This year, he's might even end up at 1.5 if he's going
If
this
he
way.
plays the Tour Championship well and wins it, then he'll be doubling this amount.
Because that's going to be a winner's check of in excess of 30 lakh.
Yeah. And then he has all these big events coming up with Jeet Milkha Singh Invitational and SSP Chaurasya.
Apologies, not 30 lakh, 50 lakh, sorry. Because it's a 3 crore event, it's going to be close to
16, yeah,
it's going to be 50 lakhs. So
Yes.
just imagine whoever wins that tournament and that European tour position also hangs in the balance. So it's going to be very keenly contested, that tournament.
Though he already earned himself a challenge to a spot.
But
by
won't
winning
hurt,
that
won't
tournament, yes.
hurt to step up. So I think he's definitely in pole position as of now.
Absolutely. His club
Because the
is-
third position is Karan Pratap Singh. It's at 36 lakh. It's just so far behind.
But golf is a funny game. It's a couple of good weeks, and then you have the Tour Championship where it's so loaded on top.
Yes.
And let's say hypothetically, Om Prakash has a good week, finishes 5th, but Aman Raj wins it. Everything changes.
Yeah, but I think right now it just looks stacked in his favor. It's just
I think
a bridge too far, as they said. And
Just like the FedEx Cup, going into the FedEx Cup, Scotty Scheffler was way ahead of everybody else. Sorry, John Rahm.
John Rahm.
Yeah, and you saw Victor Hovland ending up on top.
I think these two events, Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational and Kapil Dev Grant Thornton, they're going to be really important in terms of the prize fund on offer.
And these are going to have all our stars playing in it, though.
Yes. And talking about stars, there's only one star that we can think of right now. That's Om Prakash Chauhan. Please remember the name, ladies and gentlemen. He's already an 8-time champion, soon to be christened as a 9-time champion.
So that was his third shot from under the tree, Shaurya.
Yes.
Yes. Because I was wondering how he had outdriven Harshjeet Sethi. Yeah,
But that was a brilliant
yeah,
third
it was
shot
a brilliant
nevertheless.
shot, though.
Not backing down, taking on the difficult shot. Good putt right here.
Yeah, that's an expensive putt. He's made birdie, and that takes him to a joint in second position.
That's his best finish thus far on the PGA.
He's bridesmaid, man.
So, yeah,
Changed
finally.
that,
So, many congratulations to Kapil. Fantastic performance. He really did hold his own today and shooting red numbers. So he should take heart from that. He was able to string together
It's
four
nice
solid runs.
that Manav is going ahead and finishing up before OP and leaving the stage open for him to that winners.
Manav has a birdie putt too.
Yeah.
So he would get into that tie for 5th. So congratulations to Manav. He would get some world ranking points as well. Opting to keep the flag in.
He's done it all day. He's used to it.
Fancy golf shoes.
Yeah. Solid
Yeah.
stroke.
And you
Yes.
can see that fist pump. He's happy about that. And why shouldn't he be?
That leaves the stage set for Om Prakash to mere formality now. Him winning the 3rd edition of the J&K Open, presented by J&K Tourism at the Jammu Tawi Golf Course. This to go 11 under.
That'd be a good 3-shot winning margin. Should break a little from his left to right. And in the center of the hole, there's your
finishing style.
champion. What a worthy champion, Om Prakash Chauhan.
So he's 69 again.
And there you have, that's why they call golf the greatest game ever, because you might be competitors, but you're happy in your friend's success.
That's why his fellow playing professionals who played with him left the stage clear for him, because after this they would not be able to putt.
Very well done, the members involved as well, and aren't we so happy for Om Prakash Chauhan? What a worthy champion, a good ambassador for the game of golf. He had kept his nerves. The back nine did have a few wobbles. There was a double bogey there, then there was a bogey, but he answered it in style with birdies.
Absolutely, he's not let up, and like we had predicted yesterday, halfway down the third round, that he's the one to beat. He's the one who has the experience to go see it through, and he has. This is a 3-shot win. He's bounced back. He's made a double bogey on 11, bounced back with a birdie on 12, made a bogey on 16, then bounced with birdie to finish.
It's a really good performance here, and look at the top 10 scores. These shall be updated soon enough. Om Prakash Chauhan is the winner this week at 11 under par. Akshay Sharma at 8 under par. Kapil Kumar 7 under par. Harshdeep Sethi 5 under par. And in for a tie, we have a trio: Sachin, Shivender, and Manav Bais. Harinder Gupta in at 8th position alongside M. Dharma at 1 under par. We had a total of 50 players make the cut. The first position, obviously, Om Prakash Chauhan. The 50th to Mansukh Sandhu. And some good rounds, but overall a very difficult week in terms of scoring for all players. A look at some of the highlights. Do stay tuned. There's going to be the prize ceremony that will soon follow, where you'll have the dignitaries and the players come. And from all of us here in the ABP office, we'd like to say that we really enjoyed. I hope you enjoyed this broadcast as well. And any parting thoughts, Amit?
Well, it was. I'm really happy to see that we have one person like this in India now. It's a challenging track, and kudos to J&K Tourism.
Kudos to J&K Tourism. Kudos to PGTI and your and J&K Tourism for holding this together. And Om Prakash Chauhan, thank you, and we'll see you next time. Please stay tuned for the prize ceremony.
Mr. Manav Gupta, Secretary, Jammu Tawi Golf Course. Ms. Sunaina Sharma Mehta, Joint Director, Tourism, Jammu. And Mr. Amarjit Singh, Special Secretary to Government, J&K Tourism Department. I'd now like to request Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi, CEO PGTI, to kindly make the opening address.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. What a grand finish for a beautiful event like this. You know, it's always a pleasure to be back here in Jammu and Kashmir, and especially now in Jammu. This is the second edition of the J&K Open, presented by J&K Tourism at Jammu Tawi Golf Course. I guess we've heard a lot about the golf course from all the players the last couple of days. There's been a huge improvement on the golf course. We'll come back to that. But before that, let me congratulate OP Chauhan. Fantastic victory. The man won it in style again. Well done, my friend. Congratulations to Akshay. He's been knocking on the door for a while. You know, but I'm sure it's going to happen soon. And there are big events coming up. So God be with you. OP is, most of you probably won't know, he's a winner on the Challenge Tour as well. He won a tournament on the Challenge Tour, which is part of the European Tour in April, due to which he got an exemption on the Challenge Tour. He's played a few tournaments on the tour, but then decided not to play these last few tournaments on Challenge Tour because he's leading the order of merit, and he's very confident that he'll finish #1 on the order of merit, where he gets a full exemption on the European Tour the next year. So hats off to the guy. I'd like to take this opportunity in thanking J&K Tourism. Unfortunately, Mr. Bhatnagar couldn't be here amongst us. Dr. Abid Shah, he's also had to leave early. But we have everyone here. The dignitaries on the dais are there. And I'd like to actually say a big thank you. Amarjit Singh ji, Sunaina ji, thank you very much. Manav ji, fantastic golf course, great job done. And, you know, without the support of J&K Tourism, we would not be in here. I mean, they've been a great support to the PGTI, to professional golf over these years. And I'd like to thank them for their continued support. And I know that this event will only grow bigger and bigger in years to come. They're also played a huge part in the hospitality. I mean, what you are witnessing today, you know, the Dogri festival, the food, and the festivities that go with it, the dance and the sings and the songs, I think is all thanks to them. Kudos to you, sir. Thank you very much. You laid it out for all our players. They've actually been very, very grateful and happy about this whole particular event. The course has been in great shape. I think there's been a major improvement over the last year. And I think some of the players, maybe when we get OP here, I'm sure he'll be able to stress more on what the golf course was in these last 4 days. And lastly, but not the least, I'd like to thank everyone else who's actually played a major role in making this event a success. There are a lot of people that work behind the scenes. We always witness all of us who are up here on stage and think that the tournament went well because of us. But it is actually the guys who work behind the scenes, my entire PGTI staff, the entire club staff. Sohail, I don't see him here. Thank you, my friend. Thank you very much. You've been a great help. I know it's all the stress on you, but thank you very much. And Marvin is, Marvin, he is the guy who always helps us with all the IT work. And Kuldeep, fantastic job on the golf course. Hats off. I know that you had sorry, of course, the GM Saab. The food has been great. That's why I said that there are a lot of people that I might actually forget by name. But everyone behind the scenes who worked fantastic job done. I mean, the course has been great. Thank you for him, because I know the rains have been pretty hard these last few months. So get the golf course in this shape has been hats off to you guys. Thank you very much. Lastly, but not the least, I'd like to thank the entire media, the social media, the groups that are here, the print media, and everyone else. I think today we had the whole bloggers team here. So thank you very much. And we look forward to seeing you all again next year. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to request Mr. Manav Gupta, Secretary, Jammu Tawi Golf Course, to kindly address the gathering.
Everybody, I'm thankful to everyone, each and everyone, especially my golfer, my friends, my colleagues, who have participated in this tournament, no doubt from outside the golf course, but with great enthusiasm. All the member golfers and all the golfers of Jammu, they have keenly watched this tournament for the entire 4 days. I'm really thankful to all of them. I'm also thankful to PGTI for conducting this tournament second straight year in Jammu. I'm thankful to Tourism Department, UT of J&K, to make this possible. I'm also thankful to all the sports staff of Jammu Tawi Golf Course, because Jammu Tawi Golf Course is getting a lot of appreciation, but I must tell you, this is a teamwork. My colleagues, my brothers who have worked day and night to make this happen, I'm really, really very thankful to all of them. Whether they are sports staff, right from my boys who are working in the club, who are working on the machines, Mr. Kuldeep, Suhail, Marvin, everyone, because list is long. I can't name all of them, but I am highly thankful to them, because no doubt Raja ka naam aata hai, but kaam bahut piche se chal raha hota hai. Everybody knows that. I am thankful to each of everyone, all the players who have came here from all over India and rest of the world to play this tournament and participated in this. I am thankful to GM JKTDC, especially because for the last 4 days, the food was very good. There was no complaint in the food. Today, the Dogri Food Festival was also managed. The feedback liya, it was appreciable. And Directorate of Tourism, always Mrs. Sunana, she is always kind. No doubt she is not a golfer, but always there to help us. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'd now like to request Ms. Sunana Sharma Mehta, Joint Director, Tourism, Jammu, to kindly share her thoughts.
A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries here, and I really feel so happy. और पहले डोगरी में ही बोलूँगी, अस डोगरे हैं आखने हैं शाना करना है, अस डोगरे हैं आखने हैं शाना करना है। और आज जो ये डोगरी फूड फेस्टिवल हो रहा है, ये इसी की एक, जब आप पीछे पगड़ियाँ देख सकते हैं, आप आरएसपुरा के चावल जो है यहाँ पे देख सकते हैं, भद्रवाही राजमा यहाँ देख सकते हैं। तो गोल्फ टूर्नामेंट जो ये पीजीटीआई हुई है और जो पिछले साल हुआ था, वी हैव रियली ट्राई टू इम्प्रूव अपॉन, और मिस्टर मंडी का हमें बहुत सपोर्ट रहा है हमेशा, एंड इट वाज रियली अ लर्निंग एक्सपीरियंस फॉर अस ऑल्सो। और इस बार बहुत इम्प्रूवमेंट हमारी पूरी, जितने हमारे जेके टूरिज्म के डिपार्टमेंट्स हैं, जो अंदर डायरेक्टरेट्स है, जेके टीडीसी एंड अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट जेके एसीएल जो कल्चरल डिपार्टमेंट है, सबने कोहेसिवली इसको एक जम्मू का उत्सव, इस तरीके का एक रंग देने की जो हमने कोशिश की, और हम इसमें काफ़ी कामयाब हुए। हमारे सेक्रेटरी टूरिज़्म, सेक्रेटरी कल्चर डॉक्टर सैयद आबिद राशिद शाह, जिनकी लीडरशिप में हमने ये सब कोशिश की करने की, और हम बहुत खूब तरीके से जो है वो सक्सेसफुल हुए हैं। और मैं जो हमारे जम्मू के गोल्फर्स हैं उनकी भी बहुत थैंकफुल हूँ, क्योंकि आप सबकी हमें अनटायरिंग सपोर्ट मिली और आपके आइडियाज़ मिले, और आप लोगों ने हमें जो सुझाव दिए हमने उनको पूरा करने की कोशिश की। और मुझे उम्मीद है कि ये पीजीटीआई जो लेडीज़ वाला है वो भी आने वाले वक्त में ज़रूर होगा, और उसके साथ साथ यहाँ भी कॉन्टिन्यूटी बनी रहेगी। और मैं ये ज़रूर कहूँगी कि इसमें डायरेक्टरेट ऑफ टूरिज्म जम्मू, जेकेटीडीसी के ऑफिशियल्स, गोल्फ कोर्स के ऑफिशियल्स, मानव साहब की लीडरशिप में सबने बहुत ही मेहनत की है। और आज हम लोग जो इतना सभी बड़े जायके से डोगरी फूड खा रहे हैं, तो ये एक आगाज़ है कि कहीं ना कहीं डोगरी को एक प्लेटफॉर्म मिलने की ज़रूरत थी, और वो आज जब हमारे गोल्फर्स जो हैं वो इसका इतना जायका ले रहे हैं, तो मैं ये समझती हूँ कि नेशनल और इंटरनेशनल प्लेटफॉर्म पे जो जम्मू टूरिज़्म का जो एक, मैं कहूँगी एक डिलाइट है, उसका जो एक बहुत खूबसूरती है वो देखने को ज़रूर मिली है, और आगे वाले सालों में भी वी विल ट्राई टू इम्प्रूव इट फर्दर और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोगों को इन्वॉल्व करेंगे, बिकॉज जम्मुआइट्स जो हैं उन्होंने बहुत जोश से ये टूर्नामेंट देखी भी है और बहुत सारी इंक्वायरीज भी हमें आई, और उसके अलावा जो एफएम के हमारे चैनल्स, उसके अलावा जो मीडिया फ्रेटर्निटी, हमारे जितने मीडिया फ्रेटर्निटी के भाई हैं, दे आर सो एंथुजियास्टिक अबाउट दिस, बिकॉज दिस इज बेसिकली अ स्टार्ट ऑफ जम्मू इज अ पिलग्रिमेज डेस्टिनेशन ऑफ कोर्स, बट हमें उसके साथ एडवेंचर टूरिज्म, गोल्फ टूरिज्म, ये सारी चीज़ें जब अलाइन करेंगे तो डेफिनेटली वो दिन दूर नहीं है जब जम्मू टूरिज्म जो है एक इंटरनेशनल मैप पे जो है वो छा जाएगा. सो आई थिंक वी ऑल शुड वर्क हार्ड. और आज मैं ये भी बताना चाहूँगी कि हमने एक कोशिश की, जो हमारे गोल्फर्स हैं उनको जम्मू के सोवेनियर्स दिए जाएं, जिसमें कि बसोली पेंटिंग्स हैं, जिसमें कि हमारे बसोली शॉल का एक वो है, उसमें हमारे शॉल्स कैसे बनते हैं उसकी इन्फॉर्मेशन है. उसके अलावा और भी सोवेनियर्स जैसे राजमा और हमारे आरएसपुरा के चावल, ये सोवेनियर्स के रूप में जा रहे हैं. किश्तवाड़ी केसर ये सोवेनियर के रूप में जा रहा है. लेवेंडर सोवेनियर के रूप में जा रहा है. तो ये एक बहुत खुशी की बात है कि जीआई टैगिंग तो हो ही रही है, बट हम अपने इवेंट्स में अपने प्रोडक्ट्स को शोकेस कर रहे हैं. दैट इज रियली अ स्टुपेंडस एफर्ट एंड आई मस्ट से यू ऑल शुड आल्सो कंट्रीब्यूट टू इट. थैंक यू सो मच. Thank you so much. Have a great day, and I hope we keep on carrying forward for showcasing our Jammu culture. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I'd now like to request Mr. Amarjit Singh, Special Secretary to Government, JNK Tourism Department, to kindly share his thoughts.
A very good afternoon, friends. It's indeed a very proud moment for all of us. This is third PGTI in the last 3 years and second in Jammu Tawi Golf Course. Our partnership with PGTI is continuing year after year. And let me assure you that J&K Tourism is always looking forward for such mutually beneficial partnerships. Promoting golf tourism is a step towards the promotion of tourism for the overall economic development of the UT of J&K. We in Jammu and Kashmir, we are blessed with all kind of the tourism products. We have the marvelous landscapes. We have the best of the locales. And beside those, we have some exclusive products, some niche products. So golf is one of those niche products, like bird watching is one of them, angling is one of them. So promoting golf tourism and organizing these events in partnership with the professional bodies is an attempt to promote Jammu and Kashmir as a golfing destination. As you all know that the third tourism working group meeting took place in Srinagar in the month of May. And after that meeting, a new dimension has been given to the tourism sector in Jammu and Kashmir. And we had very good years. The previous year was very good for Jammu and Kashmir tourism. And I'm happy to say that this year is even better. The foreign tourists, they have increased this year by more than 300%. So that's a big boost for us. So, thank you. So promoting these exclusive products is our attempt to tap on this specialized sector. Moreover, such events also give us an opportunity to showcase our culture, to showcase our cuisine, to showcase our other products, our GI tagged products. We had stalls here where we had the GI tagged products. So all these things, we are working in synergy with the professional bodies to take J&K tourism to a new level. We want that J&K should be the best tourist destination in the world, not only in the country, but in the entire world. So by many big, yes. And before I say anything else, let me tell the audience here that the trophy which you are seeing here, it's a replica of the Chenab Bridge, the Chenab Bridge in Reasi district. So that's how we can assimilate our products, assimilate our attractions in these events and make them popular. So Chenab Bridge, as you all know, that Bakalkodi in Reasi district, it's the highest railway bridge ever built. And even the clouds would be traveling below that bridge. So it's going to be a big attraction in the years to come. So making a replica of it here is our attempt to promote this destination. So friends, all the sectors, whatever potential we have in Jammu and Kashmir, we are trying to exploit each and every sector of tourism so that the overall economy grows, because tourism, it has a multiplying effect. So when tourism grows, all other things grow, the jobs are created. So one tourist creates more than a job for more than 12 people. So it's our aim that we should continue to enter with such mutually beneficial partnerships and organize such events in future. So before I say goodbye, I would like to congratulate the winner of the event today, Mr. Om Prakash. A big congratulations to you. And I also take this opportunity to thank Mr. Mandi and his entire team for organizing this event in a very professional way. I also would like to congratulate and thank Mr. Manav and his entire team who have been working day and night for the last several months to make this event a successful. I would like to thank Sunena ji, Mr. Jabbar and the entire directorate, their entire team, their ADs, everyone who has been associated with this. Mr. Sham Abrol, the GM JKTDC, who had been satisfying everybody's hunger for the last many days. Big thank to you also, sir. So once again, very good afternoon, and thank you very much for being here. And my special thanks to the media people. This year, the one thing which I have noticed that the media has escalated this event much at a higher level than the previous year. So a big thank you to you all. Please continue supporting us and continue guiding us. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before we begin the prize presentation, I'd like to invite here on stage two of our special guests, Mr. S.P. Vaid, retired DGP, and Mr. Alok Kumar, ADGP. So we'll be announcing the runner-up to begin with, and I would request all the dignitaries on the stage to kindly do the honors by jointly giving away the prize to the runner-up. Super consistent top three for the third week in succession, Akshay Sharma, scores of 68, 71, 72 and 69, and a total of 8 under 280. Akshay from Chandigarh. He takes away a prize money check worth rupees 5 lakh. Congratulations to Akshay. It's now time to announce the grand prize, and I once again request all the dignitaries on the stage to kindly jointly present the championship trophy. His Naish Chauhan, second win of 2023. Scores of 71, 70, 67 and 69 for a total of 11 under 277. He extends his lead in the Tata Steel PGTI ranking. And it's his second win in J&K. He's won in Pahalgam before and now in Jammu. He receives a replica of the trophy and of course the check worth rupees 7,50,000. Stills, have you got your pictures? Good. Yes, just few more seconds. Thank you. It's now time for the customary winner's speech. OP.
Good afternoon, everyone. I like thanks to J&K Tourism, Jammu Tawi Golf Club, PGTI partners. Thank you very much, and thanks a lot to my sponsor with Athletic Drive, Bradesh sir, and thanks to all my friends, Uttam sir, Gagan JP, and Sampas sir. Thank you, Sampas sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
गोल्फ कोर्स के बारे में कुछ बताएं, ओपी।
सर गोल्फ कोर्स बहुत अच्छी कंडीशन में खेल रहा है, बिकॉज लास्ट टाइम से अभी आई थिंक गोल्फ कोर्स में बहुत ज़्यादा वर्क हुआ है, एंड ग्रीन्स तो बहुत अच्छे हो रखे, फेयरवे 80s, गोल्फ कोर्स सब परफेक्ट कंडीशन हो रखा अभी, बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा है गोल्फ कोर्स।
लास्ट ईयर से बेहतर।
I now request our special guest, Mr. S.P. Ved, to kindly say a few words.
Thank you very much. It's an honor for me to be here amongst all of you. And my big congratulations to OP. You are a budding golfer and you will represent this country. You will make name for not only for you, but for the country. Great. It's an honor for us to host all of you. And tourism department, I know how much hard. And Manav has been working for last many days. It is a boost to our tourism, present our culture, our cuisine, and it's all both way we benefit. And I wish we have many such tournaments in future also. Thank you.
I'd like to request Mr. Alok Kumar also to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you very much. And I'm proud privileged to be with you. And this tournament, because last 22 years also we are playing, especially me, I am playing golf. And last 3 years, I am also witness to this event. This is third event in J&K when PGTI is organizing tournament here. And the work and conduct, especially I'll just say a few words about Mr. Manav. He has done really wonderful, he has taken wonderful initiative and finally made this golf course up to the marks where this consecutively, this is second year, this PGTI tournament is going on. And looking forward, and I wish that coming days, such type of tournament may organize. Thank you very much. So nice.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Before we conclude the prize presentation, we'd like to thank presenting partner J&K Tourism, host venue Jammu Tawi Golf Course, JKTDC for the food and hospitality and especially the lovely Dogri food today. A special thanks to Mr. Shyam Abrol, GM, JKTDC. Thank you to Mr. Sohail and Mr. Marvin from Jammu Tawi Golf Course. Director Publicity, a big thank you to him. The course staff, led by Supervisor Mr. Kuldeep, along with Mr. Muhammad Ali, Mr. Raman Mehra, Mr. Pardeep Verma, Mr. Davinder Kumar, Mr. Balbir Singh, Mr. Davinder Sharma, Mr. Mohinder Singh, Mr. Ravi Sharma, Mr. Amit Largam, Mr. Ajay Sharma, Mr. Jameet Chaudhary, Mr. Milap Singh, Mr. Irfan Chaudhary, Mr. Farooq, Mr. Deep Singh Wazir, Mr. Pulkam Sharma, Mr. Hira Lal, and Mr. Ramdayal, and of course all the members of the club, all players, referees and officials. A big thank you to all of you, and our tour partners, PGTI's tour partners, Rolex, Tata Steel, Bisleri, Vedika, Himalayan, Spring Water, Amrutanjan, Fruitnik Electro Plus, Golf Plus Monthly, and Athletic Drive. Thank you and see you next year.